great. Going back here, it's a Bill Gates commercial.
Shoot. What are you waiting for? My hero. You saved us again. You've earned the right to sleep with all my clones, Gage Grossarm.
Wowzers, that's a lot of tail. We could raise an army like this, Chloe.
Okay, here's
Here at Vaxstash, we know how important safety is to each and every customer. And getting fast, correct test results is our main priority. That's why Vaxstash is opening new state-of-the-art testing facilities all over the world. Get accurate test results within the hour with our new drive-through testing. The new science suggests throat and anal swab tests done simultaneously are the most accurate. Just pull into our private testing booth and from the comfort of your own car have two qualified testing professionals guide you through our easy two-step process. It's time to get your test.
Okay, now it makes sense. So this is Bill Gates's test where they do both, and then here's Schwab and Fauci, and that's Cardi B.
Vaxstash.
Time to get your bags. It's time to get your bags. Backstab.
Meanwhile, in the infectious waste container where Cardi B just had her COVID test.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Meanwhile, in the infectious waste container where Cardi B just had her COVID test. I think what I sort of remember, because I haven't looked at this story in some time. I think what happens is Hori Sheet, the little guy, was in the biohazard container, and I don't know if gotta remember how this happens. Either he was already in her blood and he killed the AIDS dragon, and then she pulls him out the PCR test, or he enters her bloodstream here. I don't know if anybody has a recollection. All right, so anyway, some good results here on the tests. I got to continue to do the heading here. I'll put the number on top as well. That's a big part of it. We want to encourage callers. What's up, 737? You're here. We're just kind of testing things out. I'm opening up a couple of platforms just to make sure everything's running smoothly. We do have a phone system that's all active, and we're on audio streams and a number of video platforms. Oh, also we have the chat. We have a chat room for the 24/7 along with the voice, and that's over at Discord, which is enemy territory. It's just as bad as I'd say it's worse than YouTube. What's up, Oswaldo? Oh yeah, we got a new system here, so we're on a gaming system. We're definitely in for the long haul here, 24/7 live stream. It's not going to be off. We have entered the run phase. Now I'm pretty sure I posted a link to Discord in here somewhere. I also have a news site. I used to use Paperly and they shut down. But this is a site called Feedly, and this is where I get a lot of my news feeds. I enter my news feeds here, but it's like a public. You could consider this to be like a digital newspaper with news relevant to what we talk about. Infinite Plane Media, news from the cutting fringe, and we are the cutting fringe. Okay, I do have it. Yep, there's so much to talk about here. It's unbelievable. A lot of news in the last 24 hours. I don't know if you heard this. Plato was right. Earth is made, on average, of cubes. It's like very Minecraft. If you haven't used Canva in a while, they have this great new feature, text to image. I'll give you an example here. Penguins on a tumultuous sea, storm on a raft with radios. This one doesn't let you draw it in advance, like the scribble diffusion, but so penguins on a sea, stormy raft with radios. Not too bad. And this is what I was kind of bringing up here, the concept here of the raft in the sea of irrelevance. This one's pretty good too. But what I'm doing here is I'm just creating the call-in number stuff. What's up, Northern Girl? Thank you for joining. We're in the process of creating the art that's going to go as a backdrop on this Streamlabs interface so that you can see when we're live, when we're not live, and I'll have the numbers. So not live and live. Because people always come in and they ask, are you live? And like 1% of the time, we're not, but they think we are because I'm answering somebody else. So I want to make it very clear just by having it on the screen. Now, I don't know why it's pink. Everything's pink now since that Barbie movie. I like to use emerald green, the Wizard of Oz color, the green screened reality. Anyway, if you just got here, we're kind of like in the middle of, well, kind of at the tail end of a lot of successful tests, and everything seems to be moving along swimmingly. Not live, and then I'll make another one for live. Like we have this drive-up Sonic restaurant across the street, and they close randomly sometimes, some nights a little early, and you can't tell if they're open or closed. To have a steady stream of angry people, and I'm like, why don't they have a sign that says closed? Like a digital sign that you just flip on and off. Okay, the phone number next. Yeah, see, I want to introduce the raft concept along with the deep dive, but the raft is huge. And if you don't know about the raft, when a group of penguins is walking across Antarctica, it's called a waddle. A group of penguins floating in the water is called a raft. And here's an example of a raft. And as we are experiencing the Aquarian inundation of the world stage, it makes sense to raft up with your friends. And the Autohoaxology 101 textbook is literally and figuratively a flotation device. And then you and your friends can just gather around it and all float. Okay, 505 349 0420. And I'm not trying to copy Elon Musk there, but I had a choice between 420 and something generic. Exactly, Linda, from the flood of misinformation. Now, what I like about Canva is they have all these built-in animation techniques. Like the typewriter is my favorite one. You see how it types. And then the live, I'll probably do a I don't know. I don't want to give anybody a seizure. Okay, let me go ahead and download this and we'll proceed. Now, when we're not live, it'll be a 24/7 replay. I'll just put replay and then also call and leave a message. And I will be playing all voicemails. We do have a lot of people who leave us messages. Yeah, the 0420 is not bad. And also, this number calls to my Skype, but if you want to call internationally, you can simply call Skype. Go down to Skype and search Infinite Plane Radio. Or if you go to any of the Twitter accounts, there's actually a hot link there, and you can join me on Skype. All right, I'm just downloading these graphics, and I'll put them on the screen, and then we should be active. And I'll improve graphics as we go, but I just need something to start off with.
Maybe they're trying to get pink to be the new green screen.
Pink? Well, chroma key is the
Pink, the new chroma key. Chroma key, yeah, that's
yeah, the term would be chroma key.
just something to, it just came into my mind when you brought it up. I'm thinking, oh yeah, pink, the new background.
I kind of want to watch the Barbie just for review purposes, and I want to just judge to see if the right-wing outrage Olympics, the Olympians out there, they're always like competing to see who could be more outraged. And I'm like, is that movie really that bad?
Yeah, I saw that still shot that somebody posted a few days ago. It was skating on the sidewalk. It I don't know what to say about it. Just like the lunchbox, pretty much. Looks like there's something like something that you'd put on the lunchbox back in the lunchbox days.
Empty Blisk asks, have you decoded the Rubik's Cube? And I haven't specifically messed with it, but I mean I've seen videos on it. It seems like a pretty easy matter. But I find it to be really interesting. There was something about the Rubik's Cube recently. Let's see if I can find it. Did you watch that Asteroid City where they literally have Stanley Kubrick like as the main character? And I get the sense that there's some kind of correlation. There's some kind of puzzle in the name. And it all has to do with the cube. And I was just talking about Plato, this cube thing. The cube is the symbol of the, you could say matrix, but I would say the illusion that they superimpose. I think the cube is a key symbol, and Stanley Kubrick is a key, not necessarily a key player, like he's some mastermind, but that he's part of that department. Too many people, I think, are under the impression that we're making the argument that Stanley Kubrick might have been recruited by the government because he was so good to like fake the moon landing because nobody else could do it as good. And that's not the argument we make. And I noticed that his daughter goes around trying to make the argument that he would have faked it better. And I don't think that's a valid argument because that's not what we're saying. It's so much bigger than one person. But that's a typical of a guardrail. Well, they couldn't have faked it, or they divert it to a question of whether or not Kubrick faked it. And it's like that was never the actual argument here. The argument was, well, I mean, if you limit it to that, Then it's like Kubrick helped them fake the moon landing to trick the Russians. And it's like, no, the Russians and their space program is connected to ours. Like, we're not looking at a distinct operation. Okay, I have the number on the screen.
Hey, real quick, IPS. Um, I thought Joseph Smith life is interesting. Like I didn't know, you know, his mystical background. Dealing with Syrian stones and uh, other stuff too. Like I didn't know, like how he died. Like he fell off a building, jumped out the window, and he somehow died. When the mob tried to shoot him or whatever.
I was told that he was tarred and feathered by the mob. He was like in a jail, or I don't know where he was, but yeah, before that, he was treasure hunting. He was into planetary magic. He had the symbol of Jupiter, the talisman of Jupiter, in his pocket. At the time of his death, he gave the Masonic
And like,
hailing sign of distress.
yeah, like did what something with Freemasons or he was involved or something like that. Like,
Yeah, he and Brigham
um,
Young were part of the Scottish
yeah,
Rite.
I don't know.
Yes, they joined, they did. They were both part of the Scottish Rite. That's why you have the Masonic symbols in their temple. How old was he when he died? Anybody?
Was it 38? I think I could be wrong.
I'll give you a hint. Same age that Martin Luther was when he nailed the 94 Theses or 95 Theses to the door. Osher says 33. Anybody else?
Wow.
Wonka says 73. Same age that Jave Koresh was when he was incinerated. Let's see here. I have conflicting accounts. Yeah, I have 38. I also have him on my 33 list. We got to compile it. This one here says 38. And then I have one that he was tarred and feathered. And that one that he was, you said jump from a window? The tarring and feathering of Joseph Smith.
Yeah, well, he was tarred and feathered. He was tarred and feathered, but I thought he survived. And then I think there was a mob that was shooting through a door and jumped out the window or something like that. He fell from a fall. I don't know how that's possible.
Okay, yeah.
He died from a
It
fall.
says they stripped him, smeared his bleeding body after they dragged him with tar head to toe, plastered him with feathers. Eli Johnson demanded he be castrated, for suspected of being too intimate with his sister Nancy, but they declined at the last moment. So they almost castrated him, which to me would be like the castration of Osiris. Um, how do you recover from a tar and feather? Okay, March 24th. Come on, even with his skin scraped and sore, Joseph preached as usual. Fascinating. I'll have to dig into this story. What about Muhammad? How old was he when he crawled into that cave and Gabriel gave him that story? And wasn't it the same Gabriel that met up with the Mary? But I cannot read. The angel Gabriel embraced him tightly and revealed to him the first lines of chapter 96 of the Quran. I'll check out his age. I know his first wife was 9. Okay, I think he was 40. Muhammad was 40 when he had his first revelation, when he met Gabriel. Fascinating. That number has a lot to do with isolation. If you think about it, like Lent or the 40 days in the desert. Fascinating. Well, anyway, the Mormon thing though, the Mormon Masonic connection is worth looking at. You've seen their underwear and their rites, and have you read their rituals at their endowment ceremonies? It's very similar to the Masonic one. I think they even swear to the Holy Saints John. Like there's this interesting relationship the Masons have with Saint John the Baptist and Saint John the Revelator. The idea is that one precedes him, precedes Jesus, one follows him, and I don't know the deeper meaning of it necessarily, but they pray or they swear to the Holy Saints John, the two Johns. No way of knowing what it means. I mean, they give you their own BS explanations, but I'm sure there's something bigger behind that. Empty Bliss says, I caught the stupid game show The Chase. A team of winners just happened to beat the expert and win $330,000. Okay, well, phones are open. I haven't invited too many people here. Let me see what our numbers are at. Now, I think they're all definitely stand-ins for other things, of course, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are the four seasons. I think it's the four Gospels. They represent the, I guess, anthropomorphized seasons, personified sun. Yeah, John Wick, by the way, the movie John Wick was replete with Christ symbolism. They never get tired of this stuff. And I remember the time it came out. Of course, it's Neo. Other biblical characters, I mean, I think they're all interesting, but like Abraham to me definitely strikes me as Saturn because of the symbolism of him and Saturn devouring the child. And it's this: Kronos isn't eating his kid because he's a cannibal. Kronos, time, devours 12 of his children and then vomits them back out at the end of the year, symbolizing time and the cycles of time and how the reaper harvests and then you begin the new cycle. And that the moment you're born, death is already gnawing at you. You're already dying. In that sense, like time is finite. And so it suggests here that Father Time eating the baby is just symbolizing the fact that it's a process begins the moment you enter this realm. Now you had Simon the magician who could levitate or something, and I think the word simony used to mean, I think, selling. Was it selling indulgences? Isn't that what they call it? The buying or selling of ecclesiastical privileges, pardons, or benefits is simony. And simony, I believe, is named for Simon the Magi. Simon the sorcerer. Acts 8:9. Now for some time a man named Simon had practiced sorcery in the city and amazed all the people. And I think he had a competition with, was it Peter or something, to see who could levitate. And levitation is an interesting phenomenon, or, yeah, here it is. Simon is performing magic in the forum, and to prove himself to be a god, he levitates in the air above the forum. Then Peter, I think Peter was like a party pooper. I think he might have prayed and caused him to fall to the ground. I've got to go back and read these stories, but the levitation is what kind of struck me. The very idea, levitation and the symbolism of levitation. There's something there. Well, here we go. In the apocryphal works, Acts of Peter, Simon levitates. He's called a bad Samaritan, and he's accused of lawlessness. I'll see if I can find the part in the story, though, where I think Peter said something and made him fall. But levitation was a big part of the story in Stranger Things, where Elle is causing this big, like, metal tank to levitate. And then the person who created the Baphomet symbol, the statue, is, I believe it's called, or he's called Eliphas Levi. Famous witches on this website, Witchcraft and Witches. Simon Magus had the ability to levitate and fly, leading accusations that he was a demon in human form. Okay, here we go. Levitation of saints. Now, here's the reason why I'm bringing this up. I think levitation of saints is something they've recreated with the ISS. That the space station and their miracles, I think they're playing to these archetypal miracles, things that are embedded in our mythology. The ability to levitate is attributed to figures in early Christianity. So early Christianity, levitation was a thing. Okay, here we go. Simon's performing magic in the Roman Forum, flies in the air. Peter prays to God to stop his flying, and he stops midair, breaking his legs, whereupon the crown, previously non-hostile, stones him to death. So he's just there trying to fly, doing a Chris Angel routine. Peter asks God to screw it up, and then they all kill him. Saint Francis of Assisi, that's San Francisco. So the saint that they named San Francisco after was recorded as being suspended above the earth, often to a height of 3 or 4 cubits. Okay, there's more. Bilocation. These are all magic tricks, I think. In the Orthodox tradition, John the woodworker was said to be levitating while in prayer. Catherine of Siena could levitate while in prayer. Flying and levitation is also associated with witchcraft. Okay, so when women do it, it's witchcraft. When men do it, it's a sign of how holy they are. It says there was a fascinating. By 1500, the image of the female saint in popular imagination had become that of a witch. Levitation is also cited in other sources, autobiography of a yogi. There's quite a lot here about it. My main point was this. The idea of levitation is just another one of these miracles that I think they've reintroduced with your levitating astronauts. For example, Peggy Whitson, one of my favorite female astronauts, who broke a few records, but I think she has a record of was it 666 days in space. Peggy Whitman. But you look at these characters when they're floating around, and to me that's levitation, and I think it's done again because it's meant to mystify you. It's like magic. Now, Eliphas Levi, the Baphomet statue, and he wrote some books on magic, and I think he's one of these precursors to Crowley. I'll do some more digging though, but I've come across this notion before. I put forth the notion that the space station is where their high priests, who are very high, hundreds of miles up there, they see the face of God and they levitate. And they can do things there that you can't do on Earth. Like, you cannot print organs from a 3D printer on Earth, or certain organs like the heart, for example. There are certain instances where they're like, well, if we do it in microgravity, 3D printed organs could actually be done in space. But they're trying to find ways to make it possible to do it here on Earth. Like, here we go. Bioprinting in microgravity. Why astronauts print organs in space. When you're 3D printing tissue culture on the ground, there's a tendency for them to collapse because of gravity. So I look at this and I have to wonder, why aren't they just parachuting down organs like 24/7? Like livers, kidneys, hearts. Yeah, there's hearts and livers and kidneys just being dropped from space, and then they're being, they're landing in certain drop zones, and then they're taken to hospitals and put into refrigeration. It says we print with cells, we condition it into tissue, and then you can bring it down to Earth, and it will survive the pull of gravity. Okay, so that's the idea. So we'll get there. It'll be like Uber organ, but it'll be from space. Wonka says, you're reading the auto bio of a yogi now. Life drops, says Linda. I'm just bringing this up because we're saying you can't make this on Earth. Like here on Earth, right? Your earthly body is deteriorating, it's been damaged. But if you go to heaven or space, yeah, you could have your body repaired in a way like it has to come from heaven. It's just another one of these miracles. Napoleon Wilson says dropping organs sounds like a Terry Gilliam cartoon. Well, it's definitely a cartoon. I mean, NASA's whole production is essentially a cartoon. Here we go. Last July, doctors used cells from one patient to bioprint a new ear for her. Since it's made with her own cells, the ear was less likely to be rejected. On the other hand, printing full-size organs will be far trickier. This could be the solution to everything, to the deep state. Like, hey, look, we can end child trafficking. We will print pineal glands in space and just drop them off for you. Like manna. Manna for the blood-sucking elite. Just little pineal glands, no loss of life attached. That is such a bogus BS story. I can't believe Jim Caviezel still pushes it. You telling me there's life extension
You
in that
can't get
stuff?
the organ.
No?
You can't get the organ if you don't have the gibbery Jew, though.
If you don't have what?
The jabby.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to give you the organ. You don't have the jab.
Which one? You mean, are you anti-vax in general, or are you just against the one thing?
Against the one.
Just checking. Hey, what do you think about RFK and Trump teaming up?
Uh, sure. I don't know. I don't have follow it much.
Oh, well, RFK Jr. is like the king of the anti-vaxxers. Do you know how old his dad
Yeah.
was when his dad was assassinated?
33.
42. How old was he?
42.
How old is RFK Jr. when he lost his voice?
40, 42.
Correct. Just saying, I don't know what it means. I'm just bringing these things up. But no, you're right in a sense, okay? Like if you want to go to space, if you want to be saved from the world and its devil, which is the COVID, and the wrath of God, which is global warming, how do you get saved? You go into the space needle. You go into the rocket. The symbol of the needle that penetrates the barrier is solidly correlated here. The salvation program, and it's symbolized by the needle. It's symbolized by the rocket. They use many different ways to represent this paradigm of this scientific savior, man as savior. Oh, the world's bad. We can take you out. We can take you to a better place. Devil's running around. We can immunize you against him. But to be quite honest, though, I mean, I haven't heard any hardcore anti-vax sentiment in like months. Like I thought it's kind of over, and then you have this disease X story boiling around. I mean, boiling up to the surface. It's like, wait, what's disease X? And they did this like Event 201 style preparation drill called Clade X. So they're probably going to do something. I just can't imagine people fall for it again. But then I would have lost bets on the first one.
It's coming back. I saw some maskers today, two people just sitting at the corner with masks on, walking to work. The maskers are around. There's rumors. People are saying COVID's coming back.
I wear a mask for chemtrails, but people probably assume I'm wearing it for COVID. But like, I don't want aluminum, barium, strontium in my lungs. I don't know what else they're putting. They could be putting endocrine blockers. I don't want to suddenly feel like I have to trans because I'm breathing in chemtrails. So I wear a mask when I'm outside.
Poison.
You're not afraid?
Hell no.
You're not afraid of
Nah.
chemtrails?
Nope.
Dude, I
Don't believe in
guarantee
chemtrails.
chemtrails are worse for you than whatever's in that vax. Cumulatively, it
You never,
bioaccumulates.
you never know. I mean, I guess you would say you do know because you haven't seen the evidence of the mass death, but could be some. I'm not doing it.
No, what I'm saying is that the bioaccumulation of years and years of breathing in chemtrails without a filter on your face, that's cumulatively harder on your body and mind and probably soul than whatever's in the pokey. Like, I'm surprised more truthers aren't masking up. Like, I'm about to put on a full-blown spacesuit, to be honest, because I don't want to catch spike proteins from other people. Got to protect the body, your skin, your epidermis. Got to not breathe. You can't even breathe the same air as those people. And then you can't even breathe the air anyway because chemtrails. I'm looking for a basement to move into and put some kind of filters up there. I want to build a fallout shelter. Can never feel safe enough.
Love my safety.
Safety first. And one of my main priorities, actually, moving forward, is I want to make sure that my political opponents who want to destroy me are protected from any possible side effects of something they voluntarily choose. I'm being facetious. But to be quite honest, if you really want to save Democrats from side effects of their own bad decisions, I understand. But people do more damage to themselves with alcohol and cigarettes and breathing the air than from the side effects that you're specifically concerned about. So it's like, what are you really here for? Saving lives numerically, or saving people from certain side effects from one certain thing? Because you only have so many hours in a day, and if you're going to be a hero, I try to save the most number of people possible, and more people will die from hard drugs, fentanyl, and alcohol than from any potential side effects that might or might not be happening. So I'm just saying, if you're trying to stop Vaxageddon, which is noble, you're like, I'm going to stop genocide. Um, there are bigger, uh, more destructive things afoot today that you could probably fight against.
Agreed.
Have you considered becoming a teetotaler?
I don't drink much as it is.
What about convincing other people to become teetotalers?
I mean,
Teetotaler.
yeah, no, they know the risks. They should know the risks already.
Yeah, they should, but like you don't have armies of anti-alcohol people running around at bars and telling people, "Hey, have you been drinking?" You don't have that. And I think there's a stronger argument for going that route than trying to stop people from the self-pokey for a lot of reasons, because it affects everybody.
If anything, it's a huge waste of money, right? But what's not these days with NASA, as an example.
But you're a lot nicer than me, I have to say. I would say this: anti-vaxxers have got to be the nicest people on earth. Their levels of altruism is borderline pathological. Like, way to save. Like, that's something too, I guess I should think about. Just because you disagree with someone and they're trying to destroy you doesn't mean you shouldn't try to save them. You forgive them. Like, I know you're behind this agenda and you're genociding the human race, but I don't want you to have a headache, so don't do the thing. Like, that's noble.
Wonder what's actually in it, but it is wild how like they introduced the DNA theme and all that shit. Like it's pretty obvious that it was to divide. I mean, the DNA, who would want that? Like mRNA technology.
The majority. Like, this is the issue I notice with, or this is very typical. A lot of anti whatever it is, they're like, why would anybody want this? But you have to remember that most people don't think about it. So you say, why would they want this? Why would somebody want some kind of injectable for the Neuralink so that they can pay for their Twitter subscription mentally? I don't know why, but they will. They can manufacture a need for anything. Hey, you know what, you guys, look, we're just trying to help you. We're your government, and it'd be very helpful if you could wear aluminum dunce caps when you go outside. It'll protect you from waves, from dangerous low frequency waves, and people would do it. And they would say people that don't do it are repeaters and they're causing the waves to intensify. They don't even need anything other than somebody with a smock to say it. And you'd
Just
have,
needs to be on the black screen, the TV.
yeah, and everybody would be walking around with a dunce cap. But anyway,
Yeah, just wait till the tinfoil hatters
okay, look, it's
swinging in there.
2023, and I just think that this needs to be addressed. And I think I brought this up a year ago and 2 years ago. I'm like, look, it's 2021. We didn't have a Vaxageddon. Nobody died. Can we just drop it? And everyone's like, just give it one more year. Please, one more year. So I gave it one more year. It's been another year. I haven't seen a Vaxageddon. And it's been another year. And so I think we can just drop it. Just drop the needle. Drop the conversation. And if anything, let's say you don't talk about it anymore. What does that mean? I mean, was anybody actually hearing the message that was going to change their mind? Do you think you changed or saved one life? How many lives did you save? Let's start with that. Between 1 and 10, how many lives did you save?
Uh, Less than one, maybe.
You saved your own life. But if you didn't save any lives, then what did you do it for?
I did it for what's right.
Just on principle.
Hmm.
That's what I mean by anti vaxxers are good people. And it sucks that they're so demonized because the bad people are the ones who wanted to basically jail everybody who didn't agree with their fascist takeover. And this is what happens with good intentions. They learn how to, the system will take anybody with a moral conscience and good intentions and then put them in the service of evil.
Yeah, one thing that's crazy is there's still not in Canada here, you can't get can't get an organ transplant if you don't have the jab, and that's what prompted my little comment about your space organs earlier. But like that I think is pretty ridiculous
Is
how they
that
won't
true?
give you.
Is that true?
Yeah, no, it's true. You can look it up. Yep, it's true. They tried to. People have been trying to fight it. They don't. The government doesn't care. Supreme Court won't hear it. But it is true. I mean, I'm not trying to be all anti-vax or anything, but I think that's pretty ridiculous that you can't have a life-saving medical procedure or transplant just because you don't have the jab. Like that's ridiculous.
Well,
Like that's
I would need to see more. I would need to see some more literature or something on that. I mean, I hear so many claims. Like, I have some anti-vaxxers who tell me that 6 million people died. They call me they say I'm a vax denier because I don't believe it. Like, I'm the worst person in the world because I don't believe that 6 million people died from the vaccine. How many people are you
no,
denying 6 million people?
no, not no. It's no. The vax isn't the kill shot. I don't think that at all.
Well, okay. Do you
It's
think
all
do you
cool.
think it gave negative side effects to 6 million people?
Probably not 6 million, but probably some people did, I guess. I mean, if I don't know if you believe half of what they say, but then how much do you believe? It's
That's a
yeah, I don't
tricky
know.
one too because look, a lot of the people who say I had side effects are using it to get time off work. They're crisis acting for clout, or they're virtue signaling.
Or I think they're just misled by power of suggestion, obviously. Oh, the vax causes side effects, and then something bad happens to them, and oh, must have been the vax.
See, Javo says, let's move on from the vax. Yeah, I only entertain it because it was you. And like, you're the channel's anti vaxxer. Nobody else cares. And we used to joke that anybody who's doing it is on the payroll and you get paid per comment. But like, literally nobody cares that I know of outside of you, and you're a really good person. But, and I understand that, but like, I don't care. How do you feel about abortion? You anti abortion? Since we're on
Nope,
political
no,
footballs.
I allow it. Nope, I allow it. Encourage it.
What do you think about vaccinating babies?
Yeah.
You
I
can kill
mean,
the baby, but you can't vaccinate it. Okay.
what I would
You
say
can kill it,
is,
but don't vaccinate it. Come on.
yeah, I'd say whatever.
Kill the
Yeah,
baby. Kill the baby.
that's the way. I mean, I'd say I don't know, maybe for certain things, but not COVID.
Okay. Can you vaccinate the baby while it's in the womb?
You're gonna need a long needle.
No, I mean, I'm serious. Are you cool with them vaccinating the baby in the womb,
No.
but you can kill it in the womb? So the vax is
Uh,
worse than death. I got it. Just wanted to make sure we're on the same sheet. Just wanted to make sure. Anyway, I'm just bringing this up because I think this is a controlled dialectic, and anybody preaching pro vax is carrying water for the MSM. Anybody preaching anti vax is carrying water for the counter narrative, for the alternative. And I say this because if you're really trying, let's say you wake up one day and you decide, I'm going to save the world. Well, then go forth and save the world. So you go out and you're like, okay, I'm going to try to prevent some people from experiencing side effects of something they totally want. It's like, why don't you go do something like, I don't know, where people are really dying? Like make sure people are buckled up? I don't know. It just depends on what your goal is. And I always noticed that the idea of saving people was a leftist thing. It was always the liberals who were obsessed with saving everybody. And now it's become a right wing thing. And then the other side of it is this too. A lot of the people who are anti vax are Nazis, right? And if you love Hitler, you love Nazis, you love Nick Fuentes, or if you're an incel, if you fall into any of that stuff, then you should want the world to be depopulated. You should want the leftists and the minorities to take the shot. And so I'm like, you should be pro vax. You should be pro Bill Gates if you're a white nationalist. I just see so many contradictions. It's like, do you want to save people or segregate from them? Like, make up your mind. Do you want to abort the baby or vaccinate it? Or, see, it's just, it's so chopped up. Javo says no channel strike. Yeah, the only reason people bring this up is to give you channel strikes, but I'm only on a backup YouTube channel. And in fact, from the future, someone had said this. They said, if you're going to give a platform to an anti-vax activist, you need to charge them. And my definition of an activist is this, and maybe you don't believe this or you don't agree, but if you're going to go out on the street and say, this issue is important, pay attention to it, by definition, you're an activist. You would agree?
If you say don't do it, you're an activist.
Like if you went out on the
Yeah.
street with a megaphone and you say, don't drink sugary drinks, now you're an anti sugar activist. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now if you go out on the street and you say, don't take the vax, you're an anti vax activist, right?
Yep.
Now, if you go on a live stream and there's 100 people listening and you say, be careful about this particular threat, you're now an advocate for not doing that, which makes you an activist. Like, I consider this activism. I do. Giving
Yeah.
voice to a polarized political football issue in a decisively, um, I would say, opinionated way. Like, you clearly have a position. You're an anti vax activist, which is cool. I'm saying I'm
Yep.
not having an issue with it, but I'm saying if you're an anti vax activist, you should be upfront about it and say, I'm an advocate for this issue. So people know where you're coming from, so they don't mistake it for objective.
Yeah, well, I guess, I mean, really, you're not vaxxed, right? And you're not telling people not to get the vax, but really you kind of are telling them not to get the vax. So, I mean, we could
No, I
both be
say get the
anti-vax.
vax. I say get them all, get all the boosters, whatever. I mean, I could care less. I literally couldn't care less. I don't think it's a real thing. I'm worried about chemtrails. I'm worried about, again, endocrine blockers and aluminum getting in my system from the airplanes. That's my concern, and it doesn't seem to bother anybody else.
What are they spraying? Heavy metals. It's to make us all retarded. Why would they? What I wonder why the chemtrailers what they think they're spraying. Yeah, it makes no sense. Nobody's dead.
Some people think that chemtrails a misnomer, but they're actually spraying heavy metals because in the future they're going to turn on the 5Gs towards the sky, and it will do to our skies what happens to your microwaves when you put aluminum foil inside of them. Like they're going to basically light up the world, and we're all going to die.
Okay, they're doing it to kill everyone on Earth.
But then General
Um,
Flynn says that China is going to send out some satellite and it'll do some kind of electromagnetic pulse, and anybody who's boosted will have their heads explode. And he said, don't be close to anybody who's been boosted because their heads will explode and it'll get all over you. Which I'm cool
Jesus.
with. Like I would want to be next to some people that I know. If if that was going down, yeah, there's a few people I can
Like I
think
kind
of.
of hope that, yeah, that'd be cool as crap. I hope that kind of actually happens.
Slow mo,
Although,
like that, like
like my family
scanners.
died.
Now, is scanners David Cron? No, is that Cronenberg? If
I'm not sure.
if you haven't seen Scanners, it's a must watch. You've probably seen the GIF of the guy's head exploding. Okay, directed by David Cronenberg. I saw some strong elements of Cronenberg in this excellent show on Netflix called Brand New Cherry Flavor, which is like a 90s era movie about a filmmaker. But anyway, back when they used to do special effects that were realistic. Anyway, I admire your bravery in taking a stand, and it sucks that the Democrats will never appreciate you trying to save them. They'll spit on you for it and censor you for it. You know what? I think I understand how anti-vaxxers feel when they're shut out. It's how Jehovah's Witnesses feel when somebody slams the door in their face. It's like they're just trying to save you from the world, and they slam the door in your face.
Yeah. It's yeah, that's all. I mean, same how you, I'm sure you feel when the same, similar, like trying to wake people up, just to everything that's going on. People won't hear it. I mean, I know it.
Not true for
It's
me.
kind of
Look,
well, maybe not.
everybody I talk to wakes up. It's true. Everybody I talk to wakes up. I'm such an influence. Like in my personal life, I don't even get into this stuff because I know that I could take anybody and pull them out of the matrix. Like I am a fisher of men. Like I literally
But some of your family's got to be still brainwashed.
I don't even inflict this on my family. Like it is very disruptive, in my opinion, to know how things are really going on. And I'm not gonna do it to just I'm not gonna like bring it up. I'm not gonna put that burden on somebody unless they're specifically seeking it. But no, I have a 100% success rate.
Mm.
I
Wow, that's
look, I
good.
mean, I used to study Rick Ross, not the rapper, but Rick Ross, the cult deprogrammer. And so if you understand group psychology and cult mind control, if you've ever been in a cult and brought yourself out of a cult, or specifically interpersonal covert manipulation, it all plays into this. And so I've been through those ringers, and I do believe I have a pretty good and let's say systematic way to go about dragging people out of this. Like for example, um, I would say that I cured you of belief in an orbiting space station.
Yep. Yeah, you've been influencing me that way for sure.
I mean,
Or
technically,
definitely on the harms and the backs. Then you kind of made me rethink that a bit.
I mean, I can't convert anybody, but all I can do is make an argument and you can work it out for yourself and decide. I mean, ultimately, nobody thinks for anybody and you arrive at your own conclusions on your own. But I just think that a lot of people have been rushed to certain conclusions with incomplete information. And what I'm trying to do here is have people reconsider with some new information. And I don't run into blocks. In fact, it's so easy that it almost scares me. Because what you don't want to do is you don't want to get someone to just reject everything they know and then believe something else to fill in the vacuum without knowing why they believe it.
Mhm. Yeah,
But I'm very
it's
selective. I don't want to wake up dreamers because they're happy. I don't want to mess with the woke because they love government. I think the only people worth saving in this regard are the red pilled who've taken the tainted red pills, the stuff laced with menthol. And they are salvageable, and there's a lot of them. And I think a lot of them will be full of a great deal of resentment towards the red pill matrix, which is just the alternative to the blue pill matrix, when they realize it was a false awakening this whole time. Linda33 says people will wake up when they want to. When and if they want to. Yes. I think it's probably true. Um, like I said, I don't want to mess with the blue pill dreamers. I think that it's a lovely dream. I liked it when I was having it. I enjoyed my life, but looking back, I'm like, man, like I went to a park yesterday adjacent to the university that I used to go to for like a semester before I joined the army. And I was just thinking back and I was like, wow, I didn't know crap. I was completely duped and I just accepted everything as a backdrop to my existence. And the consequence, I think, was a bit of nihilism.
yeah, it's fascinating how you've gone from total blue pill, like NPC, whatever, to being red pilled or whatever, a type of version of whatever you want to call it, white pilled awake. Because I've considered myself kind of, always awake, quote unquote, but just developing it. But I was never full on normie believing, global warming, 9/11, you name the hoax. I was never full on believing it. I was never full on drinking the Kool-Aid. I've always just kind of always been kind of based or red pilled, but obviously developing my ideas as I go along.
But when I say I enjoyed my blue pill life, I looking back, I mean, obviously, um, I'm being judgy looking back and like, okay, I didn't have a clue, but yeah, I kind of think it gave me a really negative view of everything. I didn't care, and it was easy to escape into my own world. It didn't matter.
because you believed that, like the world was going to die from global warming, and what else? What other blue pills are there? Just everything you believed, everything as it was.
But look,
Yeah.
this is a trick, though. This is a trick that they all do. If you hear any so-called truther say, "Oh, those lemmings will never wake up," NPCs, blah blah blah, you're so much better, you're enlightened, you're special, they're not. Anytime I hear that kind of talk, or Alex Jones railing against people who like football and beer and entertainment, I see that as a trick. Because if they can get you to think, I've already woken up and these people here are just being lazy, they won't get out of bed. Um, that is a false sense of security in their own position. And I think as long as you're looking at the unsaved, you feel saved. You're saved, they're sinners. That dialectic. I'm in church, they're heathens. I'm red pilled, they're blue pilled. And I think that is a trap because it keeps the people on the edge always looking in to the mainstream, judging, trying to convert, comparing, when the truth of it is the real awakening is what happens when you go beyond that false sense of security. And it has to do with, of course, admitting that you've been duped and that you've been wrong about a lot of things. Wonka says, "Do you still not understand the med stuff nobody cares about causes us to lose channel Exalt?" Yeah, I think what she's really asking, Exalt, how much do you get paid per YouTube strike that we get?
I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting paid.
You
I'm
don't get
just,
bonuses? No,
I just talk about
just kidding. No, but there are people that do that, that get paid, and I'm trying to get in on it. Like, imagine if we could all get gigs. Yeah, you just got to go troll these channels, drop these memes, collect these checks. There's big money in, what do you call it? Sabotaging free speech? I mean, the WEF is putting a lot of money into what they call information warriors to combat conspiracy theories. And that's just straight up stealing from InfoWars.
Maybe I should see if I can get a gig. Shit, I wonder what it pays. Make
Rocco
more
says,
money than what I'm doing now.
Tim says, have you ever heard on proper instruction motivates people? Let me know. Send me a link. Paul in Slavia channel. Haven't seen it. Unslaved. Oh, yeah, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Paul Unslaved. I have heard that channel. And I'm definitely open, as far as my schedule goes. My schedule's open. So I'm here in the mornings for IPS Morning Deprogram. I'm here at nights for the open phones. And I'll be here during the days to work on projects, to monitor the live chats, and to do interviews and take calls.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, I saw you have videos and stuff now that if you're back in full operation. I was watching your show the other day and you had the video up.
Yeah, today we're live right now, in fact, on a few channels. We're,
Cool.
we're not on everything now. Let me see where we're at. But we'll be live this evening. I'm going to have to send out notifications and everything. I'll be taking a short break. I think it's very important, though, to have representatives of every perspective. I'd like to have some Antifas call in. What's up, 737? I'll send out notifications when we're live. This has all just been a test, and I think it's been more or less successful. I think we figured out everything that needed to be figured out. So that was Helmet Karen NPC. That's the YouTube channel we're on.
Oh, good.
I'm going to leave it on everything else, but I'm probably going to terminate that one. And then I'm going to, well, I'll leave it on, but we're going to turn it on the 24/7. I'll see if I can find a good playlist. And like I said, I'll send out notifications. And this Discord server, it does have an automatic live stream notification. I have to say this too, really quick. The Discord server has been full of people who completely disagree with us, who challenge everything we say, and that's actually a really good thing because I had laid the ISS to rest until a lot of people were saying, "Oh, I've seen it," and that caused me to dig deep into the research and figure out what is the best way to confront this thing. And if you don't need devil's advocates, but you do kind of need some kind of presence there to keep the conversation evolving and to prevent it from becoming an echo chamber.
Well, yeah, it's good to debate, but at the same time, if they're not like capable of, I don't know, forming arguments and stuff, if they're not capable of changing, I mean,
Yeah, good faith
um,
arguments. And that's what I'm trying to set up here is I want to set up a platform where we can debate chemtrails, for example, or even the earth, whatever it is. But I think if we adhere to a certain level of honesty, we should at least improve debates. Like there's certain arguments that we could just rule out as we go. Anyway, I'm turning this back over to 24/7. I'm going to still stay in. I'll be in the Discord chat here in a minute.
already cool.
So if anybody's out there listening and they're not in Discord, you can find the link in God, where's the link? I'll post the link on infiniteplane.live so you can join us in chat. But I'm going to turn it on to the 24/7 so I can monitor it. All right, it's 7 p.m. Mountain Time, 11/11/2022. This is Pope Elon by One-Eyed Jack and the Shells. Pope Elon, who right now is destroying Twitter. Diana Southheart says, "Good evening, accurate observers of reality." Yeah, that's what we are. Our reality isn't going through their filter. We have Portal Complex says, "Big up to all the female penguins." I'm assuming he means cis female penguins. Truman B 3000, David Hazel, T Dog 135 rafting in. Kevin Mooring got the signal. Yes, I sent out text notifications. Maskless Faceless says, "I'd rather die in Uranus." Yeah, as opposed to dying on Mars. Absolutely. And if you go with Musk, you would, in all likelihood, die on Mars. He's very comfortable with the idea of indentured servitude. I mean, you can't afford a ticket, but yeah, you could work it off on the potato farms, on the Mars base, or really, you won't even be on the surface. I'll say beneath the surface of Mars. Joined by Infinite Muse, Salty Siren, Robert Bell. Phil LeBlanc says, "Hello, fact checkers and media critics." Oh yeah, we reality test the claims of the media. They consider that to be a thought crime. We're a thought crime syndicate here. Infinite Plane Radio is a thought crime syndicate, and that's how it's treated. We're kind of like we're hunted down. We're ban evaders. I had an art channel on Twitch that they pulled. All I did was I did art. I was doing meme lessons. Why did they pull it? Because the Buffalo Shooter New York streamed on Twitch, and one of my channels on Twitch had to do with conspiracy, so they pulled that. And then they found the other one. They pulled all my channels. They said, "You're attempting to evade our ban." And they want to ban you. Like, if you really play by the rules, yeah, I don't think you're ever supposed to have more than one YouTube channel. I think it's one per person per lifetime. Same with Twitter. I mean, that's foreign to me. We operate this thing like a hydra with hundreds of heads. Well, I'd say a few dozen heads and then lots of neck stumps. I mean, they keep hacking away at us, but it doesn't stop us. Obi Ninja says IPS for the win. Joined by Matt33. All right, I think our numbers are approaching critical raft, which is what we're working on consolidating here. Critical raft is, let's get all of the original, all Infinite Plane Society subscribers onto one YouTube channel. And if you go on YouTube, you can now choose your handle. My handle is Infinite Plane Society, and that is a safe channel, separate from everything else. It's quarantined, and I only go there to draw pictures and talk about things. In fact, today I recorded an 8-minute video and I clipped off 3 minutes because I recognized I was treading into murky waters. But if I keep that safe, it'll be a permanent beacon. It's called Tim Osmond Uncensored, ironically self censored, to remain uncensored. But I'm not necessarily censored here at all, just so you know. We can sacrifice these channels left and right. Our main base is ips.monster and always will be. We're not YouTube or Twitch or DLive centric. I mean, they should all pay us for streaming on their platforms. All right, to continue, we have Citizen Z in the chat. Look, if anybody wants to call in, also joined by Benton. Appreciate everyone here who's receiving the text alerts. It's one of the most rapid ways to reconstitute our raft. And let's see, today we talked about, on the Tim Osmond Uncensored, we talked about Madonna drinking water and how it's outraged people. And I think she's paying people to care. Anyway, I watched it and it wasn't a real video. It was more like a photo montage to the tune of the Stooges' I Want to Be Your Dog. And it wasn't all that outrageous. But she's been making strange and oddball videos for a long time. And someone sent me a message about Madonna, and I thought this was interesting. Something about her mask. Here it is. Shout out to the Juice. Are you live tonight? Jay Dyer said he talked to Madonna's former bodyguard. Apparently she has this mask that she wears anytime she's on camera. Not doubting she's an adrena junkie though. Right. The mask. I'd been thinking about this. You know, we know about deep fake technology, not the digital stuff, but the masks that are hyper realistic. And I thought, if I was an older celebrity, let's say I was 70 or something, and I wanted to look 60, instead of going through cosmetic surgeries, maybe I would just buy a mask of my younger self and wear it in public. Anyway, I had this thought that Kathy Griffin was doing this. I saw this video of her, and it looked like she was wearing a mask, but it was obviously her. But I saw what appeared to be a seam, and I thought, maybe this is the new way to look young, to preserve your looks for the camera. That perhaps Madonna's wearing a mask of like a 2010 version of herself, and it's just stretched over her face. All right, continuing. And oh, let me go ahead and ask this. If any of you know here, just write it in the chat. And I plan to do a few things here in the near future, as far as like first callers, gift for the first caller. I have some keychains, stickers, etc. But let me throw this out there. What does Madonna, Ghislaine Maxwell and Madonna, what do they have in common? Well, no, let me add in Princess Diana. Princess Diana, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Madonna. What do these three have in common? And you wouldn't think they would have much in common. You know, Princess Diana, Ghislaine Maxwell, maybe they might have crossed paths, but Madonna, how does she get in the mix here? But they all share something in common. Salty Siren says she's definitely using a mask and a filter on top of the mask. Right, the filtering is pretty clear and evident. And look, I'm not knocking. These celebrities do what they have to do to compete, and it's difficult to compete. And the fact that she's on page 6 in TMZ, if anything, she's either a genius at marketing or she's paying them to pay attention. And that's my theory. I think that Madonna drinking water from a dog bowl is a fake scandal. You know how many people on TikTok would eat dog food on camera to be on page 6? Like 90% of the TikTokers. Tyrone McCloskey says, Diana and Ghislaine are the same person. Go to POM. Diana South guesses right. JFK Jr. Yes. Ghislaine Maxwell, Madonna, and Princess Diana all had affairs with JFK Jr., which seems like a contradiction or a conflict of interest here, where he's, on the one hand, he's believed to be Q and he's trying to save the children, but then he's shacking up with the main trafficker. Princess Diana, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Unless Princess Diana is actually David Furnish, as some have posited. But leaving that aside, the Madonna connection, adrenochrome junkie, what's she doing hanging out with the guy that's going to stop the elite from drinking the chrome? It just doesn't make JFK Jr. look like such a good savior after all. which is probably why he's not going to be on the VP ticket here. I think they're going for Kanye or MTG. Kevin Mooring says all Illuminati. That's also true. It's got to be. There's a thing on Twitter that they just stopped where you could pay $8 and you get a blue check. And apparently, this sort of e-buyer verification has created havoc for a few different companies, like Eli Lilly. Somebody verified a fake version of their Twitter account and said, we're giving away like free insulin, and it caused their stock to drop. They lost billions over a fake blue check, deep fake tweet. Anyway, Jesus. Twitter.com/@Jesus. Jesus has a blue check. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure JFK Jr. is behind that account. Portal Complex says, congratulations to Sean Penn and his plaque on the sidewalk of Kiev. Yeah, I saw that Sean Penn gave his Oscar to a superior actor. And it's a huge act. And if any of you have any doubts as to whether or not what we saw about Ukraine is real or not, uh, the number one illusion warfare correspondent alive right now, Les Luthor, has exploded that whole myth. And I'll go through some of that here shortly. We will get to that tonight. Yeah, Jesus is verified. And here's the thing, after the company, Eli Lilly or whatever, lost their money, Musk pulled the plug on it. You can no longer buy a blue check. I was like, wow, it's that easy? I was going to buy a few blue checks. I was already coming up with some plans. But yeah, here we go. I'm pretty sure this is JFK Jr. This is twitter.com/Jesus. Who has 2 thumbs up and verified? Yep. He has, let me see how many followers he has. I mean, it is blue checked. 811,000. Pretty new. And it doesn't specify parody. And if you don't specify parody, you get banned. And this shows that this has got to be the real one. It's just a question is, who is it? Is it JFK Jr. or is it? Yeah, the blue check verified. I don't have it either. To me, the blue check just means you're pledged to the beast. You're in the Blue Lodge. You're basically in the club. It's like the opposite of trust. Like I think it was Mark Cuban was complaining to Musk. He's like, wait, how will I know who to trust now? As far as the blue checks, like it's a crisis for him. He doesn't know who to trust. He's like the sources I've chosen to trust. I mean, that line of thinking is just so foreign to me. What do you mean sources you've chosen to trust? You outsource your critical thinking? How'd you get into the triple comma club? That's what they call it, the billionaires. All right, I want to get back on track. I had a lot of things I want to get into, but let me bring this up. Shout out to Human Vibrations was talking about JFK, not JFK, RFK. RFK who was, well, executed by Saran. Interestingly enough, the photographer who photographed the death of Robert F. Kennedy, his name is Richard Drew. He also photographed the falling man on 9/11. Here's the tweet from Human Vibration. This is Twitter. The falling man, an unforgettable story. He appears relaxed, hurling through the air. He appears to be comfortable in the grip of unimaginable motion. He does not appear to be intimidated by gravity's divine suction or by what awaits him. This man was not identified. And this is a thread from this Twitter feed. Fun fact, the photographer responsible for the falling man was no stranger to history in the making. 1968, Richard Drew found himself in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles just as Bobby Kennedy was sneaking through and right before he was shot in the head. Richard Drew's jacket was spattered with Kennedy's blood. Imagine that. He jumped on a table and shot pictures of Kennedy with his eyes open. Now imagine this. I mean, this is probably what would happen. Like if somebody shoots you, sadly, the people nearby are going to pull out their phones and they're going to take pictures. They're going to record it. And that's what Richard Drew did. This guy gets shot in the head and he jumps back and starts snapping pictures. Like he catches him as he's falling to his death. The 42-year-old falls to his death. She goes on her post. In most American newspapers, the photograph that Richard Drew took of the falling man ran once and never again. Forced to defend themselves against charges they exploited the man's death, stripping him of dignity. Now, what I went into, my response to it here, and there are some interesting connections between the posture of the falling man and the classical representation of the falling man, or the hanged man rather, in the tarot deck. But one of the more interesting connections to me is that the image itself, the photograph Richard Drew took, is owned by the Rocket Man, Elton John. Like Elton John has a collection of pictures that are just macabre. He says, I collect for the beauty, not the value. And he says, I have The Falling Man by Richard Drew. It is one of the most beautiful and powerful and upsetting images ever. All right, well, this guy likes what, snuff? But what are the odds this guy would be photographing both? To me, this is just great storytelling, and it's the same storytellers. He gets the same, these are agents in place. Commenter says Twitter is supposedly worth $8 billion, and they rolled out $8 blue check subscription. 8-8. Interesting. Yeah, we'll get into some of that. There was a lot of interesting symbolism around 11-8 and the whole blood moon, the ultra blood MAGA moon. It didn't turn out to be the red tsunami or the red wave that Dr. Joe Rogan was suggesting was going to be. And many of you may have noticed that Donald Trump is being dumped on quite heavily right now. Like he's being blamed for what happened at the midterms. That this is some kind of way of, I guess, getting rid of him. There's a lot of people. New York Post, a lot of the people who catered to Trump's base, they're just turning on Trump. And it's interesting to watch. And we'll follow that as it develops. By the way, today, 11/11, Bruce Wayne died. Rest in peace, Kevin Conroy, who was well known for the legendary voice of Bruce Wayne in Batman that went on cartoons, video games, and animation movies of The Dark Knight. Now, again, the significance there, Bruce Wayne, of course, is the one who founded, well, Bruce Wayne's grandfather founded the Skull and Bone Society, if you go by this lore. And of course, you can't separate Batman and Joker from the major psyops of our time. Boston bombing, 9/11, coronavirus, and whatever's coming next. It's all there. Just pointing it out. Interesting timing, I guess. 11/11, 2022. I don't have any specific fixation on these dates, but the elite do. And the reason 9/11 happened on that day likely is its relationship to the dog star Sirius or the New Year, something along those lines. Yeah, you can't get in. Look, if you want to verify, Twitter paused paid verifications. They paused it because, of course, here it is. Fake blue check costs at Eli Lilly billions. The account used the name Eli Lilly and Co. and the official Eli Lilly logo. And they tweeted, quote, "We're excited to announce insulin is free now." The tweet gained more than several hundred retweets, thousands of likes, and it caused the stock value to drop. That's what happened. It's Trump's fault. Musk's new blue check system costs billions after fake free insulin tweet. Now, I have some Alex Jones news because Alex Jones's assets have been frozen. Like, he's not going to be able to live off anything but his storable food items and neighbor's ass. Like, if you live near Alex Jones, you get to watch it. Alex Jones and Roger Stone are concerned that a lot of Republicans didn't bother voting because now they think all elections are rigged. Now, here's my question. I thought you're here fighting, tip of the spear, fighting the beast, and now you're telling people to vote. Like you guys are depressed by low voter turnout. The anti-government people are actually big government people in disguise. It's like you're not supporting Big Brother.
People need to stop just counting on somebody else to do it.
I actually think, unfortunately, the results last night add to a growing frustration. What disappoints me is the number of people who tell me that after the last election, they just tuned out anything political and stopped paying attention. I mean, their attitude is, it's broken, it cannot be fixed. I'm going to go to my kid's Little League game and hope that they're not letting boys play girls' sports and vice versa. So,
well, that's right. You can't hide from this, folks. They're going to destroy us. You can no longer.
Anyway, I get bored by blue pill politics. I recognize it for the game that it is. And it just kind of strikes me as interesting how, at the end of it, they're just leading you to the voting booth. And it's pretty consistent. I'm listening to Steve Bannon War Room, and Alex Jones is on every other day. And I'm like, this is just an extension of the world stage. They don't deconstruct the psyops for this reason. They're part of this infrastructure. But most of you already know that. But what's more, they are freezing his assets. I mean, what would happen if they really give some of these families trillions of dollars? But Alex Jones, of course, has said that he's going to fight it, even if they put a gun to his head. He's pretty adamant that he's not going to stop, but they're going to freeze his assets. It should get interesting. We have a few more Q drops. Nobody's impressed. The Q drops put an end to the endless. They're actually being criticized for the bad poetry. And of course, Q hasn't been identified by the media for some reason. They still question, who is it? Is it Ron Watkins? Is it Jim Watkins? Like, when do people, when are they going to just ask themselves, when is someone going to say, we need to get to the bottom of this? Who can we blame for everything? And if you don't know who Q is, we do. It's the person operating George News, and he's being protected. Every major, I would say, every major magazine and news site that's covered him has kind of protected him. If you look back to 2018, just a little bit of a history here. After the David Hogg story went viral, and David Hogg, of course, crisis actor GOAT, according to Tim Osman, and he really is. But ever since then, this is the thing. He went viral as a crisis actor because of MGTV. That was the name of the channel. He started it. MGTV really started the crisis actor meme blowing up outside of just the fringe of conspiracy circles. Most people don't like auto hoaxers, or they didn't at the time. They were the ones calling out the actors. They wanted to believe these things were real. Anyway, this channel MGTV had a trending video that exposed David Hogg as an actor from some previous reel. He was on the news 6 months prior at some beach. Anyway, the name of the channel, MGTV, was deleted in every single article from New York Times, Washington Post, Vice. They all deleted the name of the channel. Nobody can trace who was the guy that doxed David Hogg. And I'm wondering, how did he get that? How did he get all these, like even Forbes? Anybody who covered that story deleted the name of the channel. And I went to the Wayback Machine in every instance, and I can prove it. Just pointing it out here because that is the person that we believe is Q, and we believe he's being protected. All right, let's roll on here. Just kind of dropping another Q posting. He says, it's just a bunch of questions. I mean, it's annoying. It's like the Riddler. Who are the silent thieves? Why are they manipulating you? How are they stealing your wealth? What is inflation? It's like a pop quiz. Then he says 1913 Q. 1913 is obviously a reference to gold. I mean, just a bunch of Z's, bored. All right, let's go into this. Les Luthor, Illusion Warfare Report, the TikTok war. 13,000 of the most viewed TikTok videos showing, quote, war in Ukraine were fake, using the same exact audio overlay of gunfire attached to old footage, training footage, video game footage, etc. The mainstream media quietly admits this. This is a great thread here. Again, this is Les Luthor, Illusion Warfare correspondent. If you're in chat, or you're in the Discord chat, I'm going to drop a link there to Les Luther. I highly recommend that you follow this channel. Retweet, save, screen cap, because at some point they're probably going to delete him. They had to come up with a new term for people who fact checked these big hoaxes. They call us disaster trolls. In fact, there's another guy. His name is Richard Drew, I believe, who's out there fact checking, visiting supposed victims of these events, and he's probably going to be given the Alex Jones treatment. Portal Complex says Les is pure. Oh yes, we've actually had him on as a guest. Unfortunately, Zoom wasn't premium, and I got cut off at 30 minutes. But we'll have him on again very soon. I'm going to have to reach out to him. But I posted a link to his account if you want to follow it. Another reason to go to ips.monster. Like if you're listening on the audio stream and you're wondering how to get in on the chat or find any of the links to anything that we talk about, go to ips.monster and click on the chat button. You'll find all of these links. Okay, here's the thread. Let me go ahead and play a couple of clips here. Again,
this is a first that so much intel is made available to the public.
Well, we've always done some of that, but this is an industrial strength application of that concept. And I suspect it's a result of some very bright folks on the National Security Council staff, perhaps at state, CIA, and so forth. But it has been quite striking. And of course, then you also have...
They're discussing how this war is very public. It's not just hearsay, we're not waiting to hear news, but it's all over TikTok. And that's probably one of the reasons why it's so unbelievable.
The advent of the TikTok war. This is the first time where you can really follow real time and watch and see what Russian forces look like, where they're deployed.
Now, this is interesting too, because I've been saying for some time here that the democratization of the means of producing media and reporting has made it very difficult for them to maintain these illusions, and that's just a matter of time until people start swarming these supposed psyops and fact-checking things. And we've already kind of made moves in these directions. That's what Empty Hospitals was about. Film Your Hospitals. We were like, hey, why are we going to just sit back and let the media tell us when we are the media? And that's why I issue press passes. If you want a press pass, go to infiniteplane.media. I will issue one out to you. In fact, if you are waiting on a press pass and it hasn't arrived, I have a shipment going out tomorrow. I'll send you tracking information, and that goes for anybody who's waiting for anything, including artwork, etc. But let me continue. He's talking about this being the first TikTok war.
And watch and see what Russian forces look like, where they're deployed, and all the rest of that. And, you know, I thought in my mind, maybe Putin could have restricted these areas, but he has forces in so many different areas of Belarus, Russia, and so forth, that he really can't restrict the citizens from their own communities. So you see that, and of course, Twitter and other social media applications, which have been very helpful to those of us just looking at open source intelligence real time and seeing what is being assembled.
Open source intelligence real time. It sounds like Infinite Plane Radio. Anyway, that's David Petraeus. This is from Les Luther. Says, quote, the go-to clown expert on how to continuously lose a war is appearing on news outlets and inserting the idea that this is a TikTok war. Now listen to this. Perception management, creating a false reality. According to UK-based Center for Information Resilience, 90% of the TikTok videos coming from the areas allegedly under violent occupation in February were actually everyday normal activities. Walking the dog, cooking, parties, etc. Again, 90% of the TikTok footage from these areas that were being bombed or whatever were just business as usual videos. How do you explain that? And there's more. Fake live streams. Someone using dramatic video from an old conflict, military drills, realistic video games, adding fake audio of gunfire and explosions, starting a live stream, fooling large audiences, and these clips end up on TikTok. CGI video game images, fake aerial battles, fighter jets being shot were particularly popular. This is again from Les Luthor, Lezluthor. Those videos that flooded TikTok were from popular video games like Call of Duty and Arma 3. The government and mainstream media did nothing to highlight this to the public. They love to let you dupe yourselves. Like during 2020, how many times did you see literal dummies, simulation training dolls on hospital beds being ventilated, like all the time? We repeatedly noticed this, and I thought, there is a pandemic among these rubber training dummies. I don't see any real, but I see a lot of these fake things. I'm just saying the news media doesn't say these are fake, and if you don't pause it, you wouldn't know. Like you could just look at the screen, it blows past really fast, and you wouldn't know you're looking at a bunch of dummies. It requires people like us, fact checkers, disaster trolls. Okay, here's another one. This is from Les Luthor again. One video viewed 24 million times on TikTok shows what appears to be a soldier throwing a grenade into an armored vehicle. And you know what's crazy is that you could take this video and show it to any believer and they'll say, yeah, I believe it. Well, the footage was taken from a YouTube airsoft match. It's not even, look, this is how fake it is. They don't even have to fake anything. People are faking it themselves. How is this even happening? There's no meaningful distinction between the movies, the entertainment, the video games, and the news. Not at this point. And then you have this, more from Les Luthor. Again, illusion warfare correspondent. This is auto hoaxing taken to the world stage. This is really next level. He's doing a great service to reality at this time. Videos from previous conflicts such as Syria, Libya, Chechnya have flooded TikTok, falsely passed off as breaking news from Ukraine. Whoever's doing this, quote, intelligence service, simply overlays dates and banners onto the old footage and they upload to social media. I kind of see what they're doing here. It's like create your own reality. They're flooding the zone and letting us piece it together. And of course, the people who don't critically consume information are suckered right in. All right, going through some comments. Not Shocked says TikTok theater of war. Yep, Kevin Mooring, cardboard and plywood gun cutouts. Yeah, there were actually plywood vehicles that were meant to look like surface-to-air missile launch vehicles, and they were all made out of wood, painted olive drab. And the newspaper, front page, these are being deployed to trick the Russians into wasting missiles. Like you're telling me that they're going to launch multi-million-dollar missiles at props and not know? Like you don't think that the Russians are reading the newspapers? Hey guys, let's not launch these because their newspaper says these things are all just props. And then if you really think about it, what are the odds that only one side uses decoys? Like they both use decoys. It's on both sides. And when you really look at it, to me it just seems like it's illusion warfare on both sides, and it's against the civilians. And we wouldn't have any way of fact checking this were it not for social media. They don't have the closed movie set they used to have. And that's the thing about these psychological operations that happen in the schools or wherever they happen. These are closed movie sets. And when they have observers, it's no longer closed. It compromises everything. And I believe this is the reason why YouTube doesn't let you live stream unless you have 1,000 subs from your mobile device. They made that change after Brenton Tarrant and the Christchurch shooting massacre that he live streamed, but the 1,000 subscriber barrier is meant to keep people like you and I from potentially disrupting a major psychological operation by broadcasting it to any sizable audience. You can't get to 1,000 unless they've already vetted you and they find out that you're not going to be a disruptor. Echo Charlie says, I bet real penguins would eat caviar too. I tried to go visit the local penguins recently, but they said there's an avian flu going around. All right, let us continue here. I'm just going through Les Luthor. This is so good. This is one of the best threads that I found, and I did put it in the chat. Military parade footage. A video of Ukrainian tanks falsely presented as if they're on their way to defend the city from a Russian invasion. 9 million views. Now, do you remember a couple of months ago, there was an individual who was affiliated with the James Webb $10 billion space telescope, the one that you can't get a refund on if you find out it's a hoax because it's a million miles away? Yeah, that thing there. Somebody associated with that presented the world with what he said was a star 4.2 light years away. Well, this star turned out to be a slice of salami, and it went viral. This space salami, mistaken for a star. Now, because they trust the source, they just absorbed it as a fact. Many of these people were so moved to it, moved by tears, they shared it. They wrote stories about it. Look what our $10 billion telescope did. Isn't science great? Turns out it was a big fat hoax, and he had to apologize. Now, was he apologizing for a hoax, or was he mocking the victims of something he's a part of? I'm thinking that's the case. But my point is, millions of people didn't know it was fake. The only people who weren't fooled were the people who've learned to question NASA. Doesn't mean flat earthers, doesn't mean anything. It just means people who've learned to question and fact check, cross reference, and again, in this case, they were vindicated. The only people who weren't fooled by the space chorizo were flat earthers. So laugh at them if you want to. Anyway, 9 million people were fooled, cheering, crying at their screens, like, look, Ukraine will protect itself. Let's go, Ukraine. 9 million people. And yeah, this was just a parade. And this is just Psywar. There's more. Military activity from 2014 being presented as current. Video claims to show Ukrainian and Russian forces fighting outside a block of flats. 14 million views. It's actually old footage of a training drill. Many of the TikTok videos are in fact training drills. And I thought this was the case. In fact, I think they use drills to record footage to be presented as news later. Sleepy Random says, where's the outer space pizza? Kevin Mooring says, Trump said this Tuesday he has a big announcement. Oh yes, on the 15th, Donald Trump will either announce that he's been president the whole time, surprise, and JFK Jr. is going to jump out of a birthday cake, or he's going to announce that he's running again, probably with Kanye or Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, drills are how they operate. Drills are how they get the actors in place. This is how they acclimate the public to these things actually being real. I mean, I actually think that I was more or less a Psywar operative when I was in the military, because my job, of course, had to do with nuclear, biological, chemical decon, making sure that everyone in the unit had a mask that sealed, that they were prepared to deal with nuclear fallout, how to respond. And my point is, you have the entire military trained to respond to something. Everybody just assumes it's real. It's real because they all believe it. They all train for it. And I'm thinking, if it doesn't exist, then it makes sense that you would want to have that particular job as a specialty and make it a part of every unit, because it doesn't have to exist if everybody believes it exists. It's just like they simulate it into reality. Robert Bell says Trump Z, 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 Z. Yeah, a lot of people are having Trump fatigue. But DeSantis, DeSantis has literally copied Trump's body language, facial expressions, how he writes. He does the accordion thing with his hands. I'm surprised he hasn't copied the hairstyle. Nothing against Ron DeSantis. He's one of the more sensible people on the world stage. And of course, you can't let people forget the insanity of 2020. Don't let the mask Karens off. Don't let them off because it's in the past. It's not actually in the past. If it was up to them, it would have been permanent. Anyway, there are so many things here, but one response to Les Luthor's work is it's always been this way. And that's the thing. They've always faked things. They've always faked the news. They've always had crisis actors. But we didn't really start noticing until recently. And this has been enabled through social media, what the mass media actually calls the infodemic. Whenever they're talking about disinformation, the DHS says the new weapon of mass destruction is actually misinformation. Misinformation is the leading cause of death. When they say this, it's because they've lost control. The genie's out of the bottle and they're trying to repair it. This is a holy war. They're attempting to get rid of non canonical texts as they consolidate the new Bible, which is the television's function. The television had function as the de facto world state church Bible, and it's kind of been fractured. This is something of a neo Reformation, but they're putting it back together fast. I mean, outside of those of us who've gone full off world stage in our critique of media, uh, they've got total control. I mean, that's why they have Alex Jones being burned at the stake right now. Robert Bell says Trump Fetterman 2024. Yeah, I don't understand anything about this anymore. None of these individuals were all that attractive to me as candidates. Candidates for what? What do they stand for? It's semi-fascism versus fascism. Speaking of, I mean, the term fascism is overused, but I think it's interesting to note how much PPE resembled a fashion statement and a uniform more than an actual medical device. If you think about its actual use, I don't recall anybody throwing their PPE into red biohazardous waste containers, which you would think you would have to do. My point is, I think it was a fashion statement, and they use fashion to win over people through mob coercion, and it worked. Sleepy Random says Fetterman is one of the sharpest Democrat debaters. Facts. Yeah, I saw him. I'm like, wow, they've really elevated their discourse, the Democrats. I guess the bar has been kind of low ever since Biden, kind of bumbling around, but it's great to see. Let's see. Not Shock says, why do they call them acting troops? Military troops. Good point. The theater, was it theater of war? And of course, all you do is drills when you're in the military. It's just drill after drill after drill. Kevin Mooring says, I posted the Les interview in Discord. Yeah, again, many of you may not know. This is why I'm making the point to point this out to anybody who's just on audio. You want to go to ips.monster and subscribe. We've been targeted for censorship. They've obviously deplatformed us, but we're going to be back on all the major podcasting platforms again here within the next 24 hours. You just have to keep searching. Like if your feed stopped updating, it's because they killed the source, but there are other ones. You're staring at a neck. Like I said, we're a hydra with 80 neck stumps and 20 heads. You just got to research Infinite Plane Radio. All right, let's continue. R. Cook says lobotomies are so hot right now. Joined by Clockwork 113, bringing the popcorn. I'm doing my best to avoid the political clown show, but it's important to know, where the world stage is at. I'm going to read a message from Tim Osman, spelled with an S. This is the guy who believes that the Earth is a giant CGI ball. Quote, I will never forgive you for introducing me to David Hogg, one of the biggest internet shills on the earth next to Mark Sargent. Who would have known his humble beginnings in Kelly on the beach, then at a school shooting, and now with March for Our Lives, BLM, getting young people to vote socialist. Insane, bro. He might be the shill goat. The greatest of all time. I agree. It's like a time traveler. He didn't exist. He stepped off the screen, out of the nightly news, into reality with die-ins in supermarkets. That was genius. Like, look, the adults don't care about school shootings because they're not there. They don't see it. It's out of sight, out of mind. So let's play dead in the grocery stores and then say, you did this to me. And that's exactly what they did. They played dead. They piled up in supermarkets and they had signs. Your Second Amendment murdered me. And that's probably why so many of the fake shootings have moved from the schools to the supermarkets, like King Soopers. Do you remember the King Soopers on 322? Was it 2020? This King Soopers shooting, Super Day for a PSYOP 322 Skull and Bone Society date. It was King Superstore 33 in Boulder, Colorado, 33 union workers. A totally fake event. It's kind of interesting to see how they were crossing agendas. They were like, here these people are going into the supermarket. Many of them were getting their COVID-19 shots there, and they end up getting an AR-15 shot. Like, it was kind of combining agendas, and the shooter was doing so in retaliation for the Christchurch shooting. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. All of these shootings, and they all exist in the same fictional universe, kind of like Marvel Comics. Like, you have different characters, different comic book writers, but they all participate in the same fictional universe and play by the same rules, and they all know each other. And those who aren't in that universe don't exist. Peter W. says shootings have been quiet lately. Yeah, lately the thing has been tramplings. You had the trampling at the soccer game, and then the trampling in South Korea at the Halloween party, where you had synchronized CPR to staying alive. They didn't even turn the music off. It was just the music still blaring, and and a lot of people thought it was a dance, a choreographed dance. Like they were all going to jump up, all the dead bodies, and do the Michael Jackson Thriller dance. That's what I was waiting for. But that was fake. The soccer game one was fake. The tear gas was fake. There was no tears, not from distraught witnesses, nor from actual tear gas. And in any of the footage where you see people being carried out, there are 2 or 3 cameramen following them, taking pictures. That was a drill presented as real. Now, I pointed out how nukes were a thing. Armageddon, Judgment Day, the West is about to be nuked, Hunt for Red October, Satan 2, Putin's going to kill us all. And then Kanye comes out, and he makes some statements about Jewish media mafia, and now nobody's talking about nukes anymore. That just sort of disappeared. And now we have the Pelosi attack thing. I think that kind of wiped Kanye off the map a bit. No one's talking about the Pelosi thing anymore. And there's not much to say. I think we've covered pretty much everything. His name being the Pepe, de Pape, yeah, that's just too obvious. But that's kind of cleared Kanye off the decks. And right now it's midterms, I guess. But it's just like they recognize the public has an attention span collectively, and they have to phase out every major event. Every major thing that's the thing of the day, poof, gone the next day. When's the nuke coming? I don't know, but we can't rule it out. It's still a big part of the predictive programming. And predictive programming is exactly that. It's not them wishful thinking. Whenever you see predictive programming, it's because it's preparing you for an actual part of the script. And the next part of the script, if you ask me, is got to do with this nuclear winter situation. Okay, let us continue. I figured also that they were probably putting the brakes on certain psyops until after the midterms. I mean, they really did kind of pack everything in July. We had the July 4th shooting. We had all kinds of assassination attempts. All right, Madonna licks water out of a dog bowl in embarrassing new video. Look, I don't think it's embarrassing. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon and just say she's too old for this or whatever. I'm like, no, this is typical for what she's done. And it's no better, no worse than what I've seen on TikTok. People will do anything for clicks. There were all kinds of TikTokers faking all kinds of things last year. We had TikTok crisis shakers. Now, this is interesting. Yesterday, I talked about history repeating itself, and I was pointing out how if you look at these cloud formations on the globe as presented from NASA in 2002 and 2007, you'll find the exact same cloud formations. And either they're faking the globe from space the way they present it, or if that's not the case, or history is repeating, like literally, even the clouds. Well, check this out. And this is from Jacob Bartol official. History repeating. Hurricane Nicole 43 days after Ian. Same as Charlie and Gene in 2004. He says here, a perfect example of weather control comes from Tropical Storm Nicole, upgraded to a hurricane, making landfall in Florida 43 days after Hurricane Ian. This pattern was observed in 2004 when Jean made landfall 43 days after Charlie. Even their paths are identical. Quote, of course, it's man-made, as most weather catastrophes are these days. Everything's planned and executed by the numbers. And we are looking again at two hurricanes crossing paths. These pairs occur 18 years apart, and the storms are spaced 43 days apart. What does this mean? I don't know 100%. Does it mean that they are controlling the weather? Or does it mean that they're controlling the media that reports the weather? Or a mixture of both? What do you think? AK All Day 2323 says that Dog Bowl has Murpies now. Oh yeah. Embarrassing for dogs, says Robert Bell. Look, it's because it was it's an Iggy Pop Stooges song. I Want to Be Your Dog. Like, I think in context, what she did, it was more like a punk rock performance thing. It wasn't some kind of degradation BDSM, which was what I thought it was initially. And I was like, you have to go there for shock value. That's not even shocking. Like, it's not shocking at all if you haven't paid attention to what's going on. If she wants to be really controversial, she should just go read at a library. You'll get, to kids, you'll get all kinds of armed protesters. A little bit of fact checking here. Yep, Wednesday, September 28th, 2022 to November the 10th, 43 days. August 14th, 2004 to September 26th, 43 days. Anybody here have any idea of what that could mean? I'm not going to go too deep into the numerology, but the poster here does, and I put the link in minds.com. Salty Siren says it's the dog god reference with the Madonna, a ritual. Hey, good call. We've been talking about the significance of the dog star, which everybody inadvertently worships on New Year's. And that's probably not a coincidence. Okay, here's some info on Alex Jones's assets. Again, warning to Alex Jones's neighbors. InfoWars host Alex Jones was temporarily blocked from transferring any assets or spending money other than for ordinary living expenses by the judge overseeing the Sandy Hooker defamation trial in Connecticut. Unbelievable. Yep. Temporary block from transferring any assets. State court judge Barbara Bellis, who oversaw the case, in which a jury ordered him to pay $1 billion for spreading lies, issued a freeze order over concerns he was looting his own estate and hiding assets through a series of shell companies owned by family members. With the exception of ordinary living expenses, the defendant Alex Jones is not to transfer, encumber, dispose, or move his assets out of the U.S. until further order of the court. Now, what does this mean? Ordinary living expenses. According to, what I'm very curious to see what are they going to do? How are they going to attempt to cut him off? But jurors awarded 5 families and a Federal Bureau of Investigation agent $965 million in damages to compensate them for emotional distress. I'm telling you, snowflakes have all the power. If you can cry on camera, they'll give you everything. You cry on camera, you become the face of a tragedy, you get a big payday. Universal basic income for AJ, right? Now, why do their hurt feelings matter more than ours or anyone else's? And this is all predicated, of course, on the idea that they were being stalked and harassed. Well, charge those people. Okay, let me continue. I want to find out if there's anything else here. The families asked Bellis to order a complete accounting of Jones's assets, which he's refused to provide. His ex-wife was out there saying something about he's got paint cans full of money. Anyway, frozen assets. Let us continue. The Pope said, we need to change the operating system that humanity generated. No, this is not the Pope. Who is this? This is Rabbi Neril. Many people fear that humans have destroyed the ecology of Eden on Earth. We need to change the operating system that humanity generated that's downgrading God's creation. We need to switch from greed, short term thinking, and individualistic behavior to altruism, long term thinking. Yeah, the war on the individual is ultimately what World War III has been about. And in my view, it was actually declared on 3/11/2020. I'm not a, I guess I am. I'm something of a hopium addict. Like, I don't believe it's real. I don't want it to be real, but I'm addicted to the hopium that people are addicted to. Like, I don't believe it's real. I'm a collector of this stuff. Like, I want the stuff printed out. This is an image of a very serious looking Donald Trump staring out into the distance, and then beneath him you have these soldiers with their guns out, like he's ordering these troops. This was posted 2 days ago by Galactic Jack on Twitter. Mass arrests were made throughout the United States for 36 hours, and they ended at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, November the 1st. Again, mass arrests. And this gets shared. Look, 207 people retweeted this, 776 hearts. People see the image of Trump and soldiers, and they hear about mass arrests, and they get all teary eyed. Salty Siren says Alex Jones the other day said he has less than 100,000 in the bank. Weird because his buddies boast spending 50,000 for the weekend. I know what you're referring to. Yes. Marcus Goldfinch from George News bragged about partying it up with Alex Jones and Joe Rogan, claiming that on an average weekend in Vegas they spend $70,000. I have the emails. Angst G says, will Steve Bannon ever see the inside of a jail cell? No, not at all. He's appealing. He's still out. I listened to his podcast, and right now it's all copium, trying to deal with the loss. Random says Trump has been mass arresting people for years now. He has been, and they've been replacing them with deep fakes. I've seen the list of mass arrests. I sometimes see the people who've been executed. Like in 2020, the QAnoners were saying every time a celebrity gets a shot, it's code. They're getting the shot at Guantanamo. I mean, you can excuse QAnon and laugh at it, but at the end of the day, it's just another fundamentalist religion that delights in watching its enemies face judgment. Got this tweet or this Facebook post from Lynn Ertel. The caption here says, "Don't try and tell me this shit ain't real." And it's an image of a chemtrail blanketed sky, or condensation trails, or geoengineering, or HARP, or stratospheric injections, or what? I mean, what is it? I don't care to get into a chemtrail debate. I'm looking for clarity. And whenever someone wants to talk about it, I ask them, what is the source? Are you going to assert commercial airlines or other? And when you get into other, then we can trace that and find out how likely is it that there's some other kind of craft. And I'm just trying to get some specifics. And I find generally the chemtrail believer will deflect and say, oh, it's geoengineering. Like, okay, you're against geoengineering. Is it worse than climate change? And yes, Sleepy Random says spray it with vinegar. This was a big thing. The Ron Paul supporters used to spray vinegar at the sky to cancel out chemtrails. And apparently it works. I've seen it on camera. Dominic says there's a Bob Saget strand of weed out there. Did Bob Saget really die? Did any of these comedians really die? Do you remember there was a spate of attacks on comedians? Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Dave Chappelle got attacked. Pete Davidson was being symbolically killed in videos and threatened. You had that other comedian, Heather McDonald, who happens to have Donald Trump's birthday, talked about how she was triple vaxxed and Jesus loves her the most, and she fell and hit her head. Bob Saget supposedly hit his head on the headboard. I mean, how many comedians went down all at the same time? There were a ton of them. And I thought this was code. Like, maybe this is about the death of comedy. Like some memes go too far. They want you to mask your mind because ultimately it's not about protecting. If you ask me, the whole thing has been about infodemic. I remember at the time saying how, funnily enough, the year before I was like, look, in 2021, it's going to be mandatory helmets for space junk. And then 2021 comes and it's like, maybe if you got the inner space junk, you need a helmet. Johnny List said, could it be vitamins they are spraying? Yeah, I think so. Vitamin, aluminum, and barium. Oh, yeah. I go out every morning for a jog and I get my daily dose. I like to mega dose on it, in fact. And around 6 a.m. when all the planes are leaving, it's the best time. My problem with the whole chemtrail thing is this. I live near a couple of airports, a military, and then the airport there, the international airport, and it has the best clouds. I go out there to the observation area to watch planes taking off, and it's just beautiful clouds. And I'm like, wait, if these are the things that are dumping the chemtrails everywhere, how come there's never any chemtrails above the airport? Salty Siren says MAGA dose. Oh, like MAGA dose of Kool-Aid. That's probably what's going to spray out of Trump's new, what is it? Trump Force One? What does Trump call his big 737? Trump's Boeing 757. It's going to be spraying MAGA Kool-Aid out the back. Trump Force One. That's what it is. Trump Force One gets a new coat of paint. 228 seats. Very dramatic. He lands, he steps out of this thing, waves, red tie or blue tie, depending on which Trump comes out that day. Q trails, says random. Right. Ollie Goering says, I think Robin Williams really passed. He was divorced and broke. Right, that could be the story, though. Robin Williams, the comedian, when he died, it corresponded with the Family Guy episode where he commits suicide. He's actually hanging from a door like he did in real life. Look, Family Guy, Robbie Williams. There was definitely some kind of. Here we go. Robin Williams' Family Guy suicide attempt episode airs just before his death. As first reported by the Mirror, BBC Three aired the Family Guy episode that was about Peter Griffin gaining the ability to turn everything into Robin Williams. Yes. Basically, the long and short of it is you have a Family Guy episode featuring the suicide of Robin Williams, and then he did it. It's not like he watched it and he's like, man, this makes me feel bad about myself. No, this is scripted. This is a psyop. I don't think that he actually died. In fact, recently, and I might even have it in my notes here, recently somebody found what appears to be a very Robin Williamsy looking person. Speaking of death fakers, the crowd who are waiting for JFK to come back are also hopeful that Adolf Hitler is still alive. Apparently, in the secret JFK files, this has been released. Adolf Hitler is still alive. Now, of course, this document's from like 1963, but that hasn't stopped them from speculating if maybe the 106-year-old JFK will be joined by a 130-year-old Adolf Hitler. Now, that would be a ticket there, president and vice president. All right, let's continue. Darn, I wanted to read my tweets, and I was really curious what Mark Dice had to say today, but I'm blocked. Sleepy Random says Family Guy pushed him over the edge. No, the Family Guy also predicted the Boston bombing. Remember the Boston bombing, the guy named Joker? And then you had the Batman response. The SWAT team dressed up like Batman going door to door. But on the Family Guy, he actually detonates 2 bombs, like is exactly what happened at the Boston Hoaxathon. But look, as a rule, there are no coincidences on the world stage. That's why I don't think Trump is like literally a rogue, nor do I think Kanye West is anything other than scripted as being out of bounds. Man found fatally shot in Queens crash was convicted killer, JFK assassination author. Now, I don't know what to make of the story other than it looks like a search engine grab for certain terms. We're getting very close to the anniversary or the hoax anniversary of the death of JFK, and I'm looking forward to this one for a couple of reasons. One, the number 1122, the date 1122, has some tie-ins to some of these villains in the BLM narratives. Like, for example, Derek Chauvin, when he was first released on bail from Hennepin County, it was 11:22 a.m. And then you have the officer who's responsible for the death of Breonna Taylor, the one who falsified the warrant. She's going to be sentenced on 11:22. And then you had the Parkland High shooter who was obsessed with Lee Harvey Oswald, who shot up the parade. And that Lee Harvey Oswald 1122 reference, it's really standing out to me. So just letting you know, I'm keeping an eye on 1122. Let's continue. I think I already read this one. The QAnoners have the so-called digital soldiers, which is the term that I believe General Flynn has actually trademarked. Now they are asking God's assistance. This is real Toria Brooke. As multiple social media platforms and the internet have been terrible, I prayed to God to intervene in the digital warfare. I made him a promise I'd read the Bible and make it a priority. What happened? Within 5 minutes, all of the posts about election fraud that wouldn't post before went right through. This is again a digital soldier explaining how God helped post some things about election fraud, but doesn't explain why God didn't grant the red wave. Now here is a clip from Deadpool. A shout out to JT33. I think this is a flat earth reference, not directly, but if you know, you know.
I bet 50 years from now we're best as buddies.
50 years from now, you're very dead. Your entire generation fucked this planet into a coma.
Boom! Spoiler alert.
Planets. 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 Planets.
Nobody says planets like that sarcastically, other than those who know that planets are something of a joke. I watched the latest launch. Bezos didn't attend, but Blue Origin, Dude Perfect, goes to space. It's pretty unwatchable. It's like a micro documentary. You don't see, here's what you don't see. And look, this is true for every single time you've seen any of these billionaires sending people to space. You don't see continuous footage of more than 3 seconds. It's always jump cut. Like, you could do this. You and your friends could do this. Get a green screen, put it on your wall, have a trampoline there, jump on the trampoline, and then splice together all the footage when you're in midair and go from one person to the other to the other. Just don't record when they're actually bouncing from the bottom. And you could make it look like they're all in the air. And that's pretty much it. Like, I saw the capsule where they simulate the entire launch before they do it. And I'm starting to think that the capsule where the astronauts simulate space travel at Blue Origin is actually one of those birthday party inflatable castles. You know, those inflatable castles that the kids go in and they jump around in? I think that's what they use over at Blue Origin headquarters, and they pass it off as being in space. Cringe perfect, says David A. Pryor. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, I would play a clip. You could take his word for it, cringe perfect. I'll play a clip. Maybe. I mean, yeah, it's pretty bad. If you've seen one launch, you've seen them all. The point of it is the people who go to space aren't people like you and me. These are people who are completely hardwired into the system. Like, in my view, if you're not an actor, you can't be an actor-not. And I'm not a good enough actor. I couldn't go to space. News to me, Peter W. says, Tim, Jim Fetzer resubmitted his Sandy Hook case to the Supreme Court this past week. Very good news. Jim Fetzer has not backed down from calling it a DHS drill that has duped the world. Jim Fetzer is holding the line. Tim and Vic 131 says, better late than never. Tim, great to hear you back on air. Yeah, we were only briefly interrupted because we were cut off from more than 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers on the podcasting platforms. I didn't see that one coming, but I'm glad it happened. I'm glad it happened because you wouldn't want to build a big platform that could be taken down so easily. And I'm glad I found out at 4,000 stubs instead of 40,000 or 50,000. And what we are building now is real. We have a solid ground zero. And, whoever was behind the censorship, what you're doing is obviously unethical and wrong. But my objective is to find out, who's really behind censoring the channel, who fraudulently files DMCA copyright takedown notices. And I'm not interested in suing people. It's a waste of time. And most of these trolls aren't collectible. What are they going to do? Pay you in pizza pockets? Used video game consoles? I'm just I want to interview them. If you're a censor, if you're a snowflake, I want to pick what's left of a brain. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, it's Lynn again.
Hey, what's
you
up,
said
Lynn?
You put the call out.
Yes, actually, I did.
The notice out.
I put the notice out. I'm glad to hear from you. Everyone here, we have been called by Lynn. In fact, I just read one of your messages about the chemtrails. You shared that video. What's your take on it? Because look, I just don't have enough information to be fully conclusive. But what's your take on this chemtrail thing that you sent me?
Well, we're talking special effects department again. In other words, it's the whole thing about what really happened. Well, it's a special effect. If something is staged, it has to be done convincingly. So, for example, this is why I sent you all that material about 9/11 at the Pentagon. Everybody wanted to talk about the controlled demolitions in Manhattan. But nobody goes to war because of an attack on Larry Silverstein and Frank Lowy, who were the landlords of the complex, so that they could save all that money on asbestos removal with the controlled demolitions. That's not an excuse to, if they had only staged 9/11 with those controlled demolitions in New York, they wouldn't have had a pretext to go to war in Iraq and in Afghanistan. That required the attack on the Pentagon, which, I don't know, always seems to get shuffled to second place in this.
It does. It really does. It's like certain things, of course, are more spectacular and more symbolic. Like I noticed that it's always never forget, but it's always forget. Building 7. They are masters at misdirection for sure.
Right, and also another thing that bothers me about this stuff is people always say predictive programming. Well, the predictive programming for 9/11 was the 1993 World Trade Center truck bomb. Have you ever studied that?
I have studied that one a bit, and again,
the blind sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, and basically the FBI set it up as a sting operation. They hired a former Egyptian army officer named Ahmad Salem, who the New York Times actually covered the trial in great detail. And Ahmad Salem basically became, he was assigned to infiltrate the inner circle around the blind sheikh, and his mosque, I think, was in Jersey City, was where his mosque was. And Ahmad Salem was the one who basically did it per the FBI's instructions, set up the entire operation. He rented the truck, and then he was supposed to secure the explosives for the bombing. Now, this is 1993 we're talking about, right? He was supposed to secure the explosives, and he called his FBI handler and said, hey, look, why don't we replace the explosives with dummy? These people don't know what's going on. We don't want to endanger anybody, to stay on the safe side.
Wait, you said FBI? You're talking about the Federal Bureau of Instigation, right?
Right. Federal Bureau of Intimidation, Federal Bureau of PSYOPs, whatever you want to call them. Um, and he said to the FBI, well, look, we don't want to have a real bombing go off. I've got the truck. It's all set up. We've incriminated. We've got all the inner circle around the blind sheikh, implicated in all this. So, let's replace the explosive with some dummy powder so nothing will actually happen. And his FBI handler said, no, go ahead and set it up with a real explosives, with a real bomb. And, of course, you had a truck bomb go off in the basement garage of the World Trade Center, and it did a little damage. I don't know if anybody was here. Again, we're talking about special effects, because obviously his FBI. Oh, and how do we know this? How do we know that it's not just Ahmad Salam claiming this on the witness stand? On the witness stand during the trial. Well, Ahmad Salam taped the conversation with his FBI handler. He actually got the whole conversation on tape. So we have the FBI implicated in actually instructing their infiltrator, their confidential informant, to secure real explosives so that the special effect would be convincing, so that it really would be a truck bomb.
Okay.
And guess what the judge ruled? The only reason I know all this is because it was all covered in the New York Times. It was no secret. And I couldn't believe that everybody was. I mean, the New York Times, I thought, oh my God, this is it. The FBI is implicated in setting this whole thing up. And you know what the judge ruled? The judge ruled that Ahmad Salam's telephone conversation with his FBI handler was inadmissible as evidence because it violated a law that had been passed in New York State, basically passed to protect corrupt politicians, that you could not record a telephone conversation unless you had the consent of all parties. Are you familiar with this law they have?
Yeah, I am.
No, if you're being threatened, if you're being blackmailed, if you can catch a public official in a crime, taping them on the telephone, you can't introduce it as evidence in court because it violates this law. And so the judge ruled that taped telephone conversation as inadmissible, and therefore the jury either they couldn't listen to it because it never got played, or they
How
couldn't consider it in their
convenient.
deliberate.
But recently it's been brought up that Trump was trying to use the FBI to invent terrorists out of Antifa in Portland. And to me, it's just pretty much the case that that's all they do is they invent stuff. They invent threats left and right, and they didn't 100% play ball with Trump apparently.
Well, that's the right. This is good. Your analysis is really good on this because you consistently point out that the left stages fake active shooter drills and the right stages fake terrorist attacks. So, for example, the Waukesha, this was the sloppiest psyop. If you go and look at this, that Waukesha red SUV that's allegedly crashed into the crowd during the Christmas parade in Waukesha, it was so badly staged that it's obvious. People deconstructed it right away and said, look how phony this is. Also, the crisis acting was really bad. Because they've got the crisis actors screaming, oh my God, oh my. They sound really fake. But this is what incriminates elements of the so-called conservatives or right wing in setting up fake terrorist psyops. That's why I posted all those links, and especially to the Darrell Brooks trial, right? He's allegedly the driver of this red SUV. When the FBI showed up, the SUV was actually, he backed it in, we don't even know that he did it. Whoever placed the damaged SUV that supposedly crashed into these people in the Christmas parade in Waukesha actually backed it into the driveway so the damaged front end was visible. During the trial, there's actually a video of the FBI agent, I guess, testify. They present the tape of the FBI's interview when they came to maybe they came to arrest Brooks or I don't know what. And what does he say? He says, "Is this some kind of movie?" You can hear him say, "Is this some kind of movie?"
Always
he realized that
okay, interesting.
That he was being set up.
Interesting.
That he was being set up. Either he was being set up or somehow or other he was drawn into the psyop and didn't realize how he was being used. Have you watched any of this Darrell Brooks trial?
Some of it's hysterical, and
Yeah, it's like Judge Judy, right? It's
it
like a
really
Judge
is.
Judy thing.
It really is. His mad dogging the judge, his antics. It was very clownish, and I'm just wondering why is this even on TV like this? This has got to be.
Well,
Um,
like the Alex Jones against the Sandy Hook parents, the same kind of every principle in the book. I mean, if it was on appeal, it should be thrown out. It's ridiculous. Yeah, of course, Jones didn't even get Jones didn't even get a jury trial on the truth or falsehood of. It's crazy. He was accused of defamation. Typically, there's two stages in a defamation or a libel trial. The first is to determine the truth or the falsehood of whatever was said, and then the second, and then the determination of damage is based on how much damage was done to the aggrieved to the plaintiff to the aggrieved party. And Jones was denied a jury trial for the determination of whether Noah Posner was real, whether any of this was true.
yes,
The judge simply ruled that was, hey, that's already decided, it was real. And then he brought in the jury to decide what the penalty would be, which is like, I don't know, 485 billion or whatever.
I'm gonna reach out to Jim Fetzer because he's refiling his case with regard to this thing.
I just read a piece that Fetzer's lawyers are taking it to the Supreme Court.
I'm very interested in this because when you really get down to it, if you want to be real, Jones's defense was weak and pathetic because if anybody's responsible for making the Sandy Hookers a public face of the tragedy, it wasn't Jones, it was CNN. It's the people who put them in the spotlight. And that's not really advisable anyway. If you're a witness to a massacre or you're a victim, when you're still in shock, to go on camera, there's a lot of reasons why it's bad. But my point is, Jones didn't center his show around them. He platformed the topic, but it's more widespread, which makes me think that he's meant to be the canary in the coal mine, or he's meant to be perceived that way. So everybody's like, look, I don't want my assets frozen. I don't want that to happen to me. And you'll notice, like, I'm not at all fazed by this, and I'm glad that Fetzer isn't either.
Right. Just getting back to a point I was making, because this is very important that people understand. They forget things like, for example, the Oklahoma City bombing. In terms of, people say, well, that's predictive programming. No, it was actually something that was set up by the BATF and the FBI. And here again, we've already discussed the cast of thousands, how it becomes a cast of millions because everybody wants to participate, and the fractal nature of compartmentalized, like NASA's moonwalk fakery, how you get all these people to participate in it, because it's so compartmentalized. Each one of them has a part in it. But it's also their willingness to be blind, their willingness not to see things. That's how the entire city of New York could go along with those controlled demolitions on 9/11. I mean, it blows your mind to even think about it. Everybody knew. The firemen, I've been through this. It just makes my head explode. The firemen, the cops, the Port Authority workers, construction workers, everybody knew those were controlled demolitions, but no one would speak up and say so. That's your cast of millions. Now, the other aspect, a Hollywood movie, starring this and starring that, Charlton Heston and Sophia Loren, and with a cast of thousands. I know people nowadays, they don't really remember that because now it's digital effects achieve that cast of thousands.
Right.
You show
Lord of the Rings.
You show you show the stadium, and they can digitally create that cast of thousands. But back in the day when I was watching movies, when I was growing up, and you probably are old enough to remember real stunts and real, back in the day, you had to hire a cast of thousands. And I come back again to this great movie based on the novel Day of the Locust about Hollywood, where there's a scene where they're staging the Battle of Waterloo for this movie. And they have all this scaffolding set up. But it isn't. I guess it isn't completed. And the movie shows it flashes. You see, there's a pile of signs that says danger, danger, danger. But the signs are all in a pile. They haven't been put up around the scaffolding. And so as they're filming this Battle of Waterloo, this cast of hundreds, I guess, that are staging the battle, they start climbing up the scaffolding, and it collapses. Now, no one is killed, but there's some people whose legs are broken. So the Hollywood the Hollywood producers, the art director and everybody, they then have to basically they got to get everybody to keep their mouth shut, and then they pay them off. They get the insurance company to cover the injuries from a special effect that didn't work out, where people got hurt, and that's very important to me because in addition to this cast of thousands and cast of millions, what makes the movie work is convincing special effects, and sometimes a convincing special effect requires a real bomb. In the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, I think it misses the point to say, well, this is predictive programming for 9/11. You know, they staged the first terrorist attack, and you also have the attack on the Cole, the USS Cole, allegedly, and the embassy bombings that occurred in all these events that led up to 9/11 itself that have to convince people through special effects. That's the only thing that makes the narrative in the movie convincing is special effects.
You know what? I was going to say this too. With regard to 9/11 and the role of planes, look back at how many movies made it a point to have exploding jets. Jet fuel's like a main character in so many action films. And
I saw this.
all
I saw this in
conditioning.
the most annoying movie. I may have talked about this before. It was a series, and some of your listeners may remember it, called Sniper, starring Tom Berenger, who was pretty big in Hollywood for a while. He was in a lot of big films. And I guess the first couple were interesting, but by the third one, it was just getting really tired. It was like, these sequels get kind of ridiculous after a while. And in this sequel to Sniper, and Tom Berenger was in it, I'm pretty sure, there's a scene where a guy hijacks a streetcar in Buenos Aires to escape from the police or somebody. And he's riding the streetcar. He takes over. He grabs it from the streetcar conductor, and he takes over the streetcar, and he's riding the streetcar. It crashes into like a compact car in the road because it goes through it's one of these runaway scenes, a runaway streetcar, and the whole thing explodes. It's the most stupid thing I've ever seen. When I was watching the movie, I remember watching the movie with some people, and this is why I'm very you don't want to invite me to a crowd of people to watch a stupid movie.
I bet.
Oh yeah, because I'll say, what the hell just happened there? I've seen so many. Why is a streetcar crashing into a vehicle going to create this giant pyrotechnic explosion? That's stupid.
This raises a great point, though, and this is something that Douglas Trumbull, who did the special effects for Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey, commented on. He said that when we transitioned from real actors and real props into CGI, the reality was lost, that the artistry was lost, the quality went down, and I think this is intentional.
It cheapens the special effect because now, and this is going to really expose them.
Because audiences aren't as discriminating. Now audiences are easier to fool. That's one of the things, too.
You got to dumb down the audience. You really got to dumb down the audience to get most of them to accept it. But the people who are hip, the people who like the people who ever worked as EMTs, or like you, maybe have you had experience in the military or professionally handling dead bodies. You could look at something and say, well, that's stupid. You don't pump the leg. Where is it? You say they were pumping the leg in that scene in.
The scene in South Korea at the Halloween party, one of the crisis actors wasn't issued, I guess he wasn't issued a training dummy, and when they started filming the action, they were like, go. He reached for the nearest dummy and started pumping the thigh. And I was like, that's not going to do very much, although I could have used it. I was just back from the gym, and I was like, that might actually be good. But anyway, he was giving CPR to the thighs of some dummy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The special effects, if people are smart enough, like the CGI that was released for the Waukesha red SUV and all that, it was done so badly. And one thing they did was they threw around shoes. There's a great video. I posted this on your Facebook page about the actual video that was released that was supposed to show the Waukesha, another one of these trucks out of like the Nice truck, runaway truck. And we've had these runaway vehicle events that have occurred over the years. I remember the Nice truck. It wasn't a bombing, was it? The truck just crashed into
It
people,
was
or
just
was
a
it actually?
truck, and I'm like, where are the anti-gun people on banning trucks and vans already? But yeah, this is a thing. And the shoes. What's with the shoes at every single event?
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that the shoes are placement of where the actors are supposed to cluster around with one of these dummies, and that's what it looked like to me.
Ooh,
But it's
interesting.
done so sloppily. The special effects, so that's why it's I'm now I wouldn't know looking at this stuff. I wouldn't know what the hell I was looking at. I have no real experience with I have no experience as an EMT or anything like that. I have no idea. If it weren't for people like you and others, now so many others saying, "Hey, look what they're doing. That makes no sense. It's stupid." I wouldn't know.
Oh
Well, I
yes.
don't
In
know.
fact, it was after the fake killing of a rapper in 2019 where we saw EMTs with black gloves giving one-handed chest compressions to a moving patient on a gurney, threw him in the back of the ambulance, slammed the door, and discontinued the chest pumps. Lack
Right,
of
or like
blood.
dragging
Yeah,
Ashley Babbitt's body down the steps or whatever. That is stupid stuff that no EMT would do. Dumbass stuff. Eh, the people who know better will look at this and say, "Well, that's crazy. That's got to be fake." Or they'll say, "Oh, that's a dummy."
which
That's
is
not
why I
a
reach out for human intel. And listen to what Not Shocked, a commenter says. Viewers used to suspend disbelief for movies. Now it
right.
applies to the news. Absolutely.
Willful suspension. Yes, willful. From Shakespeare to ancient Greek theater to modern movies and television, all of it depends on this principle of the willful suspension of disbelief on the part of the audience. If you're in a movie theater and it's badly staged and it's poorly done, people in the audience will start throwing popcorn at the screen, and they'll say they'll see, really, if it's that bad, even the audience will see that it's badly done, and they used to do that. Well, that's Mystery Science Theater 3000, or the old Star Trek TV series, which I thought sucked, really, mostly because the special effects sucked. They just weren't very convincing. Not like Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah,
That had really
it's got to
good
be a
stuff. But
like what was it? Wuhan. Do you remember the Kung Flu? We called it Kung
yeah,
Flu
people
because
dropping dead.
yeah, it's like
Yeah,
that guy
great.
looks like he got kicked by some invisible ghost of like Bruce Lee's ghost is going around kicking people over. We called it Kung
Right.
Flu, and then when it came to America, nobody got knocked over like that.
No, they had to get rid of that. They had to get rid of that because they figured the audience is a little more
Here
sophisticated,
they are,
maybe.
but over
But
there in China or wherever in Wuhan, where they think the old Godzilla movies look legit, they probably thought, "Wow, that's legit." I mean, I'm just saying, as audiences, they're probably less discriminating, as evidenced by their fake moon landing footage, way worse than ours.
right, nothing undermines the willful suspension of disbelief in the audience more than one bad crisis acting, and we got a lot of that, like Robbie Parker and Wayne Carver. Robbie Parker, Wayne Carver, Gene Rose. We got a lot of bad crisis acting because, as you say, these are people who could never make it in Hollywood for the most part. So they're what do you want me to say? They're not just what do
They're
you call this
gags.
second?
The gags. You got the
Yeah, or
Screen Actors Guild and the Government Actor
Yeah,
Guilds. The
right,
gags.
right. Bad crisis acting and shitty special effects, cheap, low budget special effects that just don't work unless the audience is really stupid and doesn't know any better. See, unless the audience is gonna buy it. And I remember once I was sitting with my father. This is quite a few years ago, and we were watching one of these movies, and it was kind of cheaply done. And I said, I can't watch something like an explosion or something that there was no reason for. Well, as you say, we were treated to all kinds of movies where cars crashed and blew up. When's the last time you've been in a car accident and seen an explosion?
Right.
I've seen quite a few car accidents. I've been in a few. Nothing ever explodes. It's like maybe they used to talk about. This is an interesting sideline pursuing, but there was the Ford Pinto that there's a big scandal. They said that the placement of the gas tank was causing the thing to explode when it was involved in accidents because they put the gas tank in the back or somewhere. Do you remember this at
I
all?
heard about this and that it was prone to explode, and you bump it from the side and boom. Was that real? You think?
Not real. Now, who knows? Who knows, really? But this once again falls under the category of bad special effects. If you saw it happen, would you believe it anyway? And yeah, we were watching a movie and it was just a really shitty special effect. And I said, look how stupid that is. I said, that would never, it wouldn't happen that way in real life. And my father said, well, why don't you shut up? We're just trying to enjoy the movie. Well, so how
Okay.
stupid I said, Dad, how stupid do you have to be to enjoy something that's asinine and that insults your intelligence? It insults your
Look,
intelligence.
that's a great point because when you look at a lot of the fakery, it's almost like maybe it's so bad that it deliberately gaslights the more critical consumers of info. It's an insult, literally, to your intelligence. And what that does is it forces you to subjugate your intelligence to the consensus trance. I'm not going to think too hard about this because it's a conflict, the cognitive dissonance. And that's
Right, cognitive dissonance, yeah.
that's what it
Uh,
does. The only reason why we talk at all is because there's a disharmony between what we're told and what we're experiencing, and we're noticing. And those of us that are noticing are experiencing cognitive dissonance induced by terrible special effects.
yes, and it comes back to the most powerful weapon the deep state has is shallowness. The shallowness and stupidity of the audience that isn't bothered by having their intelligence insulted. My God, when you look at 9/11, come on, you really expect everybody to believe that these towers, were turned to rubble from fires caused by jet fuel? I mean, that's ridiculous. It's such an insult to the intelligence of the audience, but the audience was willfully suspended their disbelief at this stupid, bad movie. And that's all 9/11 was. Everybody out there, if anybody asks you, well, what happened on 9/11? You say it was just a movie made for TV news. But movies do have to have reasonably convincing special effects. And what happened at the Pentagon really was an explosion. And we've got a live witness who knew it was an explosion and that there was no plane. She was a Pentagon employee named April Gallup. And she said, and if you ever watch that interview with her, she says, I can't, and she was threatened by the FBI. And she said they did it to brainwash. She said there was no plane at the Pentagon. They did this to brainwash people. They threatened me and tried to intimidate me. She said I was there. I came to work that morning with my daughter, my son, her infant son or daughter. I can't even remember. And as soon as she turned on her computer, the bomb went off. And apparently some of the debris fell on her. She was a little bit, she wasn't, I don't think she was injured, but some of the debris fell on her and everything. And she said it was definitely an explosion that went off. She says in this interview, she was convinced that as soon as she hit the key to start her computer, that's exactly when the bomb went off.
Interesting. Now, you might have inadvertent witnesses, and even like after the Vegas shooting, I had some reports that I haven't been able to corroborate of people who were supposedly who are in hotels who were signing non-disclosure agreements and given cash to keep their mouths shut. And it wouldn't surprise me. I don't even think you'd need to shell out a lot of money. You don't need to give out billions. That's only for the big stars like the Sandy types, the Sandy hookers. But the average actor is desperate for a gig. I think they'll take $100 to lie on TV to the news. And speaking of special effects, the Challenger, they just found like 118 tons.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, now that Challenger thing kind of irks me because people say, "Oh, we all watched it live on TV. The teachers brought." No, I'm sorry, it was not live for the students. They caught it on a rebroadcast, and the teachers didn't tell them, which means that the students were shown a snuff film wittingly.
Yes, and I listened very carefully to the news report on this. The first thing is they said that it was discovered in the course of making a movie about the Bermuda Triangle. In other words, they're suggesting that wherever the Bermuda Triangle is, that's where they found this piece of debris from the Challenger. And the other thing the news report said was it brought up Krista McAuliffe. Boy, this was the real tearjerker, if you're old enough to remember, was that school teacher, Krista McAuliffe, who allegedly
Yes,
died.
that's why they put this in all of the classrooms. That way the teachers would be able to say, hey, look, imagine if I went up into space and I blew up. And they had everybody crying and everybody thought they saw it live, but they didn't see it live. And that's the key here. It was optional. They could have said, hey, do we want to show these children a teacher going into space and then blowing up? Because we know that's what happened. No, we'll just show it to them. I mean, how rotten was that? To me, that's trauma-induced mind control. MK Ultra in the
Yes,
schools.
yes, in the audience. Um, Bad special effect, lousy special effects. But sometimes a special effect requires a real explosion in a Hollywood movie or at 9/11. And why is that important to me? Because real crimes were committed. The FBI threatening a live witness who says, there was no plane, something went off, they had some kind of explosion, a bomb here at the Pentagon. The FBI threatened her. They literally threatened her. That's why she went out and gave that interview.
Look, they
and
will.
blew the whistle on it.
They will to protect their big lies. A few years ago,
That's a
there
crime.
was like a 70.
That's a crime.
It is a crime, and there was like this 70-some-year-old who was trying to sell a piece of a moon rock, and NASA sent a SWAT team, and they did a sting. And I thought, why would they forcibly detain somebody? Why would they bring out armed SWAT officers for a moon rock? And it's because if somebody were to look at that under a microscope and figure out it's a piece of petrified wood, it would be very damaging. And I think that they have to protect their narrative at any cost.
Yeah, barring a non-disclosure agreement, really all they can do is either bribe somebody or threaten them to keep their mouth shut. Now that's criminal. That's extortion. That's racketeering. That's and if government agents are involved in this, that is a prosecutable crime. And the other thing, and that's why to me, the real key to 9/11 is not those controlled demolitions in New York City. That only reveals how prostituted the population of that city was, that they went along with, that they were willing to be, every one of them wanted to be in this cast of thousands, to validate that the planes knocked down the towers, which nobody could have really believed. But they managed to induce everybody to participate in that narrative. But at the Pentagon, it was different because there just wasn't many people at the Pentagon that morning. That whole wing of the Pentagon had been vacated for repairs. They made sure there was no. It was the coincidence of it was ridiculous.
Well, they make sure that there are multiple plausible stories, and it's reality fluid. Reality is fluid. Way before gender fluid, we were already reality fluid. Like, let me ask you a question here, and there's no wrong answer.
Well, just one more thing.
Okay.
One more thing. I don't want to let this go. This Pentagon 9/11 thing. Whoever staged that event at the Pentagon committed high treason. Bottom line. Of course, in my view, Donald Trump committed high treason with Operation Warp Speed, giving hustling through FDA emergency use authorization for this experimental mRNA shot.
And he's not looking too good these days. Let me run this by you though.
But that's high treason. That's high treason, and it's prosecutable. And the DOD.
If the PSYOP entertainment complex were fully exposed, I think yes, they would say, hey, look, the mass media has been waging war against the populations for generations. There's something inherently, there's got to be some Geneva Convention level prohibitions against psychological warfare, and there used to be. It used to be like Rumsfeld. Oh, we only insert fake news in foreign press. Well, there's no foreign press. It's all.
Well, that's the Smith Modernization Clause of the 2013 National Defense Authorization Act, which ostensibly made it legal for them to propagandize the American people. During the Cold War, supposedly they had prohibited that. They could say you could target anybody outside the United States with lies and propaganda. But that was called the Smith-Mundt Act. But then the 2013 National Defense Authorization Act basically repealed that Smith-Mundt Act and said, well, now you could target the American people just like anybody else. Just like people in the Middle East or Europe or Africa, you can plant false stories, you can do whatever you want, and you could stage fake events, and it isn't really, for propaganda purposes, and it isn't really criminal. But I still say that staging a bombing at the Pentagon to make it to propagate the narrative that a plane crashed there, a hijacked plane, that is high treason. And everybody who knew about that and participated in that can be arrested tomorrow for high
Yeah,
treason.
I would say so. I would say so because yeah, it's a bombing. It's a bombing. It doesn't matter what the
Yes,
false explanation
it's a
was.
special effect. It's a special effect,
Now,
and they did it.
now there's no wrong answer here, but in your take, what was most likely the cause? Because this is now a debate again. The cause of George Floyd's death, was it knee on the neck, fentanyl, misinformation, or climate change?
Climate change.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I can't breathe. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. It's climate change. I was gonna say chemtrails, but
Yeah, chemtrails. Well, to me, I don't presume to know, what's going on there. Are they spraying something? What's happening? I just know it's a special effect. Now, what is the intention of the special effect? Is it like that scene, that classic scene in The Wizard of Oz, where the Wicked Witch of the West is flying around on her broomstick, painting the sky with the phrase "Surrender, Dorothy"? I
ooh,
think we all remember
interesting.
that as
Yeah,
kids.
I hadn't thought about that till
Right.
just now, but that's a very powerful image there.
Yeah, that's what I think of when I see obvious. I don't want to call it. Well, people say it's geoengineering going on. That remains to be proven. Of course, they're out there in the open. Bill Gates is saying, "Oh yeah, of course we want to be able to shut the sun out and reflect the sun and all that," and that would require the spraying of, I guess, some kind of high particleized metallic stuff like aluminum
Yes, a
or
stratospheric
barium.
aerosol injections with
Yeah,
vitamin. I think it's gonna be
exactly.
vitamin. Yeah, barium and
But
aluminum.
they can spray chemicals in the sky that will then fall onto crops or into the water, and or
Look, I
who knows,
understand why people even find this plausible.
a
Even if you
vaccine maybe.
like, look about this. Like,
Right?
if they're willing to allow drugs in to get you, like if they're willing to, it's like public health isn't the main thing. Whatever they say, I understand why people believe the chemtrail thing. I just have a lot of questions about it, but I understand why people find certain things plausible. I understand why people think that Hillary Clinton wears the faces of dead sacrificial victims. It's like they give you every reason to believe these things.
Yes. Yeah. It's almost like, can you really rule anything out? Because you know how sick and twisted these people are, and from time to time they are caught doing this crazy shit. Like, for example, the Nexium cult there in upstate New York. I mean, it really was this crazy sex slave cult, and a lot of high-profile people were involved in it, including one of the Bronfman heiresses. How much of this, what was really going on at Jeffrey Epstein's island? Man, the stuff I read about this blows my mind. You know, and they had compromised politicians and prime ministers and Hollywood producers and scientists even. So yeah, there's definitely something there for sure. But what actually was going on? It probably was criminal, and it probably did involve. If not outright pedophilia, certainly, sex with underage girls and stuff like. I don't know what's.
Well, who was it? Dollar Vigilante went out there and he found that apparently that whole temple thing was a big prop. Like it's difficult to say where the theater
Well,
ends
it
and the
was a
reality
storage shed.
begins, but
Could have been a storage shed, right?
regardless, the world stage psyops, as you said, it's important to understand, what's the meaning behind the special effect, and how is it supposed to affect reality, which is what they do it for. It's a force
Well,
multiplier.
you got into this with all the symbolism that Kubrick embedded in The Shining, the twins, the two twins standing there, and this is a very important point I want to make, because in the post-literate society, and I encounter this a lot, people talk about the movie as though that's the original narrative, but 9 out of 10 movies used to be based on novels, sometimes very old novels. And so you then have to look and see what did they add to the movie or change in the movie script that's different from what was in the original novel or story,
Yes,
because
that's
that's
what
very
gives it
deliberate.
away. In fact, you mentioned Kubrick, and just the other day, the daughter of Stanley Kubrick was hanging out with Alex Jones. And I find that to be a very curious pairing when I think about the
That's creepy.
significance of Kubrick in the big picture.
In a post-literate society, and here again, the weapon of the deep state is shallowness. How many people out there have seen a movie and they're convinced that's the original narrative and they've never read the book? Me, I'm the kind of person that, and that has to do with, novels by John Grisham, Stephen King, Frederick Forsyth, John le Carre, Graham Greene. Everybody's seen the movie, but only certain people have read the original novel, and they know and sometimes very, very significant changes are made to the script. For example, Ernest Hemingway, classic American writer. One of his stories is called The Snows of Kilimanjaro. And at the end of it, the protagonist he's got a gangrenous wound, and he's out there in the African bush, and they can't get medical help to him, and he dies at the end of the short story. But David, I guess it must have been Daryl Zanuck or David Selznick, whoever produced the movie. They didn't like that. They didn't think Hollywood, audiences would like that. And so at the end, and this was a big movie starring Gregory Peck, Susan Hayward. It was a big movie because everybody would go out to see a movie based on a Hemingway novel, right? The Sun Also Rises, A Farewell to Arms. Um, these were classic novels that Hemingway wrote, just as they would go out to see a movie based on a Steinbeck novel like The Grapes of Wrath. One of the things that really obsessed me for a while is I would critique a movie and say, well, how much did they distort or change the original novel or short story to make this movie? And sometimes
Yes,
it's
that
pretty
used to make me
outrageous.
mad. Like, okay, American Psycho. A lot of people know the movie. The movie's incredibly
Burt
shallow.
Easton Ellis, is that Burt Easton Ellis,
Yeah,
or am I thinking
Yeah, it's Bret Easton
Bret
Ellis,
Easton
Less
Ellis?
Than
Okay,
Zero. You've probably heard of. I mean, a lot
right,
of this
Less Than
stuff
Zero.
turned into movies, but the American Psycho book is inside the guy's head, stream of consciousness for hundreds of pages, and it's very nuanced, very erratic. It's how you imagine an OCD psychopathic killer would think. But in the movies, you only see the surface, which is the whole point of the book, that the people around him don't have any insight, that they only see the surface. And the whole book is really an attack on, superficial society, etc. And he's just reflecting it. But when you watch the movie, you see a horror film, just a guy killing people. You miss the internal process. And that to me is what
Right.
film generally does. Although recently I've been impressed with Netflix and other streaming services' ability to take stories and extend them out beyond the confines of a feature film and get some more of the nuance out.
Well, I always, a big thing with me is how faithful to the novel is the movie. So, for example, Martin Scorsese made, and I really appreciate it when the director goes out of his way to be faithful to the original novel. So, for example, Martin Scorsese made a film called The Age of Innocence with Daniel Day-Lewis and Michelle Pfeiffer and Winona Ryder or whatever her name is. Um, and it really is. I had read the novel many years ago by Edith Wharton, and I got to hand it to Scorsese. He went out of his way to really stick exactly to the novel. When Kubrick made Barry Lyndon, which was a terrible flop here in the United States, it's like a 3-hour film, but I love it. I got to say, Kubrick was really, how do you say it? He was very particular about sticking exactly to the text of the original novel because it's a classic novel. In other words, when the director is saying, hey, my audience is literate enough that they're going to resent it if I change the end of this. Well, in the case of Hemingway's short story, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, it has a very tragic ending where the protagonist dies of gangrene out there in the African bush. The doctors don't get to him in time or whatever. But as I say, when Hollywood made the film, they figured audiences wouldn't like that. Audiences like a happy ending. And so at the end, he's rescued and he survives. He lives. And Hemingway was so disgusted by this because he wrote the original story. He said, "I don't want you putting my name on this movie and saying based on the story by Ernest Hemingway." He said, "You should call it The Snows of Kilimanjaro by Daryl Zanuck." In other words, it's not my story. You completely changed the story. And that, once again, what is the weapon of the deep state, which is Hollywood? It's shallowness. It's they're more and more, because they've gotten so cheap and so shoddy. They don't care if there are people in the audience who say, "Well, wait a minute, I read Great Expectations, or I read Oliver Twist, or David Copperfield, or A Tale of
No,
Two
it's
Cities," and
it's
that's not what happens in the
I've
novel.
noticed
What did you
too.
change that for?
Like take the movie Blade Runner, which is well known for the cinematography, the mood, the atmospheric,
Right,
the
that's
the
based on Philip K. Dick's "Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep."
yes, and they're hunting down the replicants that are so close to human that you can't tell the difference. But
Genetically engineered, right?
yeah, and the original movie has like certain iconic scenes. It's Harrison Ford. It's kind of a slow brooding movie. I like the book, but they remade it and they replaced everything that was good about it with video game level cheesy special effects. They destroyed They destroyed, I think, the was it Ridley Scott? Just like I just
Well,
constantly see this whenever they bring back these sequels with these new
yeah,
special effects, they kill the soul of what was originally organic effects and real people.
I call that attenuation. By that I mean, do people still use fax machines? I hated fax machines. When I was still working, we always had to send documents over using fax machines. And the problem with a fax machine is each successive copy, like the old Xerox machines, each successive copy gets shittier and shittier and shittier until finally you could barely read the stupid thing. And I call that attenuation. The signal is so weak by the time, because it's been shallowed and shallowed and shallowed. Finally, you can't even tell what the original was. And that's what they do with with entertainment. It's what they do with the narratives that make up propaganda, agitprop, and TV news. You see attenuation, and sometimes the original narrative is completely lost. But once again, this is all that willful suspension of disbelief that they're counting on in the audience. The audience is so shallow that most of them won't even be aware of it. Or if
Yes,
they are, they won't care.
the
They won't care.
TikTokification of the American mind. I think they've got everyone distracted enough to where 1 minute we're worried that we're going to be nuked into Judgment Day, Armageddon, the world's going to end. The next day it's collective outrage against Kanye West, and then the next day it's Pelosi, and they're making light of an attack on an elderly man. Like you can see how definitely they have weaponized shallowness. You nailed it.
And that's this. When you think of how these narratives, you go back, like, for example, the original Sandy Hook narrative was completely different from what first they claimed there was a guy in camo running around in the woods that the police picked up. Initially, they had the news showed them arresting Ryan Lanza, but he said this is a hoax. And then they said, but Adam Lanza apparently had Ryan Lanza's ID on him. That they claimed that. As the narrative progressed, and the same thing with the Boston Marathon bombing was a great example of this. As the narrative, day by day, week by week, month by month, we said, well, we didn't really mean this, we meant that, and oh, we misreported this. We here's what really happened. It's like that fax machine that's copying the original over. It just attenuates. It gets weaker and weaker and weaker until very little of the original narrative is even left. And there's a hell of a lot of cognitive dissonance involved in that, because anybody with a thinking brain will look at that and say, well, how could you possibly
It's
be
because,
mistaken about
yeah,
that?
we're reality fluid and they're still solidifying it. And, the day of the Parkland event, there was some footage from like, David Hogg is in a closet and he's interviewing somebody. He says, okay, here we are, Parkland High School. It's your first school shooting. How do you feel? It's 9:30 a.m. And she's like, I'm very scared. We're hiding in the closet. Then you find out that the shooting
He wasn't
happened
even
in
there.
the shooting happened in the afternoon, and he wasn't there.
Right.
He had still ride his bicycle over there, but it's like, wait, 9:30 in the morning or some early in the morning shooting, but then it happens in the afternoon. Then you find out there was a drill earlier in the day.
And this explains this psyop called the Mandela effect, which was very deliberately engineered to see just how shallow they could get with people's memory. In a post-literate society, where the memory people have of the narrative is from they saw it on a movie or they saw it on a sampler on the wall where the lion is laying down next to the lamb, but they never actually read the passage in the Bible which says a wolf. It doesn't never said a lion, never. But lion with the lamb is alliterative. That is to say, it sounds better to say the lion shall lay down with the lamb than the wolf with the lamb because it's two L's. It's more poetic. And so the sampler that a lot of people used to have on their wall, that sort of picture had a lion with the lamb, but that's not what the original text in the book of Isaiah says, if you recall. And this is one of my favorite passages. I studied it in the original Hebrew, and then also the Greek version, the Septuagint, where they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Lo yisa goy al goy charev. Nation, goy means nation, referring to all the nations other than Israel. Lo yisa goy al goy charev, lo yilmedu od milchama, is the original Hebrew. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. And then it goes on to talk about the wolf shall lay down with the lamb. This was a very familiar passage to me. And when I heard these Mandela idiots, Brian Stavely, if you're listening, I'm directing this at you. I'll bet you never fucking took one look at the Bible, Brian Stavely, because I know you were a major fan of professional wrestling. Boy, did it disappoint me to see your personal page on Facebook with you beaming, holding one of these WWE wrestling belts. And it dawned on me that you were a fan of WWE professional wrestling, which I really don't like. I've never liked it because I don't think it should be called wrestling. It really bothered me that the NCAA, I had, let me talk about this a little bit.
Well,
Do you mind if I kind of
yeah,
go off on a
but
tangent
one
on it?
one point here on
It's about the corruption of values. It really
okay,
is.
because
The Mandela.
if somebody's going to comment on the Bible and they haven't read it, it's like they don't have
Right.
any. You obviously do, and specifically though, there's a Mandela effect about Dolly having braces in a show called Moonraker, and he admitted he has never seen the movie. He's making his
Well, he
entire.
wasn't even around. He probably wasn't even born yet when the original movie was made.
But he was making the
Maybe
judgment, as most people do, based on that one little clip. Do you remember? And it's like, wait, there's an entire movie, and you have to look at the entire movie. And does she have braces throughout? But when he said he hadn't watched the movie, I thought, you really, if you're going to be the guru on this topic, you got to watch the material that you're sourcing.
Yeah, they all pretended to be shocked about a passage. Actually, there's two places where this occurs. One is in the book of Samuel, I think. I think it was in the book of Samuel, or it might have been Judges, Shoftim. I can't, where the God commands the Israelites to wipe out this rival tribe, this rival nation, and kill. It might have been Saul actually who was commanded to do this, and because he spared the stock animals, and I might have taken slaves. He had been, and Prophet Samuel had told Saul, God has ordered you to destroy everything, kill everything. Or I think it says, well, everything that pisses against a wall, which is a very common expression in the ancient world for males, right? The only people capable of pissing against the wall are males, humans, dogs, whatever. And it wouldn't have been, I remember this passage from when I studied it in Hebrew school. But Brian Stavely had people in his group with this Mandela effect stuff, and they said, "Oh, this was never in our Bible. To pisses against the wall." Well, yes, it was. You
What about
just never read
unicorns?
the Bible.
They
you
say
shallow.
unicorns weren't in the Bible. Now they are. It's a Mandela effect. And then I looked a little deeper, and some say that any reference to a unicorn is a reference to the rhinoceros. What do you think, rhinoceroses or unicorns?
Yeah, that's one plausible explanation. This is, of course, a part of this is just ignorance, as I say, in the post-literate society, most people never read the original text. They just saw it in a movie, or they saw it in a sampler on the wall, right? They never actually read the text or studied it. So it's that level of shallowness in the post-literate
Oh, my
society.
favorite Bible scholar is Russian Vids, who can't remember any Bible verses, but he knows all the Meatloaf lyrics. He closes every video with a Meatloaf lyric, and I'm like, wait, you're the guy who says the Bible's the standard for the truther. If you don't cite the Bible, you're not in truth. It's like, well, then recite some Bible verses. I think we're all tired of Meatloaf.
Right, and these are people who have never ever read Caesar's Messiah by Joseph Atwill, really brilliant biblical scholar. I mean, he's really parsed the Greek right down to every letter, and it shows how shallow people's memory is. Because, well, it's interesting because his explanation for the creation of the gospel myth, as he would call it, as what he calls a typology, that is to say, for example, Herod ordering that all the male children born on a particular day should be slaughtered because one of them is prophesied to be the Messiah. Well, that's an exact replica of the story in Exodus, where, well, it's either in Exodus where Pharaoh orders the killing of the firstborn, and then later, when the plagues, when Moses asks God, it calls down these plagues. It's like 10 plagues or 12 plagues on the Egyptians. The very last plague is that their firstborn all the male babies should die. Or I guess all the babies should die, or the male baby should die. And the Israelites were told, the children of Israel that were told to the lamb that they slaughtered to eat for the Passover meal, their last meal before they left Egypt. They were supposed to smear the blood on the door so that the angel of death would bypass their door and only kill the Egyptian first. That's a terrible story when you think about it. But what Joseph Atwill is saying is, well, that's what they've done is the people who constructed the gospel, these Hellenized Jews of the Tiberius Alexander's family. The Alexanders were the Rothschilds of their day in the Roman Empire. They were the richest family in the empire, headquartered in Alexandria, Egypt, and they probably financed a lot of the construction of the gospel narrative. But they knew, but remember, a lot of their audience was illiterate and had to have this text read to them.
Oh, that's an interesting
at the
point.
synagogue.
The illiteracy of it all, because you went from
Right.
graven images, idols, to Holy Scripture, Holy Writ, and that's kind of interesting because I would say that the average news consumer today is visually illiterate, and they need the
Oh, for
pundits
sure.
to tell them what's real and what's not real.
And they're historically illiterate as well. Most of them don't even remember the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, or maybe they were too young to remember it. And to say, well, all that
Oh
happened
God,
was they
you're right. I mean,
they
I listened to
upgraded the movie script for 9/11.
I saw a TikToker say, "Oh, 9/11, isn't that?" Because they were talking about Osama bin Laden and where he was interred, and some commenter was like, "I thought Osama bin Laden was in the first plane. Like he was
Right.
he hijacked the plane. He blew it
Yeah,
up."
well,
And you know
that's
what?
the shallow.
I was
That's
happy
the
then.
shallowness of memory. It's memory. Boy, more Mandela crap. The memory is so shallow that you can use a typology. You can take these old mythical themes that were already kind of familiar. They're floating around in people's consciousness because they heard these stories told in another context. And if you change a detail here or there, well, instead of Pharaoh, it's Herod the Great, and instead of the Jewish firstborn in Egypt, this time it's in the city of Bethlehem, or I guess in Judea.
Yeah, you're talking about the intentional rhyming of your propaganda, aligning it with previous stories. We talk about
Right.
history rhyming, and that's what Joseph Atwill was saying, is that they constructed the Gospels to perfectly rhyme and coincide and fulfill prophecies. And what is predictive programming but preparation for
Right.
the fulfillment of it in the news as a form of prophecy in a way?
So one could say that the '93 WTC FBI sting operation with this truck bomb in the basement, you could say it was predictive programming, but at the same time, there's typology involved because once again we have the Islamic terrorists, right? Except this time on 9/11, these same Islamic terrorists are flying planes into the towers. Oh yeah, weren't they the ones who tried to truck bomb the WTC? You know, and interestingly enough, on the morning of 9/11, I remember every detail of the reporting of that because I knew it was. First of all, I knew it was an inside job. Here's when I knew it was an inside job. I was sitting there when I got to work that morning. It was Howard Stern who announced the first hit. He said, "Oh, planes crashed into the World Trade Center. It must be an accident." And then he said, "Oh, it looks like," and then when I got to work, they were evacuating the building that I worked in. So it was a beautiful day. So I said, well, you know, I figured it would be another hour before people returned into the building. So I went around the corner to a coffee shop there on Baltimore Street where, you know, I had a bunch of friends there that worked as baristas and, you know, used to hang out there. And I was sitting outside. They had tables set up outside. Sitting outside, drinking my cappuccino. And one of the baristas, they knew I was following the narrative. One of the baristas ran out and said, "Hey, Lynn, they say a truck bomb just went off at the Pentagon." A truck bomb went off at the Pentagon. I said, "What?" And then 10 minutes later, the same barista came out and said, "Well, now they changed the story. They just said a plane crashed into the Pentagon." I stood right up and I said, "Well, that's impossible." They said, "Yeah, a Boeing commercial jet." I said, "That's ridiculous. NORAD wouldn't let a Boeing commercial jet anywhere near Washington, D.C. That's insane." I said, "And if that happened, oh my God, the Joint Chiefs of Staff is going to have to talk about Pearl Harbor, because at Pearl Harbor, after Pearl Harbor, they court-martialed Admiral Kimmel and Major General Short, who were the top military commanders there. They took the rap. They were scapegoated for this horrible, unthinkable failure at Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, 12/7. Building 1, Building 2, Building 7. There's some interesting Pearl Harbor 9/11 connections. And yes, 9/11 was also another Pearl Harbor event. Pearl Harbor was called Operation AI, which is 19, like 19 hijackers. All these events are predictive programming for one another. They're part of a sequence. And I think that this is.
I went home.
Yeah.
I stood up when they said, "Oh no, they're saying a big fat Boeing commercial jet just crashed into the wall." I said, "That's impossible." I said, "There's no way NORAD would have allowed that to happen. I mean, it's the most heavily guarded fortress on planet Earth, that Pentagon. That's insane. The whole federal district is a grid." I said, "This has got to be an inside job, and they're going to have to scapegoat some people for this because it's unthinkable that that would have been allowed to happen." I said, "And that means the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, NORAD commanders, they're all going to have to resign or be court-martialed." And I went home that night convinced that we were going to see resignations and court, that somebody was going to have to take the rap for this, the blame for this. I turned on C-SPAN, and lo and behold, John Warner and Carl Levin, who were the majority and minority chairs of the Armed Services Committee, they just went through this pro forma proceeding where they formalized the appointment of the acting head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the time, who was Meyer. General. Boy, I can't believe I'm forgetting all this. Air Force General Richard Myers. You know, the guy who should have been court-martialed for this. They were congratulating him on his handling of the situation, and they said, and they officially approved because he had been. It was very interesting.
But it's very maddening because it doesn't. No one responded like they should have, and
right,
that's
it was insane.
It's insane for people like you who pay attention. Most people just.
Yeah, to people who pay attention, it was insane. But most people, those dirty Arabs, they're dirty Muslims. They did it to us. Well, wait a minute, dude. Aren't you looking at what's happening here? Why are you allowed? See, this is what just. I thought.
And of course, their frame of reference is things they've seen on TV, bad guys that have been presented by Hollywood. And look how smoothly they've transitioned from Quran radicals to QAnon radicals, from Taliban to MAGA ban, from ISIS to I guess the MAGA is like the American ISIS, the white Al Qaeda And of course, we're looking
Blue
at, I
Eye,
think, a
yeah, right.
template, 100% a template.
Vanilla ISIS.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Vanilla
Vanilla ISIS
ISIS. Al Qaeda
and Blue Eyed
means
Al Qaeda.
the base. It means the base or the foundation.
It also, by the way, means the toilet.
Interesting. Okay,
Yes,
well,
because it's where you
the
sit, and the base where you sit. You know, it's a really that's. I'm told that in Arabic it has kind of a dual meaning. You know,
well, the
the
white
base.
nationalists that were supposedly planning to start attacking the power grid in the Pacific Northwest also go by the base. I'm like, wait, white Al Qaeda, like you can see how it's 100% a template, and they can engineer, manufacture a bad guy in the mind of the public, and then they manifest it. And right now, the terrorist of the day is the QAnon terrorist. They don't consider the environmentalists terrorists, the ones who basically block roads, set themselves on fire. But no, the public's primed for the next Timothy McVeigh.
So they reuse the same scripts over and over, but they change a detail here or there. These
Oh, it's clever.
runaway.
I mean, think about this, Kate. If Osama bin Laden's big day was 9/11, it's kind of interesting because the white version of Osama bin Laden would be like Timothy McVeigh, and he was executed on
Absolutely.
a 6/11
Absolutely.
at the age of 33, 90 days before 9/11. But you have all the same symbols, and 6/11, 9/11, it's an inversion. One's an external threat, an alien terrorist. The other one is domestic, violent extremist. Invert the 9 to a 6. Okay, so I'm hijacking this live stream. We will be live in just a moment. I just sent out live stream notifications. And those of you who are here in the Discord chat, there should be more joining because I posted a blast with a link for others who want to join in on the 24/7 Discord chat. And we're using Discord because it interfaces quite easily with the software, the restreaming software. And it'll make it easier, I think, to aggregate and bring back our base of callers. And so we will be live here in just a few seconds. I'm ensuring that we're live on everything. Okay, now I'm going to turn on all the other platforms. So just a moment here. And yeah, phones will be open immediately. Phones will immediately be open. Now I'm going to turn off, I think I'm going to turn off Helmet, Karen, NPC. I've got some bigger channels. Anyway, so just here in a second, you're going to see a incoming, raft incoming. Again, a raft is what you call a group of penguins out on the water. And the IPS think tank is essentially a raft afloat the sea of irrelevance, misinformation, and all that. And I'm going to actually put on the description of the Auto Hoaxology 101 textbook a flotation device, because that's precisely what it is. Most people will remain, I think, adrift in this sea going where they're steered. Okay, so we are officially live 8/10/2023. A few minutes early, but we're going to maintain this as a consistent schedule. We were setting up everything today, and we're officially in the run phase. Crawling, I was looking for a place, trying to get an internet connection. Walking was pretty much live streaming from here where I could, setting up the headquarters. But now that we're 24/7, we're technically running. So we're hitting the ground in this next phase of the IPS. And so if you'll notice, the live stream is going to be continuous. And you can get the archives by subscribing at infiniteplane.live, and I will send them after. And you can find us on all of the podcast platforms, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Apple, Spotify, and everything else. So it's very easy. Additionally, in this new 24/7 Discord chat, we have a voice chat where you can join 24/7. And after the live streams, I'll often be hanging out there, or before, and we can actually broadcast our group panel conversations there. We can do interviews there, etc. In fact, the first caller was Rocco Calzone. I had just turned on the new computer, just plugged it in, and he called, and he was reporting live from Maui. He's on the north side, not where the fire was, but we have someone again at ground zero. Anytime there's some devastating psyop or natural disaster hyped up or stimulated or simulated, whatever it happens to be, because we tend to suspend judgment here till we have enough information to make an informed decision, we tend to have somebody right there. I was just on Twitter, and one of my favorite channels, Les Luther, was commenting on this. He said, "Do we have anybody on the ground?" And I had pointed out that, yeah, actually we do. We do. And the phones are open, and you can access us, of course, on Skype. Just go to Infinite Plane Radio, or you can call the number, which is 1-505-349-0420. All right, all warfare is based on deception, San Suu. This is on Illusion Warfare, or Les Luther's channel. He said, "Surely, we must have boots on the ground, trustworthy guys or girls that can get to Maui with some real eyes." And that's a great point, real eyes in caps. Most people think of the camera lens as just eyes. I can just use those for a moment. Does Australia or the mainland USA not have a budget airlines that can get there cheap? The same way I got to Greece. And I commented there and I said, yeah, we actually have someone there. And we had a conversation about it. I actually recorded it. I'll upload it later. But the fact is, yeah, there is something, but what are we talking about? That's the thing. We have to make sure we're not falling into the trap of answering loaded questions or accepting a premise. Something happened, or something looks like it happened. But again, I want a little more information. You can't just call something fake unless you have something to counter what has been more or less accepted. Not that consensus is a defense, but if you're going to upset a big apple cart, you better bring something. You can't just totally shift the burden of proof. I mean, logically, I guess you can. They do. But, we hold ourselves to a higher standard, which is reality. All right, so let's see who's here in the chat. Okay, great. I see about 36 so far. We'll give a few more moments for others to show up. And if I have to, I'll send out a live text alert. Tyrone McCloskey says, "I used to wander into bars, now I wander into YouTube." Joined by Into the Break. 737 is back. Rocco Calzone, 4:26 p.m. Hawaii time. Shannon Jones. If you have any more info, or if you want to just call and reiterate, please do. Jake the A-hole says, "I just broke down the Alabama brawl, and some of it looks legit." Yeah, okay, that's an interesting one. Because, I'm looking at it, and it looks real. But so does World Wrestling Entertainment. So that's not an argument for it being real. Then you look at it in the context of politics and how useful it's been. And then the guy who had the chair, his name's Reginald, or Reggie. Reggie with the chairman. The guy who was banging people on the heads. Okay, well, that got me thinking. First of all, he's 42. Every one of these race war psyops has 42 attached to it. As we talk about, George Floyd's twin, Rosa Parks, 42, Jackie Robinson, 42. It's just a staple. And Reggie happens to be 42. Reggie means king. Made me think of Rodney King and the Rodney King judgment resulting in LA riots, which were ended shortly after Reginald Denny. There's that name, Reggie. Reggie gets hit on the head. Is by a brick. But see, you got the rioter with the brick hits the white trucker. You got the name Reggie. I'm just thinking a lot of it looks and feels psyopy and scripted. But does that mean it is? And then you have the 16-year-old who swam across the river. Well, that reminded me of the 16-year-old earlier this year in the spring who rang the wrong doorbell and an old white man shot him. And that was the narrative. You ring the wrong doorbell, you're going to get shot. Park in the wrong driveway, you're going to get shot. You get in the wrong car, you're going to get shot. Your basketball goes to the neighbor's yard, you're going to get shot. And I thought, okay, here you have the 16-year-old, the old white man, reintroduced. Let's see here. Into the Break says the brawl was WWE and WO. Which team? Jake the A-hole says the white lady on the ground got kicked and hit over the head of the chair. It looked real. The beginning, with the security guard threw his hat up in the air, looked WWE. Yeah, well, you know what? I've been in this back and forth with someone in a email exchange about this. It looks real, not an argument. There's a lot of scripting, real or fake. It's being used to drive the usual narratives. But in terms of fakeability, yeah, most of it seems pretty fakeable. But I'd like some more information. When I saw that his name was Reggie and he was 42, and it made me think of that Reginald Denny thing. And then again, the 42. Like, we shouldn't be able to guess the age of the perps and victims in every single news story. Yet somehow we do. I mean, what explains that? And it's like, okay, give me the theme. Oh, it's a race war psyop. Okay, it's going to be a 42-year-old. So if you didn't know, the police want to talk to Montgomery Brawl's folding chair man. And you hear a folding chair hitting the white guy. Reginald Denny, LA riots, 1992, white truck driver Reginald Denny, he's white, not the truck, was pulled from the cab of his vehicle, beaten, smashed with a cinder block, and then rescued. So the name Reggie. And then, of course, Reggie being 42, and I think I have the etymology of the name. Folding chair man might be his fight name, but in the real world, he's Reggie Gray. Now, what's gray mean? Well, black and white makes gray. The 42-year-old man who, again, the chairman identified. And then the guy that got chased who owned the boat, his name was Chase Shipman. Chase Shipman. So again, these names. Now this is a comment from the email I referred to where I think this was, yes, here we go. Mr. Trustworthy sent this. He said, Mr. Chase Shipman being chased away from the ship says all you need to know. I wonder if Dr. Wayne Carver or Wayne Sexton were in the vicinity. Again, Wayne Carver does autopsies. One of the guys he thinks looks like George W. Bush. He says, Chase Shipman deserves a golden hoggy for the most psyopy name of 2023. MSM is pushing the hate crimes follow Trump rally narratives. This was their proof. Oh, I see. Trump rally, and then right afterward, you have a hate mob show up. Now, his commentary on this basically goes to the only part that had me wondering if this was real was the woman getting whooped. That part looked real. And that's what Jake the A-hole suggested too. Everything else looked very fake. Like MLB Rush the Pitcher's Mound type of bench clearing brawls. It's naive to think these things cannot be staged. When Rodney King and Reginald Denny were staged 30 years ago, Chase Shipman being chased says all you need to know. And credit to Synchro Morpheus for that clue. That's another reason to join our Discord server. Now, if you just got here or you weren't here yesterday, we're new video 24/7. Everything's up. We've moved from the crawl to the walk to now the run phase. Archives are available to anyone on the newsletter. We have a 24/7 voice chat where you can jump on if you have anything to say and you can't get on the phones. That's an option. That's an option. So, in other words, you can get the Discord link at infiniteplane.live. If you can't call but you have Discord, that's another way to get in on the live streams. Infinite Plane Trotter says social engineering. Right. Okay, so caller, can you? I'm sorry if I got muted you by accident. Give me just a moment here. We have a caller, and okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So, do you have an opinion on the Montgomery boatside brawl?
Oh, it is probably real and just narrative fulfillment because fights and brawls like that happen all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. And I saw it and I ignored it because it wasn't even worth mentioning compared to all the other fights that I've seen and other instances. But what I've noticed is in most of the violence that I see, the violence is way more severe. It's not comical or funny, not even with a funny soundtrack. Like this to me is just, it seems funny and staged, but I'm going to have to look closer. I mean, Some things are hard to fake, I guess.
Yeah, but you can scroll through like Twitter and see fights and real violence all the time, and it's just not that big a deal. But I think it like fit a narrative, black versus white, so they just like we're able to mix real with fake and use it.
Yeah, that's another possibility. Like you have simulated events, stimulated events, and then you have real events that they exaggerate or co-opt. They do this with the weather, they do this with natural disasters, and if you have a real black and white fight, obviously the mainstream media would love to use that free. They don't have to pay crisis actors. Of course they're going to use that. It's a freebie.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for calling. What else? What else did you have on your mind? I mean, we just kind of open phones, and it's pretty much open topics these days.
Oh, well, this is Rocco Calzone. I'm on Maui right now.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you called. Okay, good. So you're on the north side, so you weren't in the danger zone. But can you give the listeners a little bit of a background, or at least an idea of what you see from where you are?
Well, there's some. If you look at Maui, it's like two mountains, and you can really just drive like in a figure eight, like around the perimeter and through the valley between. So, and there's fires. Like fires actually happen every year. It gets really dry and windy every year. There's fires, and this is just like the worst one in recent history because it's like. But it's affected like Lahaina. Lahaina's historical town, Front Street, is like all commercial buildings, and there is some like shitty, impoverished neighborhoods, like old Hawaiian holdouts behind there that got burned out. So it's like I don't know. It's a convenient tragedy, maybe inflated, maybe.
Right.
I'm not saying do or like somebody lit a bunch of fires, but it could have just been like.
Okay, let me run this by people because I follow this Twitter account called CVK News. It stands for Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, so it's JFK Jr.'s wife, and people believe it's her. And it's a massive channel, and it promotes every fake conspiracy or misinformation line. And she has a picture of a laser beam zapping Maui. And she says, I can't confirm this. Well, to me, that's the type of thing they put out there to make it look like anyone who doesn't think it was completely real is crazy. Like maybe it doesn't have to do with space energy or Jewish space lasers or direct energy weapons. Maybe it's simply deliberate negligence and waiting for an opportunistic time to let an accident happen. I mean, there's so many ways that this could have been done without reaching to the outlandish.
Yeah, I think it's convenient. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that whole area gets rezoned and, like, locals can't rebuild and it becomes all commercial enterprise. Like, because, like, north of Lahaina is all high-rise and condos and hotels, and south of Lahaina is all condos and hotels. And, like, Lahaina was historic. There wasn't anything above, like, 2 stories, maybe 3 stories.
Interesting. So I'm just saying here that I'm open to the possibility that there's an incentive for disasters to take out certain areas, build back better. How big of an area are we looking at here? Like, is it within the realm of fakeability as far as you can surmise? Like, shut off a couple roads?
Well, it's just, I mean, I don't know if you can look at a map, but, like, anything on the coast is where all the building is, you know? Because it just gets higher and higher in elevation and, like, steeper, so it hugs the coast.
I see. Okay, well, it says here the death tolls climbed to 53. So that makes it very difficult to even question it without sounding, cold. But the fact is, listen to these headlines. This is why I question it. Maui wild. This is from Bloomberg. Climate change is wrecking former havens. When I saw fire, my first thought was, okay, this is going to be used to blame capitalism. It's the same old story, and it's sick. It's sick if it's fake. It's even sicker if it's real, and they're using it to advance their fake science-based agenda.
Oh, yeah. Who said never let a good tragedy go to waste?
Yep, Rahm Emanuel, absolutely. Never let a crisis go to waste. And this is obviously kind of like going to be used on both sides because the left is going to say climate change, and then the fringe right will say direct energy weapons, deep state. And no one's going to say, well, did it even happen? Or was this just who knows how it's going to turn out? But it's the state's deadliest disaster. All you're going to hear is climate change, climate change.
Oh yeah, they did a emergency, and I mean, but I'll tell you what, all those people are really displaced. They're all on the North Shore, like.
Okay, so let me run this by you then, because Ohio, Palestine, train derailment, and a lot of people had to move because of the smoke. They were temporarily evacuated. And I presume that would encompass some regular people, not actors. But what are the numbers? Like, is it beyond the scale of what you could, you know, fake with actors? Are we talking about like lots of real people in the hundreds and the thousands?
Yeah, I've heard like 2,000 people are displaced, 1,800 to 2,000 people, but like I can't say for sure. But I know I'm telling you that all the people that live over there, like I know a couple buddies that live over there, asked to like sleep on my couch or even pitch a tent. Like a lot of those people are over here on this side.
Now, you said that there were fires before. I guess this one's just not as bad. Yeah, see, I tend to think that, yeah, there's definitely some element of, or possibility of something being instigated or faked, but I don't know, that's borderline terrorism. It's more like opportunistically taking advantage of something that was going to happen anyway. But my suspicious mind on these things, when it comes to any event that has a political agenda attached to it, I tend to think there's got to be some level of chicanery here.
Oh, like sabotage, but via negligence or
Yes.
or.
That's what I'm saying. Like the PGA fires. I was like, okay, maybe they didn't like legitimately just go out and zap these things with lasers like some of these crazies were saying, but it's quite possible that the negligence was calculated. Like let it be negligent so something can happen, or we can make something happen and people will say, oh, it's because we were negligent. So they have plausible deniability and they set the stage for it to look like it was inevitable.
But I've lived here 10 years, and there's literally fires every year because this place gets dry. Even Lahaina, it means like dry sun, I think.
Dry sun. Okay. See,
Yeah, and that's when you get the Lahaina noon sun.
Okay. Right. So it happens anyway. It happens anyway on some level. So like, again, I'm up to the like my opinion of this is like it's like with the anything. If they can predict it, they can take credit for it, or they can plan for it and augment it. And it just seems like taking advantage of a regular cycle. Like every single year, there's a summer, and they act like it's new. And like, oh, this must be climate change. No, it's summer. It just depends on the level of credulity in the public what they'll accept. And most people will say,
yeah,
it's capitalism did that. Republicans did that.
Well, it's industry. Well, yeah, it's like industry, like the weather channel. Like every hurricane season, it's like stock up, go bags, buy your water. It's industry.
Interesting point.
Is that capitalism?
Disaster capitalism is the phrase. Disaster capitalism.
Yeah.
I mean,
but yeah. Anyway, it's really dry. It's really windy, and I believe there were extreme fires over there. To what degree it was fake or prompted, or I don't know. We'll find out though.
Yeah,
It'll
exactly.
shake out.
I'm going to suspend judgment 100% until, but again, we appreciate the boots on the ground perspective, Rocco, and call back anytime.
Oh yeah, I hope to go over there this weekend actually and check it out for real. But
okay, well, we'll be here and live and able to take calls, and we'll have the live voice chat open as well. So thanks for calling.
Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks. All right, everyone. That's Rocco Calzone out there at this latest. This is a pretty big story right now. Death tolls up. But my question is, again, as with everything, where does the real end and the fake begin? Is this being augmented? At a minimum, it's being used to make the case for higher taxes, basically, more regulation, guilt tripping you for your lifestyle, all you consumers and you breathers. Now, there's a little bit of a debate raging in the chat room about whether the Montgomery, Alabama fight was real or not. And a lot of the people that I'm seeing are commenting that it looks fake, looks WWE. But the lady at the end getting hit again and again looks really real. Joined here by Pete Shea, Gematria 101. Dominic Spiato says climate lockdowns are coming to an area near you. Yeah, look, that's going to happen. And my recommendation is lock down the climate change activists near you. You see someone recycling, report them. I mean, as an extremist. Because they want to lock you down. Ubiquitous home incarceration, lock them down first. It'll solve two problems. One, it reduces their carbon footprint. And two, I guess the second problem it removes is they don't block the roads. They won't destroy irreplaceable works of art. We don't have to hear them pretty much just parroting every hysterical doomsday prophecy from Al Gorliani and his animatronic avatar Greta Thunberg. Into the Break says the fires are to wipe out the alien Bigfoots. Yeah, that was my second thought. Because aren't they responsible for most of the chemtrailing? Infinite Plane Trotter says UFOs and cryptids and shapeshifters are trending. Lean Dion says leaders pushing rising oceans all have waterfront mansions. Right. Yeah, I think that the insurance must be really high if you're buying property near the ocean. Because like, okay, well, you're buying a property now, sir, but you know in 2030, you're going to be underwater. Into the Break says global warming affects past residents' personal chefs. So are you suggesting that the Obama's personal chef was just swimming, but the water levels were higher than he was used to, and he drowned? It might not have been climate change. It could have been caused by 57 tons of PPE. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yo, Tim, how we doing?
Hey, we are running here. Everything is moving along, full steam ahead. How are things over there?
Good. I'm up in Colorado. We've spoke before many times. My name's Count. We've talked about the moon, all kinds of stuff in the past. I noticed they they struck you down off of YouTube for, I don't know, gosh, it seemed like 3 months.
Yes. Oh yeah. We've been struck down so many darn times, but now we're back on with the 24/7, and we're always going to have a YouTube presence. So phones are back on.
Because, you know, you're one of my go-to just daily, you know, people I listen to. Probably, we won't get into all the people I listen to. It's crazy. But I will say this. You, about a year ago, started with the Jurassic thing, right?
Yes.
Right. And so I got turned on to Jurassic by you. And the first time I listened, I tuned in. I've studied some of Zach's work. I've studied some of Logan's work, which I'm sure you're familiar with both those guys.
Yes.
Right. The gematria, however you want to pronounce it. Right. Gematria, who knows, right?
Jiffy.
And tomato, right?
They got the same gematria value.
Right. That's good. That's a good one. So, it's been a very intriguing study with the whole gematria thing. And if you look at, Zach's opinion versus Logan's opinion, Logan saying, hey, this is just some weird natural code that seems to be guiding this whole thing. And then you got Zach on the other hand saying, no, it's the Jesuits who are, they're writing the script, they're absolutely writing the script. So, somewhere in the middle, we got to find some common ground as to what the truth is. I would lean in some instances, I would lean very heavily towards Zach. When it comes to 911, that seems like a very scripted out thing. These guys are talking, there's Jay Ross, right? He does on YouTube, and he's like, his thing is always rigged and scripted NBA. It's like, how in the fuck are you going to, and I listen to it just to, be open-minded and say, okay, let's see here. I've determined that a lot of it is more on the Logan side. But getting back to Jurassic, I'll have to say that I wasted the better part of a year of my life listening to the fucking moron shit that this guy was putting out. Excuse my language. Okay? And so he's a good researcher, and he's very on it. Like, he knows a lot of things, but when we start getting into, and I told you, King County, man, it's named after Elvis. It's like, man, get that out of here with that shit. Like,
Well, okay.
it's too
8-4 came and went. 8-4 came and went, and there were a ton of people on Twitter. There were tons of people out there who were saying Trump's going to get a headwind on 8-4, but none of them referenced JL. And then I hit him up on 8-5, and I'm like, hey, what's up now? Because if you add 365 to all of your calculations, it's not going to make sense. And everyone just kind of backed away. And my point being, there are patterns, there are connections, but when you start off with a conclusion and try to make a prophecy based on it, cognitive bias will drive you over a cliff like every single time. And that's what I've been on guard for. So I'm like, listen to JL and take the facts, think about those facts. But I wouldn't arrive at the same conclusion unless you've somehow had the same experiences. So I disagree, or don't, it's not that I disagree, it's that I don't agree with, because I don't have the info to form that opinion that he's right about these predictions. But his observations, his correlations are really intriguing. And
they are.
It's fascinating. I mean, look.
I mean, when he took it back to Seattle Slew, I almost kind of dropped it right there. It was like, okay, man, well, Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown Cup, man, and see this number, and I'm thinking, why am I wasting my fucking time? Excuse my language. I should stop cussing. I don't mean, hope I won't get you in trouble. But you understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm a free speech absolutist here, and. It's frustrating, but what he did this last year is he de-emphasized the specific date, but now it has to happen next year, and it's like,
well, of course, yeah, right, yeah. Well, it's next year, so and I pretty much canceled his ass because it really truly was a waste of my fucking time. Goddamn, I keep saying that.
Okay, Q.
It was
the Q people.
Of my time.
The Q people are like, JFK is coming back on 11/22/21. He didn't come back. The Seventh-day Adventist said Jesus is coming back October 22nd, 18 blah blah blah, and it didn't happen. And they started a religion. So I'm starting to think that this dangling of a carrot is some kind of a psyop. I don't know how it all works 100%, but I think there's some kind of psychological mechanism that causes people to double down when they lose. And I'm not passing too many, criticism or judgment here, but like people who are gambling, for example, or stuck on gambling, they tend to live in a fantasy where they're about to win, and when they win, everything's going to be great, and they live for that feeling that I guess it's like a euphoric feeling, the fantasy of being about to win, and that's what they're actually addicted to. It's not the money, and I think that when it comes to prophecy and knowing what's coming, I think there's some kind of addictive quality to it.
You hit the nail right on the head. Absolutely. There's no doubt, right? And his videos keep coming up, and I'm just at this point, it was intriguing, and again, and he keeps going with the Elvis and the Trump and the evil twin and the this and the that, and it's like, goddamn, dude, you must be fucking.
Look, let me give him credit though. He said one of the wildest things I ever heard. He said there'll be a vision that the world will see Elvis shooting out of the Space Needle in some kind of spectacle, and that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to a lot of people. Then the new Elvis movie comes out, and I watch it, and the opening montage literally has Elvis shooting out of these 3 pillars in front of the International Hotel, which happens to have the Starship Enterprise on it, so it looks like a Space Needle. And then it goes to the scene where Elvis is passed out on the ground in a purple robe. They revive him with a needle, and it's like he's coming out of the needle as it montages into him live with the opening tracks. Thus spoke the one from Space Odyssey 2001, where it's like everything he said, that the world was going to see Elvis and it was the top movie and everything, it's like, wow, everything did kind of come true in this strange way. So if there is some kind of hardcore messaging that involves the icon, the idol of Elvis as some way of conveying a message, it's certainly happening. So I kind of I see his reasoning. I see where he's coming from, but that's, I mean, it's all very, as you said, it's very perplexed. It's very frustrating if you follow it and you follow these trails. Like, does it actually lead anywhere?
Well, thank God I kept my mouth shut, because I didn't. I was really tempted to say, okay, be watching for this date, and I just kept I said, you know what, self, keep your mouth shut, because you're gonna end up. All it's doing, and I agree with your point, right? That's pretty interesting, and I'll have to look for that in the Elvis movie, which I didn't think was it didn't suck. It was an interesting take on Elvis's life, and it was all right. I thought the guy did a good job in the movie, and not everything that comes from Hollywood, is this predictive programming. Yes, are there agendas behind it, or if it makes it to the studio's desk, is the studio head going to say, hey, well, we need you to put, I need this in it, this in it, this in it, and this. Yes, okay, I could see some agendas being from behind the scenes. I've got some friends that work in Hollywood, and, it's a very controlled, very bizarre thing that's going on here, right? They're all on strike right now. My buddy's not working, and I got a couple people that actually are involved with Warner Brothers and Sony, and I'm in the music industry, so I've been in the music industry now for, 40 years, long time, right? So I've seen my fair share of things happen over time.
Yeah, well, this predictive programming thing, like the predictive programming thing, to me, I noticed that it seems to only be relevant in the stuff that everyone can be expected to see, like putting us on notice. I wouldn't expect it to be in smaller productions, unless they're just echoing what the zeitgeist is putting out there. The Elvis movie, predictive programming, the main thing with the Elvis movie that my takeaway was, and it did have a lot of interesting connections, like the fact that it happened. I think here's the main thing. It kind of conveyed the idea that Elvis was just was the product of cultural appropriation, and that he made it big on music that he didn't create, and the people that did create it were excluded because of race. So they kind of put that in there, like with the song Hound Dog, the original artist was performing it. They kind of put it out there that Elvis was kind of a fraud, was kind of the idea I got from it.
Really? Okay.
I took that as a subtext.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think that, but I recognize talent. He seemed to be very gregarious, and he reached out to people. But what they were saying, what the movie was insinuating, was that many of these other artists that he associated with, like there was a few where he was like going to these clubs, that they couldn't be mainstream, but he could cop their style and mainstream it, like that song Hound Dog, and then there was this other artist that he met that was like had a certain style that he just picked up, and I'm thinking that kind of seemed to me to fit with the whole woke agenda and the disenfranchisement of Americans from their various icons and anything they have pride in, because all of it was, the product of systemic inequalities or inequity.
So I see now you just unlocked the agenda. So now we're in a brown, black versus white paradigm, right? Where now all of a sudden it's like, what are we living in 1812 here, 1876? They brought this back into the forefront of racism. It's like, why are we talking about slavery now? Most people have moved on from this, but I see your point, and that's a great point as far as that goes. How I see Elvis Presley. And I've seen lots of interviews with B.B. King and Little Richard and all these people, James Brown. They loved him. They adored him as much as he adored them. And a lot of people say, I'm in the music industry. And, oh, man, Elvis, he just ripped off. No, he was paying homage to them. He was enamored by black entertainers and by the gospel sound. He had the same three sister girls singing for him his entire career. Okay, So tell me he was a racist, and I want to confront Chuck D on this one because Chuck D has called Elvis out to be a racist, and I've looked and looked and try and see where's there some evidence of Elvis being a racist, and I just can't find it. I really can't. Yes, okay, you could look at it from a perspective, saying, well, he stole this music, and he got songs from Mac Davis. He got songs from everybody. He wasn't a songwriter. He was a performer, and he was probably one of the best performers of his time. And I wouldn't say, the best he's the best performer ever. We always hear this of all time, right? But if you look at the footage of him, he's not fronting. You know what I mean by fronting?
They're trying to rewrite. There's a lot of rewriting of history. And I think that this would be an attack. Look, they're attacking when they're attacking Trump or the Q thing, it's a smear. Like they're attacking like the idea of middle America. The whole idea of like the train wreck in Ohio and white noise, Ohio, the heartland of it all. They've been attacking a lot of Americana. They killed the Griswolds with that movie White Noise by recasting him in this modern context where driving is just bad for the environment instead of connecting you with your family. And this Elvis movie, it seemed to me, another one of these kind of subtle attacks. Because, talent is talent. People just perform. They don't all have political agendas. And there's a difference between appropriating and stealing and emulating because you're a part of something. And I didn't get that necessarily, but the movie made it seem like it, like with Little Richard in particular, where, and I was just like, this is kind of a buzzkill of a subtext here. I wonder if people are picking up on this or if this is the read that they're supposed to get.
Right. Well, listen to this point. I'm a musician and have been my entire life. Okay. We're talking 40 years of playing in music. Every musician in the world steals from someone. And that's just the way it is. Everyone has an idol that they look at or, that they take influence from. Everyone. It doesn't matter if you're Michael Jackson, Little Richard, James Brown took it from so-and-so. The guy that before him took it. There's very few original people. You can go into the early 19th century and you can find them, right? James Brown being one of them. Did you ever saw the James Brown movie? They had him idolizing the preacher and just the whole thing. I thought it was very, very well done movie on Brown. But you're definitely right. I see them, placating him, what's the word I'm looking for, as a biter and never, paying homage to where he got the songs from. But not every song that he got was from, an African-American songwriter. Not all of them were. Again, I just gave you a great example. In the Ghetto was written by Mac Davis, and he certainly ain't a brother. You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
Right. Well, I watch movies to review them, even if I know it's not really the type of movie I like, but I'm always looking to see because like you can't really separate the movies that are released today from the context politically, how they're going to be accepted. Every movie has that really deep attachment to whatever is going on in the culture war of the time. Like this Barbie movie. Who cares about this Barbie movie? Well, every single conservative right-wing commentator was like, okay, we were about rescuing children, but now we're going to go after the Barbie because she's too feminist. And we got to preach, MAGA trad values. And so I'm like, this Elvis movie I think is just no different. That they couldn't just make a biopic. No, they had to insert something in there to appease the I guess the dominant elite and their woke sensibilities.
Okay. Yeah, well, they're jumping on. Look at the Alabama. You were just talking about it yesterday, the boat fight, right? And I heard you say the words, yeah, it looks real to me. And you know what? Looks fucking real to me. It looks like a bunch of white dudes, drunk white dudes trying to swing on some brothers. But they're exploiting the story. That's all they're doing. That is not, to me, is not a fakeable thing. It's just exploitation. It looked way too natural. You can kind of tell when people are faking it. If you watch any of there's a series, it's called Shenanigans about J6, and one of them is another fake cop. Have you seen that one?
I have not yet, but I'll look. I'm taking notes.
You haven't?
Is it part of Woo's News' production?
No, Woo's News is the dude that did the Babbitt thing. And I got that from you. You're the one who put that out on the Woo's News, and I saw it, and ultimately 100% convinced that was a complete psyop. And you can see that it's a psyop. You visually looking at the people, you can tell that the cops that were standing in front of the door, when Homeboy shows up, changes his clothes, and starts hammering away at the window, and I asked some of my friends who are, on one side of the spectrum there, well, what do you think about this? Why would armed officers just step aside and stand there and watch this guy do this? This whole thing looks completely staged to me. Now, you can never convince someone who is a quote-unquote Trump hater of anything. You can never – you could show them the evidence and say, see, look, this is a lie. This is fake. Look, and they'll still just basically, like an ostrich, put their head in the sand,
Yes.
no matter how much evidence you present to them.
They have the MSM goggles on, and they see everything from the mainstream mediated perspective. And yeah, this fight looked real. Is it fakeable? My first take on it was, when people are fake fighting, they fake fight like they're fake fighting, like they're trained to do it fake so they don't actually hurt each other. This looked a little too erratic, I mean, it's so far away. But this, I mean, Jake the a-hole in the comments agrees with you completely about this. Whatever, if it's real or fake, whatever, the fact is they've exploited it and they've attached it to their bigger psyop entertainment media complex. This is use. It's a freebie for them, as I said.
It's something that happened that they're just exploiting. It's that freaking fucking simple. I mean, but let me just give you the rest of it. So look up January 6th shenanigans, another fake officer, and it'll pop up. I can't believe you haven't seen this. It's really, really good. The premise is you have inside, you already have them, the FEDs in place, and they have a fake cop who seems to be coming down from a night of partying or something. He can't even keep his belt up, and another cop comes up. They take him down because he's disrupting the whole thing, and they keep saying, "We are one of you. We are patriots. Stand up, patriots. Stand up," because he couldn't even keep his belt on, and somebody went over and touched him. He says, "Don't touch me," and that's when they say, "Look, we are one of you," and then a real cop comes over and takes the guy over by the elevator and basically takes him over. Then he goes into the main room. You have to watch it. But there's a whole series. There's 17 videos in this guy's series, and I forget what it's called. But if you Google what I told you, it'll pop up. And it's fascinating because you can clearly see the evidence of the staging. And again, with the Woo's News one, I mean, I've been to concerts where guys, stand there and say, I just went to one the other night with George Clinton. And the guy, I'm an old school friend of George's, right? Known him for 30 years, toured with him, recorded with him, all these things. And this guy was not about to let me in. And so I've seen how security and cops, and if that was real, right, they would have stopped those guys right then and there. You would have never been able to take that helmet to that glass, period. You would have never been able to do that. But let's sidebar. Did you see the interview with the shaman, the QAnon shaman?
With Alex Jones, I was just watching that, and you mentioned you're talking about George Clinton, King of Funk.
Absolutely, Dr. Funkenstein.
Oh, how cool. Okay. Home of the Extraterrestrial Brothers. Fascinating. Let's see here. I'm going through some
George
photos
Clinton
here.
from P-Funk, Parliament Funkadelic.
Very cool. Now, anyway, I don't want to get too off topic here, but yeah, as far as the Woo's News thing, for people who haven't seen it, he's put out a couple more parts to it, and I think he's done a part 2 and part 3. Yeah, but on the Q Shaman, because he's there dead.
That down. What's the title, real quick, before you move on?
I think the second one is called January 6th, All 838 Angles, or something like that.
J6. Let me write this down.
Yeah. Woo's News, because he did all. I'll get the exact number. I think it's 838 angles, where he looked at every single camera angle, and they matched everything from a timestamp. He did a timestamp to center everything, and what comes up here is actually quite revealing. It suggests a few things. It suggests that The so-called rioters were there before Trump was done speaking. And by the way, he's been doing a number of interviews, this Woo's News character. I reached out to him on Twitter, and I'm hoping to schedule something here within the next couple of weeks because it's a great area of research. If people haven't looked into it, J6 was totally fake. And so then you get the Q shaman who's at the front of this thing. And are we supposed to believe that he's an innocent bystander? That he's not part of the bigger psyop? Because I see him on Alex Jones, and he's very well spoken. He sounds exactly like Owen Schroyer level in terms of his level of information. And after listening to him today, my takeaway, I think he sounds, in terms of his whole big picture, like David Icke. Like, I kind of think that he's there to fill in this big picture that David Icke used to give. And it's this kind of a new agey picture. But I didn't hear anything new from him, but I was surprised at how Icke he sounds. I don't know. What was your take?
Well, I was incredibly impressed with, I mean, I have to say that, I agree with his perspective. I agree with his concepts of consciousness and just the history and how we're here. I would agree with that, with what he was saying as far as consciousness and spirituality. I'm right there. I'm like, shit, this dude sounds like me. And everything that he studied, whether or not he's a plant or this or that, or he was just some dude that got caught up in the whole thing. Was he actually hired by the FEDs? I can't prove that. Now, had he been stoner dude, and not had the knowledge that he had and not had the vocabulary. I mean, I was really impressed even by his vocabulary just based on his look. And you saw what he said. He says, look, this is what I wear. I really want to be a shaman. Yeah, well, maybe he's taken too many mushrooms and too much acid throughout his life, but, which would make you, transition into a shaman.
Yeah, you know what? I listened to him. I just thought he sounded extremely polished, like he had just read every David Icke book and condensed it in like 5 minutes. And he was talking about fear versus love and the idea that we're all having to overcome the illusion of separation and consciousness creates reality, and that's why they psyop us. And like that's what I mean by big picture. It goes very big picture. The only part where I sort of started to disagree is where he starts saying that man is responsible for anthropogenic ecocide, non-biodegradable chemicals that were destroying the world. So there's that aspect to it, and he's also of the belief. I don't know. I mean, what I'm saying is he's kind of standard red pill. That's my only criticism. But I'm just questioning.
Okay.
Is it possible that he's not a plant, just given the place where he was and the fact that he served 27 months? Just seems to me that if he wasn't a plant, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm at the point where his dad's a Democrat judge. He was 33 when he executed the thing. I just think he's just more than likely a plant. I mean, I have a hard time. I'm leaning towards plant, is what I'll say. I want to give some kind of benefit here,
I'm
but
on the fence still on this one. I haven't. I saw the 33 thing, and believe me, you have no idea how many texts that I've sent to my people about, well, what's with the 33? Okay, what's with the 33 count? And then of course I'm texting Jesus 33 on the bird of, the whole thing, right? We all know this. Like if you live in the rabbit hole like we do, because that's where we live, right? And to comment, yes, I've read all Ike's books. That's kind of what got me in. I read was it Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center when it first came out. Boom, then I got onto The Biggest Secret, The Children of the Matrix, and then We Are Free, and he got into the whole, illusion, and it's all just kind of a simulation, which kind of goes in with the whole Logan simulation. Like, what is this? What realm is this, and what's, how is this code? Did the Jesuits and the Crusaders, when they led the Crusades, is the gematria the code of the universe? And that's kind of where I'm leading along, whereas I agree a lot with what Logan is saying.
Okay, let me run this by you then,
And
because I just learned this.
Found out about the code.
I just learned this yesterday, that the runway at the Kennedy Spaceport in Florida is runway 33. And that to
Right.
escape the Earth, escape velocity is the speed you have to make to actually escape the Earth's gravitational pull. And it's Mach 33, 33 times the speed of sound. And the number 33, insofar as I can tell, in its context, is always used to mean ascension, transcendence from the material plane into the celestial realm, heaven. So space travel,
Sure.
Mach 33. So that code, it's part of this, somehow this gematria is part of this Kabbalistic paradigm, this tree of life um, cosmogony, and it is encoded according to this specific set of numbers and symbols and code, and it's reflected in all of the psyops. Why is another discussion, but it's definitely the case, and it's very consistent all across the board. Like I don't find usages of these numbers or symbols that contradict in any of these rituals. It's that predictable.
Right. The question is right. Is it, again, it's very simple. Did and the Jesuits weren't even around during the Crusade. It was the Knights Templar who invaded Jerusalem to get and stole the knowledge, right? And to me, that's the knowledge that they got from the Hebrews, right? Is the knowledge of gematria, and at certain events they're manipulating and they're following the code. Otherwise, everything is just coded in this sense. And, you know, I think in some respects, if you were to start to look into your own life and, you know, in upcoming death, right, that you could probably figure it out. And it's probably something that you don't want to know, you know, which is why why Zach's been accused in some forms of witchcraft, because if you look at it from that kind of perspective, it kind of is a kind of a witchcrafty thing. They're spells. These are spells. These are codes. These are things that are governing our system that we live in. So where is everything rigged and scripted? No, I don't. It's an impossibility unless, of course, we go to 2001: A Space Odyssey and we think that, well, this realm is controlled by a gigantic organic quantum computer. We're living in the mind of God, right? We actually live in the mind of this whole realm is God. Everything is connected with God through the periodic table of elements, just like Logan's saying, and many people have said before, even getting back to Drunvalo Melchizedek. I'm sure you're familiar with his work with the ancient secrets of the flower of life and the whole
Sacred
soft thing and the whole.
Now,
of course. Right?
okay, so this is all very intriguing because before I ever looked into the news, like I didn't care about it. I just assumed, okay, man is bad, world's screwed, focus on my own career and life. And I was always guided by synchronicities. I was always picking up on patterns, but in my own life, to where it was uncanny, to where I was noticing like same time of the year, almost the same type of situations would arrive. At times, there's some predictive capabilities, like little things stand out to me. And I've been noticing this for some time without getting into specifics. My point is, I was already picking up on synchronicities, and it seemed to be like part of the whatever explains this realm and how we move through it. And then I start paying attention to, of course, the news media and all these psyops, and I'm like, why are these psyops and all these events seemingly just rife with synchronicity and the same types of patterns? So there is this kind of interesting thing where does the calculated scripting of events by man end? And where does this quote synchronicity begin? And I'm careful not to mystify things. I'm careful not to attribute it to a higher power or to AI, but I can't explain necessarily synchronicity and then the apparent manufacturing of such within the media. But there's something to it. It ultimately has to do with time control, if you ask me.
Definitely, right? I mean, there's some people out there that know what's up. We just don't know them, and they won't talk to you or I. So, you know, I'm under the firm belief that, you know, that I think even the shaman says about the interdimensional beings that are, you know, within our realm. I met a very interesting man named Jacques Tombiasin on an airplane flight to Philly 20 years ago, right after 9/11, and I had a whole pile of books. I had the Da Vinci Code and the this and that. And of course, you sat next to me, and you're going to get an earful, and we're going to have a really killer conversation if you're open-minded and can not get judgmental or put yourself on one side or the other, which is a very difficult thing in today's world because we've all been so polarized, especially lately. I think Trump was the ultimate the polarizer, right? Trump came along, and I'm not saying he did it intentional or anything like this. He could be being used without his knowledge. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's a part of some big game. I don't know. But he was the man that came in and said, okay, and I don't mean this I'm just saying figuratively. Because of him, the line was drawn in the sand, and that's where the cancel culture came in. And I've experienced it with my own family, with friends, with people I don't even know,
Yeah, look, Trump came in and it divided the conspiracy theorists. It went from politics is rigged, let's study the fakery and the conspiracies, to Trump's here to solve the conspiracies and beat the deep state. It divided my servers. His effect has been huge. But you mentioned AI or some kind of super intelligent computer like HAL 9000, and I have this theory here. I call it the meta script, where yeah, everything can't be scripted, but you can have a big script, like for example, the global warming script. Oh yeah, we're going underwater in 30 years. And then you just write
Right.
everything to conform to that model, that script. And I think that we have meta scripters. And there's a play from the 1960s called Newsbenders about the news agency that writes the stories 5 years in advance. And I think we're written in a news bent reality, and they write it 50 years in advance. And someone like Trump is given a lifetime role because nothing else can explain the 60 years of predictive programming that goes into that man. 60 years. You can find predictive programming for him. He's hardwired into our mental matrix through the media. He's a scripted character. Same with Elon Musk. I mean, I'm not saying anything more than these are actors who are participating and probably insulated. They don't have to know the big picture, but I think they're puppets. I don't think they have real
Well,
power.
Great point. I mean, we don't all know, but if the Warner von Braun thing, if he wrote that the governing body of Mars would be Elon, right? And now all of a sudden we got Elon going to Mars. And so, there's your synchronicity, right? And I agree with the synchronicity aspect of you looking at the world because I've experienced the same thing. And I believe that people that listen to your content and other content, we have been enlightened in a way where we can see through, read between the lines, like George Carlin said when he did the the moon landing hoax video, right, on TV in the 80s, the comedy skit.
Yes. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, he definitely. You couldn't get away with that today, which is funny. It's just funny how standards are so flippant.
Well, my point is that we have the ability to read between the lines, and sometimes we might read between something that's absolutely wrong, and because we have our confirmation bias of our certain, maybe not belief system, right, but what we tend to think what we think is correct, right? So that even comes into our own confirmation bias, and don't get it twisted. Me and you and everyone who are rabbit hole existers, if you will. It's wrong word.
Spelunkers.
Belongers. Yeah, we're belongers, right? Yeah, right. We're part of this club, right? And we can even be victim of our own confirmation bias, and we have to really, really look at things before we make a judgment on what is real and what is not. To sit back and tell yourself, okay, hold on a second. Don't let my confirmation bias, get into this.
Yes, that's the main thing here. I've been talking about the original skeptics had a phrase, epoche, which meant suspension of judgment until you have more facts. And this idea of auto-hoaxing the MSM is specifically that. It means we're so skeptical that we're going to wait until we have more information before we judge one way or the other. They're not going to coerce us into agreement, and we're not going to rush to judge it to be fake unless we have more info. So suspension of judgment is huge. And then the second part of it is we have to recognize that we're all dupable. That doesn't matter who you are, You are dupable. Like, for example, your eyes will tell you that boats go over the horizon. Well, that's angular resolution failing you. A P900 would
Right.
disprove that. So we have to recognize the limitations of our senses and then also sleight of mind, how logical fallacies can cause us to accept a faulty premise and set us on a wrong azimuth. So yeah, I'm with you on that. We are dupable, and I'm not quick to rush to call everything fake by any means. And you mentioned George Carlin. Well, see, George Carlin's a character who obviously seems to be off the rails, but weirdly enough, before 9/11, he was making jokes on a comedy tour called I Hope a Lot of People Die. And guess who he was joking about? Planes crashing into buildings and Osama bin Laden being sent by the FBI to blow stuff up. That was George Carlin's comedy skit before 9/11. So I'm thinking,
Mm-hmm.
even if he's not 100% a puppet, they have to be given talking points to participate in this game. They're running with certain memes, like, hey, we need you to disseminate this idea and that idea. Christopher Nolan, the guy who did the Batman movies, his movies are just rife with predictive programming. Kubrick's movies too. So when I look at, like, you've been around film for many, many years. Look at Stanley Kubrick's film The Shining. Everybody knows about how it has some indications that he knew about Apollo 11 and possibly did it. But what many of those people who point that out fail to mention is that the movie contains a lot of eerie predictive programming for 9/11. So 9/11 and
Mm-hmm.
Apollo 11 both encoded into this movie, where even the hotel manager at the Overlook Hotel looks exactly like JFK. And there's some suspicion that the JFK assassination was another Kubrick psyop. Fascinating connections, but
I've heard you talk on that. Yes, I've heard. Continue. Go ahead.
so my question is this: do you think it's possible that we'll just call it the Kubrick department? Do you think there's a department that somehow is part of the government but has its hands in all the major movie production studios, or the big ones anyway? That I mean,
Well, it's very simple to do. Here you go. I can tell you because Hollywood has writers that work for. Back in the day, you got signed a contract. If you're a writer and you're a script writer or a screenplay writer, you sign to the agency. Now, as the director of artistic, whatever, right? I come to you and say, okay, Tim, listen, we want. Boss wants a movie that deals with these themes. A lot of the agenda here in the next coming years is going to be dealing with racism and blah, blah, blah. So what I need from you are 3 movies that are going to give me what I want. I need examples. What I want you to do first is go out and get me some real true stories, and maybe we'll base something off a real story, or maybe we'll just make it up. But here you go. What we need is this, X, Y, and Z. Okay, Mike, call me in 2 months when you got your thing. And then you come back. And then that's when, and anybody who's dealt with Hollywood knows, you go in with your dream, you set this up, and they say, oh, well, you know what? We're going to take this out. We're going to put this in. We're going to take this out and put this in. Now, if you deal with this and you go rewrite this and bring it back, okay, we approve it. Great job. Thank you very much. Well, does he know? Does the director know that he was being used? No, he doesn't. He might think, and maybe on the inside he's thinking, okay, well, but he as a puppeteer, you can use the puppet without the puppet's knowledge, and then all you do is end up getting frustrated. In the end, they kill you, and that's it. It's over. It's just
it's compartmentalized. Yes,
the means.
I could see it working. Like, and it's so uncanny. Like, Trump kicks off his campaign in Waco, Texas, the day after the Netflix series Waco: American Apocalypse begins. Game of Thrones has a new release where the queen is dying while giving birth because she can't have an abortion, and they say we have to let her die because we need another male. And this is right after the Roe v. Wade leak. So, in addition to predictive programming, I've been finding what I call concurrent programming, where real time real time TV shows correspond to the news, which is impossible to be coincidence. Just the timing of it. Like, they're coordinate. Like, what I'm saying here is that it's not only predictive, but it's concurrent. The programming is parallel. You can look at Netflix and pretty much see what's going on in the world, but in some of these instances, like Trump's campaign taking off in Waco or the Roe v. Wade tie into Game of Thrones, those would have to have been planned months to a year in advance, minimum, in my opinion.
Oh, no doubt. That's exactly what I'm saying, and I'm trying to think of a million other examples that we could give of that. Okay, so I think Zach did some really great work on the Herbert Hoover connection with Kamala and President Ford. And I'm sure you're aware of that, right? She was born on the day that Hoover died.
Oh no, I didn't know that. That's fascinating though. See, that's the stuff that.
Okay.
Okay, go on, go on.
Right, so yeah, there's more to it. So here, I'll make it. So basically, there was an interview with President Ford in the 1970s of a junior high school girl who asked President Ford at the time, "Will there ever be a female president?" He said, "Well, yes. And how it's going to happen is what you're going to have is an elderly president who is either going to die or be removed from office or for whatever reason gets taken out. And that female president will become the president." And that was at the Herbert Hoover Library, like on the day, I forget what it was. I'd have to look it back up on
I
his.
recall now, and most people here probably heard it. Where he specifically says that we would be getting a female president when an older president somehow gets sick or dies.
Yeah.
Or something. That was actually a very specific, almost prophetic thing that is right now poised to happen. It seems like any day now.
Well, and right. But the question is, was he just pulling at straws? And you have to say, okay, some of this is part, again, of this script. But was it a written script? And did they hand that to him and say, okay, here's the predictive programming? You know, I can't answer that with 100% certainty. I can speculate on it. And this is what I've learned from my 35 years of living in the rabbit hole is, again, don't let there are coincidences in the world, and there are political coincidences. This is undeniable. Not everything is a script. And this is a bitter pill for me to swallow, right? Being a researcher and wanting to, of course, be able
Fit
to
your research
predict
to your
things.
model. Right. That's a natural tendency. Well, so let me bring this up. When the 2020 riots really kicked off, President Trump said, when the shooting starts, no, he said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. And that went viral. Well, he claims he doesn't know this, but that was from George Wallace, 1967, a segregationist or something, where that was a phrase used in the late 60s. And I had noticed that many catchphrases, many of the themes from 1967 to 1968 were superimposed over the 2020 news cycle. And I wasn't the only one who noticed this. The term coronavirus came out of 1968. Like a million things from 68 resurfaced in 2020. And Trump said, I didn't know that's where that phrase came from. And so I realized, wait, he didn't know. But that was given to him by somebody who did know. Just like Jason Aldean's album, Try That in a Small Town, he didn't know the courthouse was where somebody was lynched. But the people who made the video, they knew, because that video is being used as part of this bigger psyop. And so some of these artists and politicians may have plausible deniability, but that's because they're willingly useful idiots.
Sure, I can totally agree with that. And again, the puppet, is it
or stooges? Puppets. I shouldn't say idiots because they actually know. I'm just saying that they're giving themselves, they're playing a role. But yeah, I think that he may not have known that, hey, this has racist connotations, and it's going to harken back and it's going to tie 2020 to 68. I really don't think he knew. But I think his handlers did, and he has to take the heat for it. But so in other words, yeah, to your point, not everyone is scripted 100%, and there is some real stuff here and there. But I'm thinking more in broad strokes, like the meta script. As long as everything ends up at the right destination, there's some flexibility. But I do think they plan things in broad strokes, and then from there they go down to the minutia.
Good point. Good point. I mean, my biggest contention is because I've seen really good. The Trump that I like is the sit down Trump who, and I'm neither a Republican or a Democrat. I've never voted in a presidential election in my entire life. I just haven't. Right. I've never even voted in anything. And a lot of people really, a lot of my friends come down on me for that aspect, but it is what it is. I think my biggest thing is this a situation where it's completely WWF or E, whatever it is, and we're all friends. But even in that world, not all those people are friends. Okay, it's not like they're all in on it together. And the question is did he jump in the game, and does he know the game, or is he just simply being played by his handlers?
Look, I see where you're coming from, and when he first emerged in the world stage, I remember the birther thing. Again, he's sacrificing his political career or his private career as a very successful TV star to do politics. But the more I look at it, like 4/4 anniversary of MLK's assassination, he gets arraigned, and there's so many connections to every single one of his events. They frame him up as like a Christ, as a martyr, and the more I look at it, the more I think that no, this is a psyop role that is part of the bigger picture, like Elon Musk. These are like big roles that they need a character to fulfill. And the more I look at Trump's predictive programming basis for this character, and there's a lot of people pointing this stuff out, much of the predictive programming seems to put him in the role of an antichrist, of some kind of a deceiver. And right now he is worshipped as Jesus, and or as working for Jesus by many Q people. And you may think it's a small fringe, but it's actually indicative of, I think, a bigger picture here, that Trump is a character they created to be a false savior. And I think that we're witnessing.
Yeah. But did he sign up for it and say, yeah, I'll play that role? That's my question, right? And so now that you tipped on QAnon, again, here we go. And so funny how Q has dropped out of the picture, right? You rarely hear about QAnon. And the thing is if anybody can believe that someone, whoever, just like the creator of Bitcoin, and people are saying, oh, well, if you really look at it, well, we don't know. It's Satoshi Nakamoto or but there's no spokesman. But anyway, sticking on Q, if anybody thinks that we wouldn't know who this person is, like when you can't have an IP address without knowing who this, it would be exposed. There's a true psyop right there, QAnon, right? And I'm sure you agree with me. There is a scripted reality script, if you will. I know it sounds stupid,
it's an alternate reality game.
That's a great example.
There's a
Like,
good way of describing it. Jim Stewartson invented these things, I think, and he's been investigating Q for some time. He calls it alternate reality game, where they give the public a way to get engaged in order to emotionally tie them to their communities and stuff. It was all a game. Operation Trust, a fake anti-communist movement that captured all the people who were anti-communist. And Q Shaman was interviewed, as you mentioned. I watched it, and his take on it was that Q is like 10 people. It's like a group, like it's not one person.
Sure, I could believe that. That would make a lot. It's definitely not one person. No, definitely not. It's a group. It's a psychological operation to its T, and it's just so obvious, right? Yes, I agree with the fact that it's not one individual, because it can't be. That's why it can't be. It can't just be one person. It has to be a protected group, an esoteric group of people.
It was a very successful psyop because it definitely did serve as a way for the mass media to scapegoat any kind of right winger. It basically smeared the right wing as terrorists, as being radicalized, as cultists, and then they can manufacture bad guys, run psyops, and just blame this quote Q. And yeah, it's such a hit piece. And I'm surprised it's...
Well, look at what Ice Cube is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead, Vince. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just surprised that it's still staying around, where now you have QAnoners posting Q drops from 6 years ago. And it's like, okay, now you guys are reaching. I mean, there's no way that he gave you information 6 years ago that would only be relevant after Trump loses and then comes back. I mean, they're reaching. It's pretty sad at this point. But yeah, it was a very successful psyop, and a lot of people can't pull themselves out of it.
Look at what Ice Cube is doing. He's putting his neck out on the line saying, the club, same thing that George Carlin said. It's a big club, dog, and you ain't in it. And he knew what was up, right? George knew, and Cube knows. He calls them the gatekeepers. He doesn't call them the club. But if you're not in the club, the gatekeepers don't let you in the arena.
Well,
You can
okay,
kind of get in the arena.
yeah, Ice Cube was in that show called Are We There Yet? It was a TV show. And in one of the episodes, and this clip circulated widely a couple years ago, he was portraying like an FBI agent in this sitcom. And everybody's quarantined because of a quote monkey flu. And he goes to the other characters and he says, "Oh, yeah, this was just a drill to test everything out. There's not really a monkey flu." And they're like, "Oh, can we leave quarantine?" And he's like, "No, you guys can't. But I'm going to Vegas." So, in that movie back then, major predictive programming for the fake lockdown situation, and it's Ice Cube. And I'm like, that's interesting. So, for him to comment on this stuff, yeah, he has some weight because he's done that. He's been in predictive programming for future Cywar.
Okay. Interesting, interesting. Let's finish out on the moon because we've talked a lot about this, and I've been observing the moon cycle, and I'm going to turn you on to some information I don't know whether or not you knew.
Okay.
So what I've noticed is now from say because I got on, I got turned on by Mark Sargent, 6-7 years ago, and then came Eric Dubay and all the whole thing. We all know all about it. I started studying astronomy through observation, and it's a very difficult thing to do because, it could be cloudy that night, it could be this, and the lunar cycles are so, different because, on the full moon, it's going to rise when the sun is setting. So if you take a circle and you draw on the piece of paper and you put your cross of the zodiac in it, what you're going to find out from the lunar and solar cycles are very simple. My determination is that the sun and the moon are a unified cycle. They're a unified system. They work in tandem with each other together. And this is, and from my observations, I can prove this from what I'm about to tell you. Okay, so what you have happening is if I'm facing south and I find the ecliptic plane, okay, it runs from east to west. What it runs is about 35 degrees north of east and setting 35 degrees north of west. So when something rises, say Mars, it's going to rise north of the eastern horizon, and it's going to generally set north of the eastern horizon. A planet like Jupiter or Saturn are going to do the kind of a little bit more of the opposite, where they're going to set a little bit more south of west. They don't really change, although it's hard to follow the planets because they're on such a different time schedule. It's not like you can stay up all night, every night observing this. But what you're going to see is after every full moon, okay, let's say in the summertime, okay, so the sun in the summertime is going to rise north of east and it's going to set north of west. Well, the moon in the spring here for the past 3 months has been rising on the full moon south of west, about 35 degrees south of west, and setting 35 degrees south of west. I'm sorry, it's rising 35 degrees south of east. So imagine yourself facing south, and you look to the left. You're going to go down a little bit towards more south, and guess what? You're going to see that full moon rising, and it's going to set south of west. Now, what it's going to do after it's full and it's waning, it's going to work its way up the horizon every single day until it reaches the sun in the morning. And the day or two before the new moon, if you're up when the sun comes up, you will see that moon rising, going right towards the sun every year after year, resetting every 19 years, right? So what we're witnessing above our heads is literally a clock. And it's synchronistic and it's exact. It's every single time. It never changes from this system. That is not random. That speaks to coordination, right? Or what's the word I'm looking for, Tim?
So the Metonic cycle, the 19-year thing, that's interesting for a lot of reasons to me because I noticed that when COVID-19 happened, it was preceded by that Comet 19, and it's like 19 years after 19 hijackers. And the 19 thing is like AI, and that's also encoded into a lot of this stuff. AI 19. Then you have Operation AI. That was Pearl Harbor, which took out Bill, which was on 12/7, which is kind of, I mean, the whole thing. You just go into it. The number 19 seems to refer to some kind of timing by which they introduced generational psyops. Like we had 19 years of radical Islam, and I'm like, are we gonna have what, 19 years of domestic violent extremism? 19 years of viruses instead of terrorism. So
Yes,
there is
I agree with that
definitely
one.
there's a big 19 component in so many of these big psyops.
Sure, absolutely. But sticking with the lunar, we have it's pretty amazing. If you start watch, I know you're down there in New Mexico. You've got big open skies down there. But if you have a view like tonight, okay, so the moon is going to rise. I think at around 2 in the morning tonight, maybe 3. If you're awake, go outside, look to the east, and you'll see the moon rising north of east. So not 2 weeks ago, it was rising 35 degrees south of east. Okay? So again, every single month it follows the same path. And this is not random. This is not just some random rock, if you will, a satellite, moving around our planet, around our realm over our head, because that's what I actually believe it's doing. Because I don't believe that, through my investigations, that we are traveling through what you see above your head. What you see above your head is either just simple projections, kind of like what Vibes of the Cosmos is saying.
Yes.
Everything that you see is a projection of the energy field that's down here in the realm. Okay? It's not objects that are out there. It's being projected almost onto a screen.
I'm glad you brought up Vibes
something.
of Cosmos because, I look at the moon and yeah, does it look like a rock? Does it look like, I mean, and I find it contradictory. I'm really puzzled by synchronous orbit and tidally locked, and it somehow spins every 27 days and we never notice. But the picture presented by Vibes of Cosmos seems to make a ton of sense, and it would suggest that the moon isn't a rock that's been pelted with smaller rocks, that those are not craters, but that the dark spots are indicative of land masses and it's actually a projection of what we're on, or at least a circular portion of it, a lensed, and then it's projected somehow onto the ionosphere. So, like, I find that to be very interesting, and I am not of the opinion at all that the moon is a rock that's tidally locked with us and in synchronous orbit. I don't
No,
buy that whatsoever.
I do. I not after I've noticed what I've noticed. And 3 months ago, I drove from Des Moines, Iowa to Denver, Colorado, and I was traveling at 75 miles an hour, and the moon stayed with me the entire time. So I determined that upon moonrise, right, that you could drive 100 miles an hour, and you could basically, the moon will follow you until it sets. So you could drive 1,000 miles, and this is one of the ways I'm trying to determine and figure out how this is working. So I was on I-80, and I'm driving about, I was speeding five miles over the limit, right? Speed limit 75. I'm driving directly west, and from the time that the moon came up, and once it like caught up to me, like directly to the east of me, or yeah. So I'm driving west. So it would be to the south of me. The moon, okay, never got above about 40 degrees of the ecliptic. So in other words, the moon is really, really low over the southern horizon, right? So when you're following the moon in the spring, it's always going to be south of where the sun is rising, and they switch places in the winter. So as we get into the fall and the winter, and I've been writing this down every day where the moon's rising. I have a little chart that I've been keeping. What we're going to see is in January, you'll see the moon in the place where the sun is now, almost directly over your head, but the sun is going to be where the moon is now, low on the southern horizon. You feel me? So they're basically switching positions throughout the year, working in tandem. But no matter what happens, no matter where that moon is set, on the new moon, it will always crawl its way up. And this year, what's going to happen is when it's, let's say in the wintertime, the sun is rising south of east, the moon is going to be rising north of east. And what it's going to do, I'm going to observe is, are we going to see the moon after the full moon? So let's say the full moon in December, the moon is going to be rising south of east, and the full moon, or the sun is going to be rising south of east, but the full moon is going to be at the exact opposite of where that sun is. So it's going to be when the sun sets on the full moon, that it's going to be 35 degrees south of west. Well, the moon is going to be rising 33 or 35 degrees north of east. Are you following me?
Yeah, I'm
How this
following you.
works?
And I would like for you to continually call in and keep this conversation going, because what we're doing here is assembling more information, because like it's not enough to argue if the moon landing was fake or real. That's like a stale old debate. I've always been like, let's take it to, if we're right, then what? What's the next step? And to me, Vibes of Cosmos is next level, and it's basically observation based. And I find a hard time refuting his alignments with the continents and that specific cluster of craters. So I'm not making any specific statements about what it is, but I don't think the moon is a landable object, and I think it's certainly not made of petrified wood, which you would conclude if you examined the moon rocks that the astronauts brought back down.
Well, it's possible that the souls in our solar system, just like Santos has said, and he didn't say that the souls come in through the sun and exit through the moon. That's my concept. It's his concept, with the whole solar system. But I've had weird thoughts that maybe how we enter the realm is through the sun and we exit through the moon. Okay. But what we're going to observe here, and I want the people who are listening to really observe what I'm talking about here, because we're coming up to the next great American eclipse. So what we're going to observe here is once the moon switches positions, because I was actually able to predict solar eclipses based on moon rising and sun setting and sun rising and sun setting. And I actually got on my phone and said, okay, where's the next solar eclipse? And it just happened to be over Africa. And it was like last year when I predicted it. I didn't even know that there was one coming, but I said, wait a minute, something's different about the whole system here. I'll bet you there's a solar eclipse coming. And sure enough, in the next month, there was.
So you predicted a solar eclipse without accounting for any curvature or not assuming a ball, just based on observations. And
just off observation, right? And allowing, and a lot of really good weed, allowing the universe to actually speak to me, because that you have to ask the universe the questions. You need to look up into the sky and kind of meditate and allow this to happen. And I sit there as I question, and I know that I'm never going to get the answer, because I've studied the ancient scripts of the Kabbalion, right? Are you familiar with the Kabbalion?
yeah, is it seven scribes or seven sages? And yeah,
Right,
the Kabbalion.
right.
Yeah.
It's all based in early Hermetic philosophies, if you will. Before Hermeticism came on, it was the Kabbalion, okay? And it tells you that as a human being, as you might be able to get answers in the spiritual realm, but as a human being, it's almost kind of pointless. And it could just be something, again, like Plato's cave, where the Kabbalion is telling you, shut the fuck up and pay your taxes and get to work, and don't worry about what's out there because it's meaningless to you. Live your life and enjoy what this is while you're here, because when you die, you're not going to be able to take your ego with you. And that's the whole concept of Thoth, that he was able to, if you read John Valo Melchizedek, that he was actually able to take his ego with him upon death. And that's the whole thing that, that people want to do. They want to be able to take their ego and their known personal self with them into the next realm. Well, that might not be a possibility unless you can reach this certain level of consciousness and literally, like Ezekiel, ascend into heaven, right? Ascension, just like you were saying earlier with the 33.
Like the Upload, there's this Amazon series called Upload, where you can have your consciousness digitally uploaded into this cloud where you can exist in a heaven-like state, but you're still connected to the internet. Like they've been selling the public on this idea of digital immortality, where, like you said, it's only about preserving the ego. and then putting it into a new body. It's about not letting go of this self that you created while you were here.
Right, right. Absolutely. And is it right or is it wrong? I don't know. Is it right to be able to, maybe that's what can get you out of this soul harvest? Like if you listen to Bro Sanchez, I'm sure you know who Bro Sanchez is, and I'm surprised you guys haven't had some good conversation.
Look, my very first live stream interview or conversation with another live streamer was Bro Sanchez.
Yeah, I hate how he debates because it's like, bro, I don't want to call him bro, like, bro, bro. He gets a little too, I don't know. A lot of times he doesn't let people speak. I love his content. I think that some of his work is just fabulous, right? And we're all listening to each other and determining what's right in our own mind, right? Because isn't that really, if you take the quote from Henry Kissinger, it says, the truth doesn't matter. It's what's truth to you that matters, right? Because you're the individual. You're the one that has to. Shit, it's my daughter calling.
Well, hey, look.
Hey, Giddy.
I want to say thank you for calling. We covered a lot of good ground here. I'm glad you.
Hold on, Giddy.
Hey, look. Yeah, stay in touch, though, about the moon observations. We need to continue this conversation about the moons. I've had you on here for a little over an hour, but yeah, we're doing this pretty much every night. So any night you want to call in, but let's continue this conversation. I've taken some notes on some of the things you said I should look up. And yeah, so definitely stay in touch. I appreciate you calling in. And anything else?
Okay, just let me just sum this up. So what we're going to do is we're going to observe moonrise and moonset, sunrise and sunset until the next great American eclipse.
Okay.
Okay. So what we're going to observe when the moon is going to start rising north of east and the sun is rising south of east. Okay. And then we're going to work our way up to the eclipse. And we're going to do this together with the community that's out there. So now that you have the new phone number.
Okay. And I have another caller coming in, but we will definitely do that. Okay. Have a great night. The Great American Eclipse, which I think is coming up on 4/8, the big X. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, I'm Gennaro from Bakersfield.
Oh, cool. Bakersfield.
Yes, I just wanted to bring up some points that I was observing in the news the other day. So I saw you touched on that the Peruvian alien story, right? That was on some tabloid website.
Yeah, the 7-foot-tall Peruvian aliens that are terrorizing the village.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like they're going to be pushing a lot more stories like that. Like I was, I remember looking into Catholic apparitions, and some of the last really mainstream ones happened in the World War II time, and these stories are pushed out as legitimate. A lot of the the last one, the one in Portugal. And I feel like the alien stuff is going to be kind of similar, where it's going to be pushed out mainstream, but kind of fringe, And it's just going to go down as
okay. Well, look,
something that really happened.
I think it's interesting and notable that it's in Peru because I look at the big picture wise. The most of the skeptics who break down media the level we do, we're kind of fringe as it is, but around the world, most people are just gonna accept whatever's on the news. I think generally speaking, the billions, and it's a numbers game, and I think they can get everybody, the majority, in all these places around the world. It doesn't matter what a few people can say to contradict it, and I think that aliens are part of this new religious paradigm, and especially I think religious societies are going to be very susceptible to it. I think that the people who are already inclined to be believers and trusting of authorities because it's their morally virtuous duty to do so, they're going to believe in and probably kneel to whatever new authority that the alien brings down. They're working with the government to get rid of nukes and we have to recycle and no more capitalism. Whatever they do, yeah, they're going to, I think this is going to be it's going to be an easy sell around the world, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think it's going to be very similar to the old Catholic apparitions that they used to kind of like, till date, I think the Catholic Church backs up those things actually happen, and I think people believe them to be like facts.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I guess now people kind of like outgrew that. Like, I don't think anyone like actually believes that it happened anymore, but maybe like a couple hundred years ago,
Yeah, I think
like
they're
Catholic believers believe. So that's like the new religion,
yeah, there's a lot of miracles in general that they're bringing back, and you have like more recently, for example, I was thinking about the ISS and how they levitate, and that's like a miracle. And so I'm looking into this, and it turns out that early Christianity had a lot of levitating saints. You had, like, for example, Saint Francis of Assisi could supposedly levitate. So levitation was a sign that you were spiritually elevated. Like these astronauts are so elevated they levitate. So they bring back these archetypal images of what it means to be close to God, to have God's eye view. They float. And it's like, yeah, we're looking at it and it's science and all this stuff. But no, actually, I think they're tapping into our subconscious and tapping into powerful archetypes with everything that they do. And when they bring back the aliens from space, it taps into so many myths about spiritual beings, elevated beings, and gods that, yeah, people will kneel. I think it's just part of our programming. It's our they definitely know how to operate on us on a subconscious level.
Yeah, I think so too. It was really crazy seeing that article. It's kind of like the first one I seen recently. But also I wanted to bring up like the oh yeah, the Q thing. I don't know if you remember way back in like 2015. Well, I remember seeing it back in 2015 or maybe 2014. The cult of Baal paradigm. It was like a diagram of like the cult of Baal. Do you remember that diagram?
I think I know. You said the cult of, did you say Bob? Like J.R. Bob Dobbs?
No, Baal, like Baal.
Oh yeah, Baal, Baal. Yeah, Baal worship. The obelisk, shaft of Baal. Baal means Lord. It's the god of this world.
Yeah, so do you remember that it was like a diagram that was like on like Facebook or something, or like somewhere on the internet?
I don't think I've seen it. I think maybe I'm certain I've seen it, but I'm not sure which one you're referencing. You can send me a link if you like.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to put it on the YouTube live thing. But the guy that was pushing it at first, he was kind of like you, like, and this was like way back in 2014. Except he would go a little haywire once, like so his belief was all the the elite went all the way back, so like it came out of this one empire that just conquered the whole world.
Okay, I
And
know who you're
it was
talking
like,
about now. I know exactly who you're talking
yeah,
about.
you remember?
I will dig it up. I will find it because there was someone else who had done similar
And
research to me and arrived at similar conclusions about the role of the cult that runs the world and the symbol of the obelisk and all its different iterations.
Right. Yeah, that was crazy. And then but he would go kind of crazy when out of nowhere he'd be like, well, the solution to all this is Donald Trump. And he's like, because Q told me because Q is telling us on the internet like we're like a community and like the Democratic Party is like the cult of ball. And I was just like, that was 2014.
I'll
Yeah, that
dig
was
it up.
crazy.
I'll
But
dig it
now it's
up.
crazy that you're still on that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Donald Trump came in and he promised to save everybody from their conspiracy theories that run the world. He's going to end chemtrails. He's going to end child trafficking and adrenochrome consumption. Like all the bad stories we heard about, he was going to fix. And it was a good sell and it captured a lot of people. Anyway, appreciate the call very much. Definitely call back anytime. We're going to be closing up here in just a moment, but we'll be definitely starting earlier tomorrow.
Okay.
So, yes.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, I'll call back. Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
All right. Have a great night. All right, everyone. We are closing up for the evening. We've been doing a lot of tests. I want to start the 24/7 think tank chat and everything, but I need to build some more playlists first, which I'm working on right now. So this evening, I'm going to be in the Discord chat, and I'm going to be building some playlists, and then so tomorrow, 8/11, the last of the dog days, we'll make that the official day that we turn on the 24/7. Assuming that the NASA asteroid strike doesn't result in our death, they shot an asteroid and it broke into 37 chunks. Each one would be like another Hiroshima. So we might have 37 Hiroshimas and that could be tomorrow, so don't look up. We've been talking about fake nukes a lot. We'll continue. Trump will get mug shot. Trump will get a mug shot in Georgia. That was just put out in the news. He will get a mug shot. Somewhat ominous. We talked about the real fight in Montgomery that might be fake, or it might be a mix of real and fake. It might have started off fake and then some people jumped in. But whatever the case, I'm pretty sure that the chairman, Reggie Gray, 42, is some kind of a callback to Reginald Denny and the black on white being hit with an object. There's something to it. In black and white, it's thesis, antithesis. It's the Hegelian dialectic. You want to mix the two and bring out the synthesis. Well, what do you get when you combine black and white? You get gray. Reggie Gray. Again, Reggie means king, and the LA riots that Reginald Denny is a callback to is all about Rodney King. Does anybody care to guess how many times Rodney King was hit with a baton? Joined by Scorpio88, says great show, keep at it. Thank you for joining. You're at D Live. And look, I really would love to just keep everything on right now, but I do want to put together some playlists and I want to intersperse it with music. We have a lot of music, so I'm going to be going back to the catalogs. It's going to be a late night, making everything perfect. Yeah, 33. Yeah, 33 is the answer to that. Infinite Plane Trotter says 7-foot goblin aliens. That's hilarious. It's a bunch of Tesla droids being tested. Right, Boston Dynamics. Fascinating. Okay, let's see. I had a few other things we're going to talk about. Look, Musk and Zuckerberg are supposed to fight, but now they're talking about doing a noble debate. They're just going to talk about how to fix the world. They're not going to actually fight. That's the talk right now. He says, that's really fighting. It's a noble sport. We also hope with humility to express our admiration for those who have fought for noble causes. So we're hoping for a cage fight in the Coliseum. And we've talked about Zuckerberg and how historically he's reprising the role of Augustus Caesar. Not only is he obsessed with Augustus Caesar and gave himself that haircut on purpose, but he's in charge of Facebook or Meta. Thumbs up, thumbs down. That's definitely Caesar gauging the will of the fickle mob. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Well, it turns out that Zuck named his children Maxima, August, Aurelia. Why Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg keeps naming his kids after Roman emperors. So Roman Colosseum, circus, bread and circuses. It all makes too much sense for Musk and Zuck to be fighting it out in the Roman Colosseum. Like, it's just too perfect. It's poetic. If they don't do it, I'd be very disappointed. Then Musk has size. Zuck is 5'7", 150. Musk is lying when he says 187. He's got to be 220 or something. Someone remarked here, it was Lean Dion, about, oh yeah, how the Q shaman might be used to help sell the whole alien agenda. And yes, there's definitely something to that. In fact, I think it's absolutely that he's part of that. A couple of the topics I really want to get into, I guess we'll cover this mostly tomorrow morning. I was doing some research into the birds aren't real. And here's a meme by Cubstar, birds aren't real isn't real. So the birds aren't real movement was set up to discredit people calling stuff fake. Cameron Kasky is a Parkland shooting survivor who was involved with them. Weirdly, I didn't know this. This birds aren't real was started before Parkland happened. So I'm like, wait a minute here. This is kind of strange how this obvious government-controlled anti-conspiracy theory PSYOP movement has in its inner circle there, in its organizers, the guy who started the March for Our Lives. Like, it's a little close. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that the birds aren't real billboard popped up not that long after our own research flat earth billboard. And I'm looking at this and I don't think it's a stretch to say that the birds are fake might have been deliberately set up as damage control for conspiracy theorists getting outside of the YouTube echo chambers and making any kind of ripples in the world. If you haven't seen it, we did a billboard outside of a busy airport, 35-foot wide, 10-foot tall, research flat earth, and then we got a lot of news coverage on the thing. Even the New Yorker did a story on us, just pointing it out that soon after this, birds aren't real shows up on a billboard, and a fake conspiracy group, and it gets a lot more attention than we do, obviously. Damage control. It just seems like everything we see is damage control. Okay, so sign up for the newsletter. You will be receiving a newsletter tonight that will contain links to the archives to tonight's show. And again, we're going to kick off the 24/7 tomorrow on 8/11. We've entered the run phase. We've overcome all of the obstacles to being live 24/7, to be able to take calls, and I don't think that we're going to have any sort of obstacles from here on out. Now I'm just going to find the best possible schedule to reach as many people as we can, and I think that we're looking at twice a day morning IPS deprogram and evening open phones. So thanks again for joining. Thanks to all the callers, and as I said, I really just want to take the evening and set up a few playlists, and I want to make sure that we get a lot of the artwork and I'm sorry, the videos, the music videos put into the routine here, among other things. I mean, we have South Pole, we have a lot of content that I would like to bring back out. Again, if you're in the chat, I'm putting a link in the chat there. Go ahead and subscribe. This is When I Jack in the Shells, Pope Elon, joined by Project Honda Rod says, just got my world stage deprogramming guide. Thank you for ordering. By the way, go to timosmond.art. I'll be listing another copy as well as some keychains.
And if you're going to pick some place to...
Now, one more thing. Elon Musk talks about dying on Mars. I'm like, okay, you're a risk taker. You're going to die on Mars. You say so. But now you're afraid to fight Mark Zuckerberg? He's like half your size.
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be quite exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.